Chapter 1. The Seed of Immortality. As dusk deepened, in the wilderness, Shiwu was dressed in a tattered Taoist robe, barefoot, with a worn iron chain around his ankle, his eyes vacant and his body weary. Behind him were 4 other young Taoists dressed similarly, all around 17 or 18 years old, carrying a crude bamboo sedan chair on their shoulders. Sitting in the chair was an old Taoist with a face full of dark moles and a crooked mouth, named Qian Yuanzai. At this moment, Shiwu shook his head vigorously, trying to muster some spirit, and forced a flattering smile before turning back to ask, "Master, we disciples have followed you in search of immortality, crossing mountains and rivers, enduring wind and snow for a full 10 years. Master, I hope it's not too presumptuous, but I would like to ask, how can one become immortal?" From the bamboo sedan, Qian Yuanzai lifted his eyelids slightly and sneered, "Become immortal? One must have a heavenly background, be guided by a great master, and be protected by mighty beings to achieve immortality." Hearing this, Shiwu scratched his chin and continued to ask, "Master, are there any other methods?" Qian Yuanzai replied, "One must have extraordinary opportunities, meet a dragon's lair when bowing down, and see a phoenix's nest when looking up to become immortal." Upon hearing this, Shiwu's face turned gloomy, but he stubbornly asked, "Is there anything else?" Qian Yuanzai glanced at him, his tone seemingly impatient. "One must have exceptional talent, gain enlightenment with every step, and achieve understanding every day to become immortal." At this, Shiwu was somewhat dumbfounded. With these 3 methods, none of them applied to him and his fellow disciples. Thus, he stammered, "Master, your methods to become immortal are indeed profound, but they rely too much on background, opportunity, and talent. Is there a simpler and more practical method for us disciples to broaden our horizons?" Once these words were spoken, Qian Yuanzai seemed to take an interest. He looked around at the desolate mountains and wilderness, with only Shiwu and the other 4 disciples by his side. He then let out a sigh of relief and pulled out a palm-sized, wrinkled, brownish parchment from under his robe. Lowering his voice, he said mysteriously, "There is, my disciples, otherwise. Why would I have brought you over mountains and rivers for 10 years? It's because there are rumors of a place called the Seed of Immortality Temple. In that temple, there is a piece of miraculous soil. It is often said that you reap what you sow, but that piece of soil can grow immortals." At this point, Qian Yuanzai seemed extraordinarily excited, jumping down from the bamboo sedan, arms wide open, and laughing up at the sky. "As long as I find that Seed of Immortality Temple and plant myself as a seed in that soil, I can become immortal, truly immortal." For a moment, Shiwu and the other 4 young Taoists were all stunned, their eyes wide with shock. They had never imagined that Qian Yuanzai's 10-year search for immortality had such an absurd and bizarre reason behind it. Suddenly, Qian Yuanzai cast a sinister glance over, abruptly speaking, "Shiwu, did you dream of immortals again last night?" Instantly, Shiwu shivered all over and hurriedly replied, "Yes, I did have a dream. Oh, what did you dream about?" "I dreamt that Guanyin drunk beats the Buddha, and Sun Wukong ascends Liangshan on a snowy night." Qian Yuanzai squinted. "Tell me." The wilderness was desolate, with the grass and trees swaying wildly in the evening wind, making a rustling sound. Only Shiwu was sweating profusely, fervently recounting the chaotic tales of immortals he had concocted. After a moment, Qian Yuanzai laughed heartily. "Interesting, these stories of your immortal friends are indeed amusing." But the next moment, he grinned, revealing his yellow teeth, staring at Shiwu with a strangely darkened smile. "Shiwu, I cannot prove that what you said is true, but I also cannot prove that you are lying to me." Qian Yuanzai's gaze grew cold. "I am not an immortal now, but if one day I truly become an immortal and ascend to the heavenly palace, what if I don't see those immortal friends you mentioned? My good disciple, you should know what your fate would be, right?" After saying this, he took off a thumb-sized, bronze-colored earring resembling a toad from his earlobe. He casually tossed it to the ground. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a bronze toad the size of a millstone, covered in lumps. Ribbit! The toad croaked twice, and then opened its mouth wide, from which pots, bowls, rolled-up bamboo mats, and thin blankets were sequentially spat out. "It's getting dark. Disciples, start the fire, and prepare to cook some livestock for the pot." After giving a few orders, Qian Yuanzai disappeared into the dim twilight. As for Shiwu, he was already used to such scenes and let out a long sigh of relief that in fact, he was not originally a native of this world, at least not in terms of his soul. How he reincarnated into this world. After so many years, he no longer cared. He only remembered that when he was still an infant, he was abducted by Qian Yuanzai and raised together with 29 other infants. By the time he turned 8, they were a group living in the wilderness without interruption. Now, of the 30 disciples, only 5 remained at in fact. Most of them had met their end at the hands of Qian Yuanzai. At this moment, a small Taoist with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks, thin as a monkey, nudged Li Shiwu that he whispered, "Shiwu, it's a good opportunity. Are we escaping or not? If we keep going, we'll eventually be killed by that old thing." He spat. The seed of immortality temple? I think it's just the old man going crazy wanting to become immortal, suffering from hysteria. Li Shiwu glanced at him, then lowered his head to set up an iron pot. As he started the fire, he said, "Escape? Can you take off the shackles on our feet? Or can you beat the coffin, old man?" Li Shiwu's peripheral vision swept over the bronze toad squatting nearby, and he lowered his voice, continuing, "Monkey 7, don't talk nonsense. This thing is not to be trifled with. If you dare to escape, it will bite your head off." As for the coffin, old man, he mentioned, it was indeed the bronze toad. Its intelligence was low, it could store items in its belly, was fierce, and loved to eat steamed buns dipped in blood, which earned it the nickname Coffin Old Man. Usually, it shrank to thumb size, and was hung from Qian Yunzai's earlobe. As a flicker of flame rose, the wilderness gradually filled with a bit more warmth. A tall, stout young Taoist said in a buzzing voice, "Shiwu, I really envy you for being able to dream of immortals," Master said. "This is called having a connection with immortals." Monkey 7 beside him laughed. "Yeah, just by casually telling some immortal stories, you can make that old man grin from ear to ear." Then he looked at another youthful Taoist with a delicate appearance, who had an androgynous look, and spoke in a gloating tone. "Oh, some people even go so far as to warm that old man's bed at night. But in the end, aren't they just like us, carrying this bamboo sedan every day, their shoulders getting calloused? Unlike Shiwu, who has it so easy, just clearing the way empty-handed." And that delicate Taoist was named Hua Erling. That he stood up angrily and shouted, "Monkey 7, I've told you many times, Qian Yuanzai has a hidden illness and can't be human. And because he took too many elixirs, he caught a chill, which is why he needs someone to warm his bed. It's not what you think." Hearing this, Monkey 7 still kept a playful grin and turned to say, "Shiwu, tell us another segment about the monk Tang Sung and the Queen Mother under the moon. We love to hear it and want to hear more." "Tell what? I don't have that mood." Li Shiwu shot him a glance. Ribbit, this moment, the old toad coffin master called out twice, his voice piercing through the wilderness. The few people quickly turned to look, only to see a crooked-mouthed old Taoist, stepping in a bizarre manner, holding a dead monkey, slowly emerging from the darkness. Upon seeing this, Li Shiwu immediately wore a smile and hurried over, the shackles on his feet clinking. "Master, since we are in this remote mountain area, would you like to hear a story about Tang Sung performing for the Queen Mother under the moonlight to pass the time?" Monkey 7's eyes flickered, and he also approached, a flattering expression on his face, completely different from before. "Dad, as the saying goes, a master is like a father, and a disciple is like a son. After sitting in the palanquin all day, your back must be sore. Let me give you a massage." Qian Yuanzi laughed along, but suddenly, a half-arm-length black iron cleaver appeared in his hand, with a flash of the blade. Without any warning, Monkey 7's expression froze, and a bloody smell instantly filled the air. Qian Yuanzi looked down at his disciple lying in a pool of blood, kicked him away viciously, and then took out a few white steamed buns, dipping them in the blood on the ground too. "Feed the coffin master," he smiled, and said, "Disciple, I also treat you like a son, but unfortunately, who told you to be the whole one? I can only give you one knife. And also, in this wild and desolate place, it's hard to find human blood to feed the coffin master. So let's just use you to make up the numbers." Watching this scene, Li Shiwu and the others lowered their heads, their eyes filled with resentment and pity, not daring to make a sound. Such things had become commonplace over the past 10 years. However, the group was unaware in the ink-like night, several miles away. A blurry Taoist temple seemed to exist between reality and illusion. It was slowly revealing its traces. Chapter 2, A Sudden Change. Tonight there was no moon, nor stars. Only the wild wind howled, stinging people's faces. Li Shiwu set up a simple canopy with a few bamboo mats to block the wind. Inside the canopy, a fire was burning, with an iron pot over it, cooking monkey soup, the whole monkey boiling until the bones and flesh separated, but the infant-like skull and claws were inexplicably eerie. Not far outside the canopy, Monkey Seven's remains lay alone on the ground, overlooked. Master, I've always wanted to ask, where did you hear about the rumors of this immortal temple? Are they true? Li Shiwu casually asked while dipping a white bun into the meat soup. In the middle, Qian Yuanzi held the cleaver again, his mismatched eyes filled with shadows. Shiwu, are you coveting the chance for me to become an immortal? The tall and honest Taoist beside him hurriedly interjected, Master, there are only 4 of us disciples left. If one more dies, there won't be enough people to carry your palanquin. Qian Yuanzi thought for a moment and immediately laughed. Guan-san, you really think ahead for me. You eat the monkey head in the pot. Li Shiwu wore a wronged expression. Master, how can you think of me like this? I was just thinking, we have been searching for that temple for 10 years, going through hardships, but we haven't even seen a shadow. Isn't it just that I'm worried for you? Qian Yuanzi looked at him sideways. Really? Seeing this, Li Shiwu quickly changed to a flattering expression. I'm just a useless disciple, thinking about how Master will become an immortal. We, a few disciples, can also benefit from that, can't we? Good. Qian Yuanzi patted his thigh heavily and laughed loudly. Let's all become immortals together. I don't believe it. You think that old Jade Emperor in your dreams can sit in the Lingxiao Palace, but I, Qian Yuanzi, can't? He spat with a determined expression. Disciples, rest assured. We will definitely find the immortal temple. The fire crackled, occasionally sending up red sparks, bringing a bit of warmth to the cold night in the wilderness. Qian Yuanzi stared at the fire, gradually lost in thought. Disciples, haven't I treated you well? I've worked hard to raise you, taught you to read, and brought you over mountains and rivers to seek this immortal fate. But why do you always want to escape? He sighed and fished out a monkey paw into Li Shiwu's bowl. Out of 30 disciples, now only you 4 are left. Li Shiwu lowered his head and said nothing. The 30 brothers had all been randomly given surnames and named by numbers. The vast majority died at Qian Yuanzi's whims, but some were killed for trying to escape the unbearable torment. Qian Yuanzi continued to sigh. Shiwu, among all my disciples, I value you and Erba the most. I even once told Erba about the immortal temple in private. What a pity, what a pity. Hearing this, Li Shiwu rolled his eyes and cursed. Pa, that dog thing left the master, who knows where he died. Erba was the only one among them who successfully escaped 2 months ago. Qian Yuanzi nodded, his gaze sweeping over Li Shiwu, Guan-san, and Hua Erling. Finally, it landed on the small Taoist named Zhao Si, who had been silent and curled up. Zhao Si, tell me, has Master treated you well? Remember a year ago, when we encountered a rough countryman leading an old horse, with his newlywed wife sitting on it, wearing a brand new floral red jacket, looking very festive. The two were returning home after their wedding. Qian Yuanzi grinned. That day, you stared at that woman's chest, saying that a girl with a big chest must have a good temper, and that you would look for someone like that in the future. At this point, Qian Yuanzi laughed heartily. As a master, how could I let my disciples suffer such grievances? If you like that woman, Master will help you grab her. With a swift slice, he'll take care of that man, then pull down the woman from the horse, and let you two lie under the sky as your bed and the ground as your mattress, right there. In the bridal chamber, Zhao Si, how has Master treated you? The young Taoist named Zhao Si trembled, raising his head in panic. Good, Master treats his disciple the best. But his voice was high-pitched, like a distorted child's voice, more accurately, like a eunuch. Qian Yuanzi sighed. I am afraid you'd become infatuated with women and neglect the serious business of becoming an immortal. That's why later, I took care of your down there. Li Shiwu silently listened, watching Zhao Si's awkward demeanor, and unconsciously felt the same sorrow. Following Qian Yuanzi was truly beyond the word torment to describe. Even at night, he didn't dare to sleep soundly, fearing that in a fit of anger, he might be given a knife. The night was long. A pot of monkey meat gradually only had bones left. Even the soup base was cleaned out by Guan-san. Hua Erling stood up and walked towards a small tent nearby. As he approached, he stripped off all his clothes. As Monkey 7 said, every night, he had to warm the bed for Qin. Li Shiwu was not surprised, just helped Guan-san and Zhao Si clean up the dishes and restacked some new firewood. The night wind howled, causing the wild grass and bushes to sway, and from a distance, it looked like black, ghostly shadows were watching the group. Li Shiwu laid down a bamboo mat beside the fire, covering himself with a thin blanket, and perhaps because of Monkey 7's death, he felt particularly troubled tonight. Are there really immortals in this world? He couldn't help but question himself, because along this journey, he and Qianyuanzi had searched through countless mountains, never encountering any cultivators, nor any spiritual beasts or strange flowers and grasses that at most. They had come across some oddities similar to the old coffin master. Thinking of this, he simply sat up, staring at the distant remains of Monkey 7, then turned to gaze at the tent of Qianyuanzi. A fierce look gradually appeared in his eyes. He was contemplating whether to give up on everything and see if he could chop Qianyuanzi up. 15. Don't. You'll die. Zhao Si, who had unknowingly woken up beside him, was shaking his head vigorously, his eyes full of persuasion. You can't defeat him. Don't throw your life away for nothing. Li-15 let out a sigh, his expression relaxing as he smiled. Go to sleep. We have to travel tomorrow morning. But suddenly, the originally quiet earth began to shake violently, producing a terrifying rumble. The heavens and earth shook violently, and the thick clouds above split open, revealing a crescent moon seemingly stained with blood. Under the blood moon, everything seemed to be covered in a layer of crimson firelight, filled with an indescribable evil and apocalyptic beauty. Li-15 got up, momentarily stunned. Then a thought filled his limbs, making his blood surge. The earth dragon turned over, a heavenly opportunity, escape. But before he could move, Qianyuanzi had already rushed out, his old face rarely showing a flush of excitement. The earth dragon has turned over? No, that's not right. Heavens and earth stained with blood, all things trembling. Could it be that a celestial view has appeared in the world? Haha, becoming an immortal. I, the old Taoist, am going to become an immortal. Qianyuanzi's voice was hoarse and ghostly. Disciples, hurry, quickly follow your master to seek that chance for immortality. Li-15 frowned. It was clearly an earthquake. What was this old man going crazy about? However, he had no say in the matter. In an instant, under the blood-red moonlight, a group of people stumbled around, dodging falling rocks, searching for something. Finally, an hour later, a dust-covered Taoist temple really appeared before them. Is this a celestial view? Does it really exist? Li-15 stared blankly at the scene, feeling an extremely absurd sensation gradually rising in his heart. Gu San, Hua Erling, Zhao Si, and others felt the same way. It was just too unreal. Only Qianyuanzi was so overjoyed that he couldn't help but howl at the sky. Found it, finally found it. The Taoist temple before them was not eye-catching at all, looking like an ordinary mountain temple, built entirely of stone and wood. Many parts of its exterior were weathered, seriously dilapidated, yet it gave off an ancient charm that had endured the vicissitudes of time. Zhao Si, my disciple. Go, open the temple door. Qianyuanzi suddenly spoke. Zhao Si was taken aback and immediately knelt on the ground, repeatedly knocking his head. This chance for immortality belongs to the master. I dare not venture in. Qianyuanzi's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, What? You won't listen to your master's words. Seeing this, Zhao Si had no choice but to stand up, trembling as he walked toward the temple. As he got closer, he saw a gray-brown door made of an unknown material, with 2 brass door rings on it. But just as Zhao Si reached out his hand to push the door, he saw Qianyuanzi rushing over with a machete in hand. With a flash of blood, followed by a shrill scream, Zhao Si's legs were cut off at the roots, and he fell into the blood-soaked ground. Qianyuanzi licked the blood from the edge of the blade, his eyes filled with a sinister cruelty. Ahead, I told you to go, and you went? You can't even withstand a test. It seems this wicked disciple is indeed coveting my chance for immortality. In the next moment, Qianyuanzi's gaze locked onto Li-15, a crooked smile spreading across his face that was terrifying and inexplicable. 15. You always dream of celestial beings at night. It seems you also have a chance for immortality. Open this temple door for me. Chapter 3. True and False Taoist Temple. At this moment, the shaking of the heavens and earth had stopped, and everything returned to normal. Li-15 shrank his neck. Master. Master, should I go? And Qianyuanzi, holding that half-arm-long machete, stood outside the temple door, watching like a hawk. As for Zhao Si, he lay on his back in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, unable to close them even in death. 15. Don't worry. Your master, care for you the most. I definitely won't chop you. You also have a chance for immortality when the time comes. We can both become immortals together, which would be a beautiful story. Qianyuanzi coaxed him, but to Li-15's ears, it sounded like the king of hell demanding his life. Harsh and piercing. Oh, that's not right. Li-15's eyes flickered, suddenly realizing that something seemed very wrong. He had lived cautiously under Qian Yuanzi for so many years the other party was unpredictable, indifferent to everything, and would act on a whim. Yet when it came to the word immortal, no one could touch it. But clearly, the chance for immortality was right before him, and he was surprisingly unable to hold himself back, instead letting his fellow disciples step forward. What logic was this? 15, hurry. Qian Yuanzi urged again. Yais. Li 15 responded with difficulty. He had thought about turning around and fleeing, but Qian Yuanzi, though looking old, was incredibly strong in martial arts. He had seen the other party single-handedly take down dozens of bandits in the desert with a single sword, blood staining the yellow sand. 15. Be careful. Hua Erling stood behind him, her head bowed low, but she still kindly reminded him. It's fine. Li 15 took a deep breath and steeled himself to step forward. At this moment, he was about 100 steps away from the temple door. As he walked about 50 steps, Li 15 suddenly halted. Previously, he couldn't see clearly due to the distance and dim light. Now, he saw something that shouldn't be here. It was a tattered, muddy Taoist robe, lying among the weeds nearby. Moreover, the style and material were exactly the same as the one he was wearing. 15. It looks familiar, doesn't it? Qian Yuanzi narrowed his eyes and suddenly spoke. The Taoist robes of you disciples were specially sewn by someone I found, and as for that mute tailor, he was already chopped up by me. Li 15 held his breath, instantly understanding. The robe on the ground belonged to the only little Taoist who had escaped, Shiwu. Didn't this mean that he had found this Taoist temple before them? Qian Yuanzi sighed and even made a comical gesture as if wiping away tears. 15. It seems that the chance for immortality I have searched for so long has been snatched away by that wicked disciple. Go ahead and open the temple door. Let's see what that wicked disciple is up to. If he really becomes immortal, as his master, I should congratulate him. Li 15 remained silent, staring blankly at the Taoist robe. He remembered that Shiwu had privately boasted multiple times that if he could escape, he would definitely not run away alone. Instead, he would set up a fake chance for immortality along their path, filled with various traps and hidden weapons or poison. With Qian Yuanzi's nature, he would have no hesitation in charging in and then fall into the trap. Thinking of this, Li 15's pupils constricted. Could it be that this was not a real celestial view? It was merely a desolate mountain temple, set up by Shiwu after encountering it, to deal with the deadly situation of Qian Yuanzi. As for the Taoist robe that fell outside, it was a special reminder from the other party, not to get caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, Guan San and Hua Erling also slowly approached, gazing at the Taoist robe scattered on the ground, lost in their thoughts. Shiwu, what are you dazed about? Qian Yuanzi said coldly. Coming to Shiwu's eyes turned, and after figuring it all out, he was utterly unwilling to be the first to open the temple door. He held his breath and, with a few big strides, walked to the temple door. After bowing to Qian Yuanzi, he indignantly said, that Shiwu has shallow blessings. Does he deserve this celestial fate? My disciple thinks he must not have achieved success at this moment. Thus, I ask Master to hold the knife and personally clear the entrance. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuanzi smiled meaningfully. Shiwu, you are indeed filial since that's the case. Clearing the entrance is up to you. Shiwu's cheek twitched, stammering. Master, I think it's more appropriate for you to handle this. It's fine. You, as my disciple, can handle it just the same. No, it's better if you do it yourself, Li Shiwu insisted. Qian Yuanzi fell silent, only glaring at the three with sharp, icy eyes, as if piercing through them. Suddenly, he said in a low voice, the temple before us is a false celestial fate set up by that rebellious disciple to lure me in. The reason he threw his Taoist robe outside is precisely to remind you not to follow him inside. Little brats, if you want to scheme against me, your skills are probably insufficient. In an instant, Li Shiwu's heart seemed to stop, his face filled with uncontrollable astonishment. How did this old man know? By what right? At the same time, he also realized that with his repeated persuasion for the other party to enter the temple, he probably wouldn't survive the night. Qian Yuanzi's gaze was like a hook, grinning with yellowed teeth, as if he were about to devour someone. Shiwu, you are truly a filial disciple. Knowing it's a dead end inside, you still keep urging your master. Now, whether you want to or not, you have to go in. Listening to that life-threatening voice in his ear, Li Shiwu turned around with difficulty, fixing his gaze on Hua Erling. Was it you who leaked the information? The only person who slept beside Qian Yuanzi every night could only be him. No. It wasn't me who sold you out. Hua Erling hurriedly waved his hands, shaking his head, equally flustered. However, standing beside him, the seemingly honest and tall Guansan suddenly smiled, with a face that appeared harmless. Hee, Shiwu, I told Master about this matter in advance. Didn't expect that, did you? Master said he likes obedient disciples, so am the most obedient. I report every move of you all to him, including several times when senior brothers escaped. I was the one who called Master over, and that's how they ended up with their heads bitten off by the coffin old man. At the temple entrance, Li Shiwu's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists, never expecting the problem to stem from the seemingly most harmless Guansan. He heard Guansan continue, Hey, don't blame me. Shiwu can tell fairy tales to please Master. Hua Erling can warm the bed, and even Ho Chi is sweet-tongued. Yet I can only eat, I have no other skills. But I want to live too, so I can only listen to Master and tell him everything you do. That's my only use. Meanwhile, Qian Yuanzizi just stared at Li Shiwu, as if looking at a dead person. Enough nonsense. Enter the temple. I want to see what tricks that rebellious disciple has prepared for me. Facing Qian Yuanzizi's cannibalistic gaze, Li Shiwu took a deep breath. At this point, he had no choice. Creak. Squeak. With a forceful push of his palms, the temple door opened with a sound. However, what greeted him was not any of the imagined traps or mechanisms, but a small room that was not very deep. And the suffocating, overwhelming smell of blood rushed toward him. This. Li Shiwu showed an expression of disbelief. In the center of the room lay a nearly burnt-out red candle. In the dim candlelight, there was a horrifying figure lying on the side, completely naked, half of their skin peeled off, revealing crimson flesh, and that person was Shiwu. Chapter 4. The immortal seed. Li 15 exclaimed in shock. He never expected that opening this observation door would reveal such a scene. At this moment, the entire abdomen and the human skin on the thighs of the other person had been stripped away, looking incredibly gruesome. They lay there, eyes tightly closed, unsure if they were alive or dead. On the ground, pieces of human skin were scattered about, each roughly the size of a palm, wrinkled and shriveled from dehydration. Outside the door, Qian Yuanzi watched this scene coldly, not choosing to step inside. He simply said, what is this wicked disciple up to now? 15. Go in and take a look. Under Qian Yuanzi's deathly gaze, Li 15 had no choice but to step forward, slowly entering the observation room. Fortunately, the way was clear, and he did not encounter any traps or mechanisms. He discovered that the floor of the room was covered with a strange black soil that felt soft and surprisingly comfortable underfoot. As he approached, he noticed that Shiwu was tightly gripping a small knife in his palm. The blade seemed to be stained with blood, though the blood had dried and taken on a dark brown hue. All of this indicated that the pieces of human skin on the ground had been cut off by him personally. Why? At this moment, Li 15 was filled with questions and confusion. Why did the other party choose to skin themselves? Just then, the tightly closed eyes of Shiwu surprisingly opened a crack. His gaze was blank, but upon seeing Li 15, he suddenly became agitated, mumbling, 15, get down, I have something to say. Seeing the person in front of him looking so weak, Li 15 hurriedly bent down, bringing his right ear close to the other's lips. He barely heard Shiwu whispering intermittently, the immortal fate is real. The immortal seed observation is real. To become an immortal, wish you good luck. These words seemed to take all his strength, and the light in his eyes began to fade as the remaining warmth of his body started to dissipate at that moment. Shiwu dead. As for Li 15, a thunderous sound seemed to explode in his mind, rushing straight to his spirit, making his insides boil and his scalp tingle. The immortal fate, it really exists. The immortal seed observation truly exists. It was right in front of him. Good disciple, did that wicked one say anything? Outside the observation, Qian Yuanzi casually asked, still not stepping inside. Li 15 ignored him, lost in thought. Since the immortal seed observation was real, why did Shiwu skin himself? What was the reasoning behind this? As various thoughts surged, a bold and outrageous plan began to slowly take shape in his mind. He had found a way to kill Qian Yuanzi. 15 disciple? Qian Yuanzi furrowed his brow, his tone growing increasingly unfriendly. Inside the observation, Li 15 gently closed Shiwu's eyes. Then he stood up and turned around, grinning widely, his expression exaggerated as if he had encountered a great fortune. Master, it worked. It worked. What worked? Qian Yuanzi's eyes, sharp as an eagle's, were filled with scrutiny. Master, this observation is truly the immortal seed observation. You are about to become an immortal, and we can rise together. Great joy, simply great joy. Qian Yuanzi sneered, is that so? Did that wicked disciple just tell you all this? Yes, Li 15 nodded vigorously. What else did he say? Did he mention how to plant yourself into it? He did. Master, he did. Li 15 responded twice, but suddenly showed a hint of hesitation, as if unsure how to begin. Speak. Qian Yuanzi barked. Yes, yes. Li 15 glanced at the skinned corpse on the ground and slowly began to speak. Master, this is indeed the immortal seed observation. Erba just told me this in person. He wouldn't lie to me. He said that when he first entered the observation, he heard a voice that claimed he was a person of fate, destined to become immortal. However, he needed to strip away all his mortal skin and plant himself in the black soil on the ground. That step is the key to becoming an immortal. After that, he just needed to wait for the seed to sprout and bloom into immortality. Li 15 sighed. It's a pity that Erba couldn't withstand the pain of skinning himself and ultimately failed. After saying this, he immediately put on a smiling face and added, but now that Master is here, the immortal fate is within reach. I just need to follow behind and enjoy the benefits. Qian Yuanzi burst into laughter, doubling over with mirth, his laughter grating. 15 disciple, you're not saying that wicked one skinned himself to succeed in becoming an immortal, are you? That's right. Li 15 nodded earnestly. Humph. Qian Yuanzi snorted, a sinister glint in his eyes. 15. At this point, do you still want to deceive me? Let me tell you the truth. From the moment I saw that wicked one's Taoist robe tonight, I already saw through your scheme. Qian Yuanzi's expression was dismissive. You wicked disciples have been following me for so long, yet you haven't learned anything clever. Do you really think that by creating a somewhat plausible Taoist temple, even going so far as to skin yourselves, you can make me believe that this is genuine immortal fate? That this is a real immortal seed observation? That I would believe in such a ridiculous method of planting oneself? Dream on. And standing outside the observation, Guan San chimed in foolishly, Master, you're so smart. It must be Sure Erba and Li 15 who teamed up to trick you, wanting you to harm yourself. Inside the dimly lit room, Li 15 looked aggrieved. Master, I didn't deceive you. Erba really told me this, and this is indeed the immortal seed observation. Outside, Qian Yuanzi smiled, somewhat cruelly. 15, did you really not deceive me? No. Since you didn't, then I will let you have this kind of immortal fate, so it won't be in vain for you to follow me for so many years. Qian Yuanzi stared at him with his small eyes, his tone leaving no room for doubt. 15, hurry up. The time is right, and the conditions are favorable. Use the knife to strip away your mortal skin so you can plant yourself as an immortal. With me protecting you, you can rest assured. Tonight, no one can disturb you. Chapter 5, Skinning Under the Dim Candlelight. Li 15 was filled with dread, shaking his head repeatedly. Master, you've searched for this kind of immortal observation your whole life. How can you give it to your disciple at this crucial moment? No, that's not allowed. Outside the observation, Qian Yuanzi's face was filled with ruthlessness. 15, I'll make this clear. Tonight, you will strip your mortal skin, whether you want to or not. Otherwise, you know what my methods are. After delivering his harsh words, Qian Yuanzi carefully examined the interior of the observation again. Then he turned around, his bony hands like eagle claws grabbing hold of Hua Erling and Guan San, tossing them into the observation. Then, he picked up a handful of gravel from the ground and threw it into various spots inside the observation. After confirming that no traps were triggered, he still felt uneasy and took off the coffin old man from his earlobe, transforming it into a large bronze toad the size of a grinding disc, sitting cross-legged on top of the toad's head. Only then did he leisurely enter the observation. Huh, you think this shabby observation in the wilderness can convince me that it's an immortal seed observation? It's simply laughable, Qian Yuanzi scoffed, continually sneering. And indeed, as he said, after opening the door to the Taoist temple, there was only this one room, extremely simple. TSK, that rebellious disciple really put in the effort, actually finding a pile of black soil to spread on the ground. It's a good thing I previously told him about the matter of planting immortals separately. Qian Yuanzi rode on the coffin master and took a tour inside the temple, pinching his chin. However, he really is ruthless to himself, to deceive his master. He actually had the audacity to skin himself alive. After Qian Yuanzi finished speaking, he tapped the coffin master's head with his finger, and then a frog leg stretched out. And the broken body of Sure Erba was heavily kicked against the wall, bursting apart. In an instant, thick flesh and blood mixed together splattered everywhere, making people feel nauseous. Guanxin quickly spoke up, still in that deep, hoarse voice. Master, you can't be fooled. Shiwu and Shiwu are the ones with the most tricks up their sleeves, just trying to set you up. He rolled his eyes and continued, I remember now. Master, you once got drunk and mentioned that when Shiwu kidnapped infants back in the day, he slaughtered all the over 100 people in his village. The fire burned for 3 days and nights without extinguishing, leaving only him as the sole survivor. I think this is the reason he would go to such lengths to harm you. Qian Yuanzi's small eyes showed contemplation, his crooked mouth carrying a creepy smile. In that case, everything makes sense. He fixed his gaze back on Li Shiwu. Obedient disciple, listen, quickly skin yourself to entertain your master. You mustn't force me to do it myself. Inside the temple, the dim candlelight still flickered, reflecting the shadows of a few people, constantly stretching and jumping. In Li Shiwu's eyes, there was an indescribable terror and unease. Of course, all of this was just a facade he put on. The real him, at this moment, was like a lone boat navigating through the stormy deep sea. Completely insane. And the root of all his schemes was just that sentence. Planting immortals in the temple is real. Master, this immortal fate can only be enjoyed by one person. After I plant the immortals, you won't be able to use it. Li Shiwu still had an unyielding tone. Stubborn and unyielding. Qian Yuanzi's forehead veins bulged, his face extremely grim. Clearly his patience was almost exhausted. All right, I'll skin myself. Li Shiwu's steps trembled as he slowly walked to the corner of the wall, picking up Shiwu's small knife. Under Qian Yuanzi's gaze, he took off his tattered Taoist robe, revealing a sturdy chest built from years of wandering. Shiwu, no? Hua Erling covered his mouth tightly, constantly signaling with his eyes. But Li Shiwu only glanced at Qian Yuanzi, then took a deep breath. Holding the knife in his right hand, the sharp blade, as if it had eyes, easily cut a straight line across his chest. Blood dripped from the tip of the knife, splattering the ground red. Li Shiwu dropped the knife, stretched out his hands, and with a sizzling sound, the flesh separated with a clear noise that resonated in the temple, clearly reaching the ears of the few people present. Li Shiwu's entire body tensed. Bending into a bow shape, his eyes bloodshot, and he let out a low growl like a wild beast, seemingly in unbearable pain. Shiwu. Hua Erling's eyes shimmered with tears, and when he looked at Qian Yuanzi, his eyes were filled with uncontainable hatred, wanting to tear apart the culprit who harmed them. As for Guanxin, despite his thick brows and honest appearance, at this moment, his lips curled into a smirk, full of schadenfreude. As for Qian Yuanzi, he sat cross-legged on the coffin master's head, leisurely holding a pot of wine, seemingly very satisfied with the performance put on by Li Shiwu. Not bad. Truly not bad, good for drinking. He chuckled, taking sips from the pot from time to time. Only Li Shiwu kept his head down, moving very slowly, very slowly. No one could see that in his eyes, flames were burning fiercely. Time flowed by imperceptibly. It was at this moment that something strange happened silently. Li Shiwu gradually discovered an invisible life force continuously flowing into his body from the black soil beneath his feet. This life force was quite peculiar. It did not lessen the pain of his skinning at all, but it could keep him alive, preventing him from dying from excessive blood loss. No wonder. No wonder Shiwu was willing to skin himself alive. Li Shiwu began to gain some understanding in his heart. If this temple of planting immortals were real, perhaps one really needed to skin oneself alive to succeed in planting immortals. And skinning could be seen as a bizarre ritual before planting immortals. Once this ritual began, it could not be stopped. If it stopped, that strange life force would cease to flow into his body. It was evident that Shiwu couldn't endure the pain of skinning, causing the ritual to be interrupted, and the life force no longer flowed in, ultimately losing his life for nothing. So what Li Shiwu had to do now was to grit his teeth and endure just that. Obedient disciple, how do you feel? Qian Yuanzi squinted and smiled, enjoying the bloody scene in front of him. Master, I can't keep skinning. If I continue, I will die? No, if this goes on, this immortal fate will truly belong to me. Listening to Li Shiwu's weak voice, Qian Yuanzi shook his head in delight. That won't do. Everyone knows that I care most for my disciples, and this immortal fate is for you. Li Shiwu no longer spoke. He just tried to adjust his breathing as much as possible to avoid passing out from the pain. For a moment, the dim red candlelight, the dripping blood, and the ferocious old Taoist all combined to sketch a bizarre and absurd picture slowly unfolding in this temple. Chapter 6. 2 choices tonight seemed particularly long. The flesh before Li Shiwu, sticking together with human blood, piled up in heaps. Smelling the suffocating stench of blood and seeing the horrifying scene, Hua Erling fell to the ground, banging his head repeatedly. Master, please have mercy and give Shiwu a quick end. Don't torment him anymore, I beg you. Qian Yuanzi didn't even bother to respond, simply pulling a plate of snacks from the mouth of the coffin master, patiently enjoying this good show. As for Li Shiwu, under the extreme pain stimulus, he was nearly fainting. However, he still held on. He had endured for so many years. He absolutely could not let himself fall at this last moment. Seeing this, Qian Yuanzi couldn't help but clap his hands. He then turned to Guan San and said, you see, doesn't Shiwu look like the red monkey we stewed tonight? Skinned? Yes, yes, Guan San kept agreeing, it's exactly the same. And that monkey head was given to me by Master. It was delicious, thank you, Master. Qian Yuanzi nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Among 30 disciples, you're the most considerate. Li Shiwu, who was completely indifferent to their teacher-student affection, was just focused on skinning himself, and his movements became increasingly skilled. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, perhaps tired of watching, or perhaps feeling that this act had lost its novelty, Qian Yuanzi yawned and waved his hand, saying, Shiwu, Master won't make it difficult for you anymore. As for this black soil everywhere, I think it would be quite suitable for you as grave soil, to avoid saying that I, as a master, let my disciple's corpse rot in the wilderness. At this moment, Li Shiwu had lost most of his skin and flesh, making him look smaller. And just as the two had mentioned earlier, he looked like a skinned monkey, bizarre and laughable. However, as soon as Qian Yuanzi's words fell, something incredible happened. The black soil all over the ground seemed to come alive, beginning to breathe and writhe. It emanated a black light, exuding an indescribable depth and eeriness, as if it could cover the sky and hide the sun, burying and entombing everything. Li Shiwu was momentarily stunned by the sight before him, but soon, he was filled with wild joy, for he discovered that his body was uncontrollably sinking into this strange black soil. At the same time, black light covered him, seemingly protecting him from outside interference in the process of planting immortality. Planting immortality. Planting immortality. He saw himself as a seed, planted in the soil, and then he would become an immortal. Old man, isn't this the planting immortality view you spoke of? Seeing that his safety was assured, Li Shiwu immediately revealed his hand and laughed wildly. The repression and gloom accumulated in his chest over the past 18 years swept away in an instant. Qian Yuanzi was also stunned by this scene for a moment, but then he became furious, nearly going mad. This planting immortality view is real. He watched as Li Shiwu slowly sank into the black soil, no longer the arrogant and mocking demeanor he had before. He changed his tone and said anxiously, Disciple, quickly come out and return the chance of immortality to your master. I beg you, I really beg you. This view of planting immortality has been sought by me for a lifetime. Li Shiwu shook his head, his eyes already filled with murderous intent. Old man, give it to you? Dream on. I wish I could tear you into 1,000 pieces to relieve my hatred. He glanced at his own flesh on the ground and continued, Old man, let me tell you the truth. From the very beginning, I knew this planting immortality view was real. The reason I boldly told you about skinning and planting immortality was to deliberately lure you into thinking this place was false. After all, such a ridiculous method, with your many doubts, how could you believe it? The result is that the chance of immortality you have sought for a lifetime has been handed over to me by your own hands. Li Shiwu sighed in relief. As for my willingness to skin myself, that is my gamble. I gamble that this will be useful, that it will definitely trigger some unknown change. Fortunately, in this round, I won. This speech naturally provoked Qian Yuanzi's fury. Damn it, he roared, leaping down from the coffin with a hatchet in hand. However, this powerful strike had no effect at all. The terrifying force of the blade was completely blocked by the black light seeping from the black soil. Inside the temple, Guan San's eyes widened as he buzzed. Master, you must not be deceived. This might still be Shiwu's trick. He wants to harm you. Qian Yuanzi turned around abruptly, his eyes resembling those of a man-eating ghost. He quickly crossed a few steps and swung the hatchet, cleaving Guan San's entire chest in half. You bastard. If it weren't for your incessant meddling, how would I have thought this was a trap, thus falling into the path of that rebellious disciple Shiwu? You deserve to die? At this moment, Li Shiwu had already sunk into the black soil up to his neck. He understood immediately that he needed to remove his arms and the skin from his face until he was entirely submerged in the soil to be completely successful. Hey, old man, Now I'll give you two choices. Do you want to hear them? Li Shiwu's eyes twinkled, seemingly casually saying. Qian Yuanzi narrowed his eyes into slits. Speak. Li Shiwu nodded and continued. First, hand over this chance of becoming an immortal to me, and everything will be a wedding dress for me. Second, he smiled. You also see that I have not yet succeeded in planting immortality. If you have the ability, then do as I do, skin yourself, and complete the planting of immortality before me. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuanzi coldly scolded, Rebellious disciple, do you want me to die? Li Shiwu rolled his eyes. Let's see how you choose. Qian Yuanzi fell silent, only pulling out a sharp dagger from his waist. He then stripped off his Taoist robe, revealing his withered and scarred old body. In fact, even if Li Shiwu hadn't said anything, he would still learn to skin himself to plant immortality. After all, he had sought this planting immortality view for a lifetime, and now that it had come to this, even knowing that Li Shiwu was leading him to his death, he had to try, even if there was only a glimmer of hope. Good disciple, I won't let you succeed easily. Qian Yuanzi's eyes turned fierce, and just like Li Shiwu did earlier, he used the dagger to make incisions all over his body, beginning to tear off his own skin. As he felt the surge of vitality entering his body, his eyes grew more filled with regret and madness, while his hands moved ever faster. Seeing this, Li Shiwu held his breath and concentrated. He immediately took a small knife, using its sharp blade to peel off the flesh from his arms and face. Thus, a unique self-skinning contest unfolded vividly between the master and disciple. Only one person could successfully plant immortality and enjoy the chance of becoming an immortal. Chapter 7. Qian Yuanzi's death inside the temple. Qian Yuanzi was nearly driven mad. Seeing this, Hua Erling felt a surge of determination and picked up the hatchet on the ground, swinging it down without hesitation. Get lost. Qian Yuanzi's arm shook, and Hua Erling was uncontrollably smashed against the wall, blood gushing from his mouth, and he fainted. The chance of immortality is mine. Qian Yuanzi completely lost his mind. In order to be faster than Li Shiwu, he recklessly tore off his own skin and flesh in large chunks. Witnessing this scene, a wave of comfort washed over Li Shiwu, like a refreshing spring after a hot summer's day, making him feel exhilarated. How many nights had he awoken in a cold sweat from nightmares, fearing that he would be chopped to pieces by the other party? And now, everything was finally coming to an end. Master, thank you. Thank you for personally giving me this chance of planting immortality. Once I become the immortal who roams freely in the world, I will definitely not forget to find your 7 souls and 6 spirits and burn them for 1,000 or 10,000 years with the fire of the 9 underworlds. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuanzi's face was indescribably twisted. He raised his head hoarsely and said, Damn it, I raised you up. And you want to poke out my eyes in return? Dream on. Qian Yuanzi's movements grew even faster. The sounds of skin and flesh separating echoed, making this desolate Taoist temple resemble a hell of skinning, terrifying beyond words. But one step faster, each step faster. Under Li Shiwu's careful strategy, he had already gained the upper hand. In this contest to plant immortality, he would not lose. Finally, he had only a patch of skin left on the top of his head. Master, I go first. Li Shiwu's tone was light and filled with a smile as he looked on. Hearing this, Qian Yuanzi glanced over and was momentarily stunned. Then, without hesitation, he knelt down, wagging his tail like a lost dog. Damn it, no? Disciple Shiwu. Master begs you, stop, please stop. I have sought this temple for a lifetime, a whole lifetime. You can't do this, you can't. However, Li Shiwu, seeing this, showed no ripple in his eyes, and, at this final moment, his emotions calmed down. He softly spoke, with a hint of mockery, Master, thank you. I really like this chance of planting immortality, as he exerted force in his hands. After the final glimmer of bloodlight, in that instant, Li Shiwu's entire body fell uncontrollably into the strange black soil, disappearing without a trace. No, no. Qian Yuanzi roared to the sky, filled with unwillingness, frustration, and regret, as Li 15 successfully cultivated the immortal seed. The peculiar vitality from the black soil no longer surged into his body. Qian Yuanzi, lacking that support of vitality and having previously torn his own flesh in a frenzied manner, found himself completely broken at this moment. He collapsed straight down, his body like a dying candle, with life slipping away. Rebellious disciple, come out. Give me back what is mine. The immortal fate is mine. The immortal seed view is mine. Return it to me, return it to me. Qian Yuanzi cried out in a childlike tone. struggling to crawl towards the place where Li 15 had vanished, leaving behind a trail of thick blood. He had dreamed of this for a lifetime, sought it for a lifetime, and plotted for a lifetime. Unexpectedly, it all turned out to be in vain, failing at the last moment, and he had become someone else's wedding dress for nothing. Qian Yuanzai died. He died because of his own caution and suspicion, because of his arrogance and pride, because of his wrongful actions, and also due to the will of heaven. He lay there in the immortal seed view he had longed for, his eyes wide open, unable to close them even in death. And this cruel play of cultivating the immortal seed seemed to come to an abrupt halt at this moment. In the corner, Hua Erling was curled up, his fingertips trembling slightly, and only then did he wake up. 15, he murmured, coughing up a mouthful of blood and phlegm. He suddenly sat up with a start. Scanning the inside of the view, he found no trace of Li 15. On the other side, Guan San, whose chest had been cleaved open by Qian Yuanzai's sword, surprisingly had not died either, but was producing intermittent, barely audible cries for help. 2. Save me, save me. We grew up together. I don't want to die. 15 has already cultivated the immortal seed. When he becomes an immortal, our good days will come. Help me, I beg you. Looking at the strong man slumped in a pool of blood, Hua Erling's eyes were filled with disgust. You don't want to die? Did those senior brothers who died because of you want to die? Hua Erling roared in anger, tightly closing his eyes and choosing to ignore it. Slowly, Guansen finally breathed his last. Looking at the remains of his fellow disciple, Hua Erling could only sigh. Had I known it would come to this, why bother? Then, he glanced at Qian Yuanzai's corpse. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The desolate Taoist temple began to disappear bit by bit right under Hua Erling's eyes, as if it had never existed. Hua Erling was taken aback by the scene before him and hurriedly looked down. He saw that the strange black soil in the temple remained, like a neatly arranged vegetable garden, measuring 10 meters in length and width, spread out before him. The remnants of Qian Yuanzai, Guan San, and Shi Erba's bodies were also laid on the black soil. In addition, there was the toad-shaped coffin, as large as a millstone, quietly squatting there, silent. Seeing that nothing was missing, Hua Erling couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Then, he slumped down, allowing the cold wind to brush against his face, his emotions swirling as he cried and laughed. They're all dead, all dead. Ho Chi, Zhao Si, Shi Erba, Guan San, and Qian Yuanzai, they're all dead. The next day, as the sky gradually brightened, Hua Erling propped up his injured body and moved the corpses of Qian Yuanzai and the others away from the strange black soil. He worried that the 3 corpses would affect Li 15's cultivation of the immortal seed. Once he finished, he stood beside the black soil and called out, 15. Are you okay? Can you hear me? Hua Erling's tone was concerned, with no hint of greed in his eyes. 15, you must strive hard. You must successfully cultivate the immortal seed. Chapter 8. The sun was high in the sky, its warm light gently caressing the earth. Hua Erling squatted beside the black soil, hesitating for a long time before he could not help but reach out to grab a handful. After examining it, he found the black soil to be extremely fine and distinct, resembling quicksand. Moreover, it felt icy to the touch, sending a chilling sensation straight to the bone, as if it could freeze a person's soul. Not only that, but the soil was also incredibly heavy. Even a small handful weighed more than copper or iron. Truly, this was immortal soil. Hua Erling released his grip, turned to look at the pile of corpses, and sighed. He then stood up, dug a hole, and buried the bodies. In addition, there was the remains of Ho Chi. Though the latter often mocked him for keeping Qian Yuanzai warm, death was a serious matter, and they had all grown up together, so he did not hold a grudge. That night, after finishing everything, Hua Erling built a makeshift hut beside the black soil and settled down. Days passed. The earth gradually warmed, and plants began to bud. However, Hua Erling remained in constant fear. This was because every night, the black soil was filled with countless strange screeches, their sounds piercing and sorrowful, like countless infants wailing and ghosts lamenting. At times, he could even see yellow paper money floating down from the heavens, gently landing on the black soil. But in the latter half of the night, the situation changed. The ghostly wails ceased, replaced by a dense chanting that was solemn and dignified, as if the heavenly deities were performing a rite. This was too absurd. Was 15 really an immortal? Hua Erling stood by the hut, filled with worry. Before he knew it, a month had passed. On this night, the stars and moon were obscured, and the world was unusually dark. However, The black soil seemed exceptionally calm tonight. Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded, its magnitude shaking the heavens and earth, turning the dark night into a bright day. Hua Erling was awakened from his sleep, turned his head, and instantly froze, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. 15. He saw that in the center of the black soil, a crack had opened up, from which deep red light emanated, filling the air with an unsettling, ominous aura, and a peculiar essence that seemed capable of annihilating everything and returning it to dust. It was at this moment that Hua Erling saw a black human skeleton slowly crawling out from within. It resembled a malevolent spirit from the underworld, breaking free from shackles and descending to the mortal realm. 15. Is that you? Hua Erling stared at the black bones, tears gleaming in the corners of his eyes, his throat nearly choking with emotion. He never expected that the last remaining senior brother would appear in such a ghostly form. But in the next instant, a miracle occurred. It was as if an invisible and indescribable force rose from the black soil, swirling around the black bones in intricate patterns. Following this, flesh buds began to grow and intertwine on the black bones. As the night slowly passed, Hua Erling lost track of time. Eventually, a young man with hair like a waterfall, a gentle and serene face, and an exceptionally youthful appearance stood there without a stitch of clothing. Erling, stop crying for now. Can you at least get me some clothes? Li 15 said, one hand resting on his waist and the other on his forehead, smiling helplessly. Moments later, Li 15 changed into his original Taoist robe. A simple bonfire was lit on the ground, sparks occasionally leaping high before extinguishing. 15. Have you become an immortal? Hua Erling's face was flushed red by the firelight, and after hesitating to speak, he couldn't help but ask the question. Is it immortality? Li Shiwu raised an eyebrow and shook his head. I don't think so. So far, I've only taken the first step and successfully planted the seed of immortality. As for whether it will bring fortune or disaster in the future, who knows? As he spoke, Li Shiwu raised his palm and focused. Beneath his fair skin, he could clearly sense the surging power of flesh and blood within him, enough to tear apart tigers and leopards effortlessly. Other than that, he knew very little about his current body and needed to explore it slowly. Hua Erling sighed upon hearing this. Unfortunately, that view of immortality is gone, and the black soil where you planted the seed of immortality is also missing. Otherwise, we might find some clues. However, as soon as this was said, the atmosphere by the fire became tense. The joy on Li Shiwu's face disappeared, replaced by an unspeakable grimness. The black soil beneath my feet is gone. When did that happen? Just now, when you regrew your flesh. I saw that black soil disappear with my own eyes. Hua Erling was somewhat puzzled. Not understanding the meaning of this question, Li Shiwu fell silent and looked down. From his perspective, the strange black soil used for planting the seed of immortality was still there. Not only that, but the view of immortality was also there. And he was currently within the Taoist temple. Erling, can you really not see the view of immortality and the black soil beneath my feet? I can't see it. Hua Erling shook his head. Li Shiwu stopped asking and simply stood up, raising his foot to walk towards the temple door. However, just as he was about to step out, something strange happened again. The view of immortality seemed to linger like a ghost, automatically shifting forward, preventing him from stepping out. I don't believe it. It's just a broken temple. You think you can trap me? Li Shiwu cursed softly, but his legs suddenly exerted force as he dove in one direction. After 100 meters, he looked up and found that the temple was still following him, and he was still within it. Shiwu, what are you doing? Hua Erling asked, somewhat confused as he watched Li Shiwu jumping around like a monkey. Nothing. Li Shiwu replied and tried to lift his foot from the black soil, but found it impossible. The black soil clung to his feet like a parasite, making it impossible to break free. How can this be? How can this be? He kept questioning himself, his thoughts racing. Planting immortality, just like a seedling. It cannot leave its root soil. Could it be that my immortal seedling also cannot escape the black soil and the view of immortality beneath my feet? With this thought, Li Shiwu fell into deep silence. He felt that after escaping the pit of Qianyuanzi, he had jumped into an even bigger pit. The night wind blew, causing the flames to sway, reflecting the uncertainty in both their hearts. And so a night passed. Morning. Li Shiwu lowered his eyes and extinguished the embers of the bonfire in front of him with one foot. After exploring last night, he gradually figured out some things. Regardless of the view of immortality or the strange black soil beneath his feet, outsiders could neither see nor touch them. As for his own perspective, although both were constantly entangled with him, They seemed almost transparent, not affecting his sight or daily actions. Old Master Coffin. Li Shiwu focused his gaze on the bronze toad the size of a grinding disc and approached it step by step. Oddly enough, this fierce creature, which lacked intelligence, now showed a rare sense of fear in its small eyes. Good boy, be obedient. Li Shiwu reached out to pat the toad's head, softly comforting it. In the blink of an eye, the large toad vanished, leaving only a bronze-colored, exquisitely crafted toad ornament in his palm. After thinking for a moment, he imitated Qianyuanzi and had the toad bite onto his left earlobe, letting it dangle there casually. With this little adjustment, an inexplicable sense of eeriness arose from the young and handsome Taoist. After finishing everything, Li Shiwu suddenly jolted, as if he remembered something, and hurriedly turned around. Erling, where is Qianyuanzi's corpse? He had a sheepskin scroll that he treasured dearly, which should contain information about the view of immortality. Otherwise, how could an old man with a face full of pockmarks know such a great secret of the world? Upon hearing this, Hua Erling quickly responded. The sheepskin scroll? Shiwu. Follow me. That thing should still be on the old man. Chapter 9. Tang City following Hua Erling. The two walked through the morning due to a thicket of thorns and rocks. Qianyuanzi's bloodied and decayed body was carelessly discarded there, and even the nearby weeds, having been contaminated by the corpse water, began to wither. I don't want to bury him. Leaving the corpse out here is just fine, Hua Erling explained. Li Shiwu glanced at it, suppressing the urge to gag from the putrid smell, and knelt down to search carefully through Qianyuanzi's Taoist robe. Soon, a yellow-brown sheepskin scroll appeared in his hand. When he unfolded it, it was about the size of 2 palms. However, after Li Shiwu took a glance, an indescribable absurdity surged in his heart. Shiwu, what's wrong? Hua Erling leaned in, peering over, and was also taken aback. What he saw on the sheepskin scroll was a row of crooked little characters, resembling the childish scrawl of a young child, looking extremely immature. It simply stated, once there was a mountain, on the mountain was a temple, in the temple was a patch of soil. No flowers were planted, no grass was planted. Only immortality was planted. There was even a signature at the bottom, Qingyang Temple, Fire Flame Real Person. In addition, the scroll had indeed sketched a small Taoist temple and included simple elements like white clouds, the sun, and green grass. Looking at this childish text and drawing style, the first impression it gave was that the sheepskin scroll had been doodled by a child just a few years old. How can this be? Why is this? Li Shiwu was baffled, unable to comprehend the reason behind all of this. Shiwu, don't overthink it. Isn't there a mention of Qingyang Temple on it? If we go find it, we can uncover the truth, Hua Erling comforted. Li Shiwu responded with a sound, realizing that there was no other choice now. After all, he had successfully planted the seed of immortality. He had to actively seek out everything related to the view of immortality. Erling, let's burn Qianyuanzi, Li Shiwu suddenly suggested. Huh? Hua Erling frowned. Shiwu, burning this old man, isn't that too lenient for him? Li Shiwu shook his head. No, I just feel that this world is unusual, which is why creatures like Old Master Coffin exist. You see, this old man's corpse is decaying very slowly. To avoid any evil, it's better to burn it with fire and end it once and for all. I don't want to see Qianyuanzi turn into some strange entity and continue to haunt us. Okay, Hua Erling shivered slightly. I'll listen to you. Then, the two searched for dry firewood nearby. Around noon, at the peak of the sun's energy, a platform made of decayed wood was built in an open space. Li Shiwu looked up, seeing the sunlight glaring and somewhat blinding, as a wisp of firelight fell down. In an instant, flames erupted fiercely, bringing a wave of heat that stirred the loose hair of 2 young people. 15, it's just us left. Hua Erling lowered his head, feeling a strange heaviness in his heart. Yeah, it's just the 2 of us. Li 15's face flickered in the firelight, his tone somber. These people, like floating duckweed, are rootless and without a home, not even knowing where home is. They just follow Qianyuanzi, wandering from place to place, living in fear and enduring hardships. At that moment, a series of mournful howls suddenly erupted from the flames, sharp and piercing, as if something was about to awaken. Instantly, the 2 came to their senses and exchanged a glance. Erling, add more wood. Okay. As for Li 15, he gripped Qianyuanzi's machete tightly, staring intently at the decaying corpse in the fire, prepared for any unexpected events. Master, you can rest easy now. I will help you achieve immortality. It wasn't until night fell again that the flames gradually extinguished. Amid the chaos, Qianyuanzi's body was finally burned clean, mixed with the ashes of grass and wood. indistinguishable from one another. Seeing this, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief, but a strong sense of fear rose in their hearts. Phew! If that old thing's corpse had turned into something evil, it would have been a disaster, Li 15 said with a laugh, feeling particularly relaxed. But soon, he restrained his smile and asked, Erling, where are we burying them? Follow me. In the night, Li 15 stood before 4 small mounds, gazing for a long time. Until a gust of night wind, carrying a bone-chilling chill, swept by, he took down the coffin and pulled out a map-like object from its belly. Unfolding it, it was indeed a rough terrain map. It wasn't detailed, but it was sufficient for his needs. Bingzhou, Li 15 murmured, realizing that the two of them were currently in a place called Bingzhou. Just from the incomplete map in hand, he could tell that Bingzhou was extraordinarily vast, with various majestic mountain ranges crisscrossing and rising one after another. Erling, let's head east. There's a city in that direction, and it's the closest to us. And so they walked for a full 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, after crossing a mountain, they finally saw the city marked on the map. After taking out some gold and silver from the coffin and cleaning the dust from their bodies, they slowly made their way toward the city gate. Before long, they arrived at Tang City. Under the city gate, Hua Erling looked at the 2 large characters engraved on the city wall and watched the bustling citizens coming and going. Unable to help but mumble, 15, why don't we leave? There are too many people here, and I feel quite uncomfortable. The two had lived in the mountains for a long time, and suddenly arriving in the mundane world was indeed quite unfamiliar. Just then, the sound of hooves thundered, raising a cloud of dust as it rushed in from the distance. The citizens saw this and quickly retreated to the sides of the road, lowering their heads, seemingly not daring to bump into this group. After a few breaths, Li 15 finally saw clearly. It was a group of 10 men dressed in white robes and wearing red hats, leading over 100 horses into the city. With just one glance, Li 15's attention was drawn to the horses they were riding. These horses were strange, extremely strange. Each one was half a head taller than a normal horse, completely hairless, and covered in what looked like black lumps of flesh. Moreover, these horses had no hooves. Where the hooves should be, there were 5 finger bones, resembling a human hand. After Li 15 successfully cultivated immortality, his perception was vastly different from before. He inexplicably felt that the horses in front of him were not horses at all, but rather people. Chapter 10. The Cult of Taming Humans 15. Quick look. These horses have such lively eyes, as if they have feelings, unlike ordinary livestock, Hua Erling whispered. Li 15's expression was grave, his tone vague. Why do I feel that these horses are not horses, but resemble humans? Just such a light remark was unexpectedly noticed by the 10 men on horseback. The leader, a middle-aged man with a red hat and a goatee, around 40 years old, rode closer and, after glancing at Li 15's robe, smiled meaningfully. My young friend, do you know who we are and where we come from? I don't know. Li 15 shook his head and bowed slightly, saying that if he had just spoken out of turn, he hoped to be forgiven. No matter. The middle-aged man waved his hand with a smile, then uttered a few words. We come from the cult of taming humans. Young friend, can you guess what we do for a living? Hearing this, Li 15 turned his head to look at the strange horses again and shook his head. Sorry. I can't guess. The middle-aged man did not blame him and simply explained, in the cult of taming humans, we like to raise some livestock to sell. For example, the 5-fingered horses we have are raised within the sect. Look, aren't they quite spirited? Li 15 nodded yes. But according to what you said, why don't you call it the cult of taming beasts, but rather the cult of taming humans? As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately caused all 10 men on horseback to burst into laughter. The middle-aged man stroked his goatee, looking at Li 15 with increasing amusement. The more spirited the livestock, the better price it can fetch, right? That's right, Li 15 replied. Humans are the leaders of all beings, born with wisdom, right? That's right. In that case, directly transforming humans into livestock not only saves time and effort, but also fetches a good price, right? That's right. Li 15's words came to a halt, his gaze shaking, clearly shocked by the truth that had inadvertently been revealed by the other party. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly and called to the other subordinates, leading the horses into the city one by one. TSK, I wonder where this ignorant child came from. In this great Yao immortal dynasty, even our cult of taming humans is unknown to him. How pitiful, truly pitiful. Until they all entered the city. The commotion of the pedestrians and citizens on the road resumed. Li 15 lowered his head, his expression complicated. Erling, did you hear that? According to him, Those more than 100 strange horses are not horses at all, but people. People have 5 fingers, so those horses are called 5-fingered horses. Hua Erling, feeling flustered, also heard this. Li 15 sighed. I hope this world isn't filled with people like Qian Yuanzi, otherwise, life would really be unbearable. Afterward, the two successfully entered the city. They found the roads wide, with shops lining both sides, red bricks and green tiles everywhere, everything in perfect order. Additionally, there were the ubiquitous crabapple trees densely planted in various corners. So this is how Tang City got its name. Li 15 sighed, and, along with Hua Erling, arrived at a clothing store. After several selections, they each chose a brand new black robe to change into. They also bought 2 pairs of shoes. However, after trying them on, both felt quite awkward, finding them uncomfortable. They had grown unaccustomed to being restrained after walking barefoot in the mountains since childhood. Forget it. Li 15 threw the shoes onto the counter. Refund. Hua Erling slapped the counter forcefully. The somewhat sleepy and plump shopkeeper impatiently said, Go dream. You paid. So hurry up and get lost. Li Shiwu remained silent upon seeing this, only mimicking the fierce demeanor of Qian Yuanzi as he slammed the axe onto the counter. My master's surname is Qian, and his name is Yuanzai. Why don't you try backing off? He'll chop you. Moments later, the two laughed heartily and walked away. Of course, they did not return the items at full price. They had tried on clean shoes from someone else, and it was only right to compensate a little. After wandering around for a while, they spotted an old man with a white beard setting up a fortune-telling stall by the roadside, dozing off. Li Shiwu approached and said, Old sir, I'd like to ask something. 10 copper coins, no bargaining, the old man replied without opening his eyes. All right, Li Shiwu took a deep breath. Do you know where Qingyang Temple is located? Is Master Huiyin there? Oh, 2 questions, huh? The old man opened his eyes, which were clouded and full of shrewdness. Young man, you've asked the right person. That Qingyang Temple is about 1,500 miles east of the city, located on a low mountain. A few years back, when this old man was still spry, I went to drink with those Taoists and had a good time. He clicked his tongue and continued, As for Master Huiyin, I've never heard of him. Who knows what kind of wild Taoist he is? Li Shiwu couldn't help but feel joy. He hadn't expected to find out about the Qingyang Temple so easily, as recorded on the sheepskin scroll. However, looking at the old man before him, he felt a bit inscrutable. So he bowed and said, Senior, do you have dealings with Qingyang Temple? Could it be that you are also a practitioner? The old man chuckled. Young man, that Qingyang Temple is just a bunch of ordinary folks. What kind of cultivation are they doing? Li Shiwu's expression froze as he counted the copper coins and turned to leave. However, as he walked, his fists clenched tightly and veins bulged on his forehead. He lowered his head, looking at the black soil that clung to his feet like a parasite, and then at the Zhongxian temple that had encompassed him all along. He absolutely did not believe that the Qingyang Temple, which had spread the notion of Zhongxian, could be a mundane place. Shiwu, don't be anxious. The truth will be clear once we go see it, Hua Erling whispered. They quickly ate something and bought some cooked meat buns to secretly place in the coffin's belly. Seeing that the sun was still early, Li Shiwu decided to go directly to Qingyang Temple to check it out. However, as they passed a certain spot, they ran into a group from the Huanuzong who were selling over 100 5-fingered horses they had brought into the city that morning. A crowd had gathered around, all dressed brightly, clearly the wealthy and powerful from the city, young masters and ladies. They were all eager, shouting excitedly, as if they all wanted to buy such a strange horse. Suddenly, a whistle sounded. It was the middle-aged man with a goatee from the morning. He wore a red high hat and pointed to the horses behind him. 2 little Taoists, are you on your way? Buy a horse, once you pass this village. There won't be this shop anymore. After all, these things are rare and in high demand. Li Shiwu smiled awkwardly, bowed, and hurriedly pulled Hua Erling out of the city. The people in the city merely sneered at the 2 barefoot little Taoists and paid them no further attention. Outside the city gate, under the sunlight, Hua Erling covered his mouth, eyes wide with shock. Shiwu, what is wrong with you? Li Shiwu, who had once had a full head of black hair, now had an eerie, withered yellow color, as if it could fall off at any moment. His face and skin were also shriveled and wrinkled. All this happened in an instant as they left the city. Chapter 11. Qingyang Temple under the city gate. Li Shiwu, his body moving stiffly as if rusted, took out a copper mirror from the coffin's belly. Staring at his reflection, he was speechless for a long time. Passers-by were startled by his terrifying appearance and hurriedly walked away. Shiwu, what is wrong with you? Let us go see a doctor. Say something. Hua Erling was getting anxious. Erling, you know that to grow crops, the soil needs fertilizing, so the seedlings can grow quickly and well. What do you mean? Hua Erling seemed to realize something. Exactly, Li Shiwu replied emphatically, looking down at the strange black soil that he couldn't shake off. Taking a deep breath, he said, I think it's possible that the black soil under my feet has no nutrients left, which is why my seedling is withering and drying up. Hearing this, Hua Erling's spirit jolted. Without another word, he stepped forward, blocking a dung cart just leaving the city, kicked the dung worker to the ground, threw down a handful of silver coins, and said fiercely, let the person go, leave the dung, and get the hell out of here. Then he turned back, Shiwu, do you think this is enough? If it's not enough, today I'll risk my life to make all the people of Tang City turn it upside down in filth. Li Shiwu was somewhat speechless and said, Erling, don't make a fuss, it's not that simple. Then what should we do? Hua Erling was increasingly anxious. Li Shiwu remained silent, gazing into the distance at the rolling green mountains and the birds circling in the sky. His gaze gradually became resolute. Erling, let us go back into the city. After saying that, the two immediately turned around and re-entered Tang City. The Huanzhong's horse sale was still ongoing. However, in just a short time, of the over 100 five-fingered horses, only about 20 remained. The wealthy and powerful folks were all red-faced, and the competition grew fiercer. Get lost. Clear the way for me. Li Shiwu held the axe in one hand, ruthlessly pushing people aside, resembling a bandit. The surrounding crowd, seeing his terrifying face and fierce demeanor, hurriedly avoided him. Interesting. The middle-aged man with the goatee adjusted his red high hat, watching with great interest as Li Shiwu approached him step by step. Young friend, you seem to be in some trouble. The situation doesn't look good. His tone was calm, and he casually glanced at the coffin hanging from Li Shiwu's left ear. Senior, could you sell me a horse? Li Shiwu cupped his hands, his attitude sincere. Sure. 200 gold coins. Not expensive, reasonable. Li Shiwu didn't haggle. He simply took out 200 gold coins from the coffin and placed them before the man. Splendid. In that case, choose one for yourself, the middle-aged man said with a smile, pointing to the horses behind. Li Shiwu didn't hesitate, leading the nearest five-fingered horse and respectfully bowing. Thank you, senior, for your generosity. Don't panic. This is for you. The goateed man pulled out a piece of yellow paper from his pocket, which bore a mysterious seal drawn in red cinnabar, with a large character for Huanzhong on the back. This is the command talisman of my Huanzhong. From now on, this horse will be under your control for life and death. If this beast misbehaves, you can kill it. Li Shiwu took the yellow paper with both hands. Thanking him again, the goateed man asked, Young friend, what is your name? I am Li Shiwu. May I ask for your name, senior? Pang Dahai. Oh. The middle-aged man's expression changed, displeased. Kid, wipe that presumptuous and annoying look off your face. The surname Pang is ancient and carries great significance. You wouldn't even dare to think about it. Li Shiwu nodded, seriously gazing at the middle-aged man for a moment before leading the horse and walking away with Hua Erling without looking back. Boss, that kid seems a bit off. Nothing to worry about, Pang Dahai said calmly. In today's world, strange events keep happening. This kid might have gotten into something. As for that frog, a mere coffin in front of my insect is nothing. Outside the city gate, Hua Erling scrutinized the five-finger horse, especially its pair of eyes, feeling increasingly that it was indeed a person. What now, 15? Li Shiwu looked up at the sun, said nothing, and directly mounted the horse, pulling Hua Erling up with him. He felt the horse's back was flat, its spine strong and powerful, completely incomparable to the donkeys he had ridden before. This place was 1,500 miles away from the Qingyang Temple. Given my current condition, I feel that I can last at most half a month. After half a month, I fear I will completely wither away, my soul scattered, so I can't care whether it's a horse or a person anymore. We must reach the Qingyang Temple first. Li Shiwu, feeling his physical condition, reached out to touch the horse's head and said in a deep voice, Your life contract is in my hands. For this journey of 1,500 miles, I hope you can be a bit faster. As for my senior brothers, although they have had a rough life, they are not harsh or tyrannical people, so they won't make things too difficult for you. At this time, a wealthy young master, wearing a feathered hat and having just managed to buy a five-finger horse, was preparing to take a stroll out of the city with a group of servants. Seeing the two young Taoists riding the five-finger horse blocking the city gate, he couldn't help but sneer, feeling a sense of rivalry. So, feigning composure, he said, How about a horse race, Taoist? Li Shiwu turned his head, squinted, raised his knife, and said, "I don't have time to mess around with you. If you talk more nonsense, I'll chop you down." Hua Erling shouted, "Roll, roll, roll, we're busy." As for the black horse beneath them, it instantly showed a look of terror, raised its hooves, and with a whinny, shot out like an arrow. Horse, didn't Tiwi agree not to be cruel? The two were also helpless. After all, they had followed Qianyuanzi since childhood, and after years of hearing and seeing, this was quite normal. Thus, the two headed east. As for the five-finger horse from the Hu-Nar sect, it was worth every bit of 200 gold. Its pace was like the wind, yet extremely stable, and it required no one to actively guide it, nor did they need to worry about going the wrong way or getting stuck in mud. So, as dusk approached on the second day, the two, having rushed along, successfully arrived at the foot of the low mountain where the Qingyang temple was located. Even from a distance, they could see the temple's eaves glimmering in the sunset. "Erling, let us go." Li Shiwufei jumped off the horse, grabbed the reins, and began to walk up the mountain along a path. Half a stick of incense later, a temple named Qingyang appeared clearly in front of them, ancient and fragrant, exuding a tranquil and natural charm, causing the two who had been rushing to calm down. "Two Taoist brothers, have you come to wander and wish to stay the night?" A young Taoist boy, seeing the two dressed in Taoist robes, took the initiative to greet them. However, upon seeing Li Shiwufei's appearance and the five-finger horse behind him, his eyes immediately revealed a look of terror. Li Shiwufei, seeing this, was not surprised but instead took the opportunity to be polite. "If so, I apologize for the disturbance. This brother your horse?" The young Taoist boy hesitated to speak. "Nothing, just find a place to tie it up and feed it some buns." Li Shiwufei thought for a moment and then took out a piece of gold. This time, to disturb the temple, consider this a token of appreciation, like incense money. The young Taoist boy's eyes lit up, and he immediately smiled as he reached out to accept it. "Your words are polite. All Taoist sects are one family. Allow me to inform the temple master." Watching the other party leave, Li Shiwufei began to carefully observe the temple before him. Apart from being a bit tranquil, it was indeed as the old man with the white beard had said, it was very mundane, without any supernatural qualities. Li Shiwufei furrowed his brows. How could this be? Since it is related to the Zhongshan temple, how could the Qingyang temple be so ordinary? Chapter 12, Non-Existent Night Fell. The temple master of Qingyang was a kind-looking man in his 60s, wearing a green Taoist robe and holding a whisk. Perhaps because Li Shiwufei had given him a piece of gold, he prepared a simple vegetarian meal in a side hall, accompanied by a few middle-aged Taoists. During the meal, they chatted happily. "Little friend 15, are you passing through for a temple called Zhongshan?" The temple master showed a hint of surprise. "Yes," Li Shiwufei nodded. "If the temple master knows anything, I would be very grateful." Upon hearing this, a look of difficulty appeared on the temple master's face. "To be honest, little friend, I have been the temple master for over 20 years, and the previous temple master was my master, so I am clear about everything in the temple. However, I have never heard of the Zhongshan temple. I'm terribly sorry." Upon hearing this, Li Shiwufei's hand holding the chopsticks froze in midair, his mind turning rapidly. Was the temple master's words true or false? Seeing this, the temple master couldn't help but say, "Little friend, you look like you have suffered a great illness or have encountered something unclean. In any case, you should seek a high person to find a solution. Unfortunately, all of us in the Qingyang temple are just ordinary people and truly cannot help." Li Shiwufei, upon hearing this, merely poured a cup of wine for the temple master in front of him. Without changing his expression, he said, "Senior, since you don't know about the Zhongshan temple, have you heard of a person named Huayan Shanren?" Huayan Shanren? The temple master couldn't help but frown, as if remembering something. "Little friend 15, there is no Huayan Shanren in our temple, only a Huayanzi. There are more than 200 Taoists in the Qingyang temple, and he is just the one who rings the bell, very low-key, and rarely goes out. Little friend, are you looking for him?" Upon hearing this, Li Shiwufei suddenly stood up, joyfully saying, "Senior, where is Huayanzi now? Little friend, please follow me." A moment later, the group arrived at the back courtyard of the temple and found an old Taoist over 50, preparing to sleep in one of the rooms. "Temple master, it's almost bedtime, and you come to find me. Is there something to instruct me?" The old Taoist lit an oil lamp and carefully placed it on the windowsill, the weak light flowing and spreading, illuminating the few people. "Huayan Shitty, I apologize for the disturbance." The temple master performed a Taoist salute, stepping aside to reveal Li Shiwufei. "It's not I who seek you, but this little friend has something to discuss with you." Hui Yinzi took a look and was startled by Li Shiwufi's current appearance. This Taoist friend. I have never sought fame or fortune in my life and do not deal with outsiders. I don't know what you are here for. Li Shiwufi didn't hesitate and directly said, Senior, I want to inquire about something. Do you know about the Zhongxian temple? This matter is extremely important to me. Senior, please. Hui Yinzi frowned, thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, I'm sorry. I have stayed in the Qingyang temple since childhood and have never been to other temples, so I do not know of such a celestial temple. Upon hearing this, Li Shiwufi felt a wave of powerlessness and fatigue surging over him uncontrollably. He staggered a few steps. Impossible. How could this be? The sheepskin scroll clearly states Qingyang Temple, Hua Yin Shanren. I clearly arrived here. Everything matches up. Why do you say you don't know? Could it be that I have been looking in the wrong place from the very beginning? He took out the sheepskin scroll from his bosom, muttering incessantly, deeply questioning himself. At this moment, Hui Yinzi suddenly spoke, Little Taoist friend, may I take a look at that sheepskin scroll? Li Shiwu came back to his senses, hesitated for a moment, and still handed it over to the other party. Under the faint candlelight, Hui Yinzi's hands trembled slightly as he stared at the sheepskin scroll for a long time in silence. Finally, he said, Little friend, I understand. As for this item, where did you obtain it? Li Shiwu seemed to have grasped hope and hurriedly said, This item was left by my master. The seed of the immortal view on it is what he dedicated his life to. Now that my master has passed away, we, his disciples, just want to try and see if we can fulfill his last wish. Li Shiwu's words were half true and half false, with no leaks. However, Hui Yinzi sighed deeply, revealing a bitter smile. It's been nearly 50 years, and I didn't expect to see this item again. Truly, the world is unpredictable and hard to fathom. Little friend, that immortal view you seek does not exist in this world. This answer left Li Shiwu feeling like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, angrily saying, Senior, how can it be non-existent? Are you trying to deceive me on purpose? Seeing this, Hui Yinzi seemed to fall into memories and slowly spoke. Little friend, don't be anxious. Let me tell you. About 50 years ago, a fierce person came to Qingyang Temple, extremely vicious, as if he were going to eat people. He forced us to tell him the method of becoming an immortal. If not, he would kill us all. Beside him, Hua Erling immediately asked, Senior, the fierce person you mentioned, is he not the one with a face full of black spots, a crooked mouth, and mismatched eyes? Hui Yinzi nodded. Yes, that's him. Alas, my Qingyang Temple is just an ordinary temple. How could there be a method to become an immortal? But that fierce person seemed determined to entangle us. Otherwise, he would kill. At that time, I was just a small disciple, having just entered the temple not long ago. Hui Yinzi showed a nostalgic expression, looking at the sheepskin scroll in his hand, murmuring, Once there was a seed immortal view. It did not grow flowers or grass, only immortals. To be honest, and not afraid of you laughing, this sheepskin scroll was just a plaything from my childhood. As a child, I liked to write and draw, fantasizing. So I made up a seed immortal view. He sighed. At that time, the old temple master was really pressured by that fierce person and had no choice but to give away my random drawings on the sheepskin scroll. He said there existed a temple that could lead to immortality. He also falsely claimed that I was a naturally gifted child who could glimpse the heavenly secrets. And the opportunity for this immortal view came from my insights. Hui Yinzi looked at Li Shiwu and continued, I remember that at that time. That fierce person still wouldn't give up. He said the world was so big, where could he find the seed immortal view? To quickly get rid of this disaster, the old temple master tricked him again, saying to go barefoot to connect with the earth, with his head in the sky and feet on the ground, that is, to be one with heaven and earth. It would be best to bring a group of barefoot children with him. After that, as long as he thought about the seed immortal view, it would automatically appear before him, so he didn't need to run too far. Just wandering around the nearby hills would suffice. Hui Yinzi's tone was filled with nostalgia. Alas, I didn't expect that time would pass so quickly, decades just like that. Days passed without notice. I went from being a small disciple to now having gray hair, youth no longer. After listening for a long time, the temple master finally reacted. With this reminder, I also remembered that there was indeed such a thing. The old temple master back then was my master. Little friend Shiwu, the seed immortal view you spoke of does not exist at all. Chapter 13 Separation. The candlelight on the windowsill flickered, swaying unceasingly in the gusts of wind, nearly extinguishing. Hui Yinzi looked forlorn and said to Li Shiwu, Little friend, the truth is as such. You came here specifically. I suppose that fierce person was your master, right? However, that seed immortal view and the barefoot method to seek the temple were all tricks we had to use back then to deceive that fierce person. He performed a gesture of respect and said, "So, don't be too fixated on it." Seeing Li Shiwu and Hua Erling both walking barefoot, everyone at Qingyang Temple understood what was going on. "Senior, you're truly not deceiving me?" Suddenly, Li Shiwu placed a hatchet against Hui Yanzi's neck, his eyes cold as ice. He did not believe that the 30 disciples had been barefoot since childhood and suffered such misery. All just a deceptive word from the old temple master. He said with no warmth, "What if I tell you that I have already found that seed immortal view?" After all, the black soil beneath his feet was as if it were a parasite, showing no signs of being fake. However, the naive words on the sheepskin scroll, even the description of Qian Yuanzi, were all reasonable and flawless, making it hard for him to resist wavering. "Little friend, calm down," the temple master hurriedly advised. As for Hui Yanzi, though he feared the sharp blade, he still shook his head and said, "Little friend, don't be fixated. The seed immortal view truly does not exist." After a long time, Li Shiwu put away the knife. He turned around and left without looking back. The night was desolate. The mountain wind howled with a chill that wouldn't stop. Li Shiwu walked down the mountain path with unsteady steps, as if he had lost his soul. Hua Erling led the 5-fingered horse, following behind, feeling heartbroken. Fake? Doesn't exist?" Li Shiwu murmured. "If it's fake, what does it mean that Qian Yuanzi has plotted for decades, killed countless people, and abducted 30 infants? What does that count for? If it's fake, what about the suffering we've endured and the brothers who have died? What does my skin being stripped away count for? If it's fake, what about this black soil that follows me, the haunting seed immortal view? What does that count for? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it." Gradually, Li Shiwu's hair was disheveled, his appearance increasingly haggard. The feeling of his body gradually drying up was worse than having his skin stripped, making him almost unable to resist the urge to crash himself to death. "Erling, you go, don't follow me anymore." Li Shiwu suddenly turned around, glaring at his childhood companion with a male-female appearance, and shouted. At this moment, his state was too unstable. He feared that if it continued, it would lead to lifelong regret. "Shiwu, what nonsense are you talking about?" Hua Erling shook his head frantically. "At this time, how could I abandon you?" "No, absolutely not." Li Shiwu stepped forward, forcing a smile. "Erling, listen to me. You often said you have a square mark on your shoulder, and the pattern looks extraordinary. Perhaps you are of noble descent. Who knows what might happen later? Now that you are free, you have plenty of time to trace your roots. As for me, don't worry, I won't be in any danger." Before Hua Erling could refuse, Li Shiwu took down the coffin and had it spit out a large amount of gold and silver, as well as some bottles and jars. "Listen to me. You should take more gold when you seek your family. If you really find them, to put it bluntly, your relatives who have never met you will look at you differently and won't underestimate you. As for these bottles and jars, they are poisons collected by that old thing. All good for traveling the rivers and killing without bloodshed. Take them with you. Remember, we are disciples of Qian Yuanzi. When we are out, we must not let others bully us. We have only ever bullied others." Li Shiwu spoke slowly and softly, smiling. "If we are really bullied by others, that old thing in the 18 layers of hell would probably laugh at us. By the way, take this dagger with you. Qian Yuanzi used it to skin. It's a good thing that cuts through iron like mud. I won't give you the coffin. This frog is fierce, and you can't control it." Hearing the words in his ears, Hua Erling was already in tears. "Shu, can't you not go? I beg you, I truly beg you. Those family members. I don't want to search for them, not at all." Upon seeing this, Li Shiwu sighed, and as he looked up, his gaunt face appeared extremely eerie. "Erling, listen to me. You see my current state. I must find a solution, and you can't help me with anything. Don't worry, I won't be in danger. Once I find the method, I will come to find you." But in the next moment, Li Shiwu suddenly struck Han Erling on the neck with a knife hand, causing him to faint. "Erling, I'm sorry." He then placed Han Erling on the back of the horse, secured him with ropes, and loaded various bundles onto the horse. Next, he stuffed the incomplete map of Bingzhou into the other person's arms. Li Shiwu patted the horse's head, his eyes cold as he said to the horse, "I know you are a human. Your life is now in my hands. I want you to carry the person on your back. The next time we meet will be the day of your freedom. Go." With a horse's whinny, both man and horse disappeared into the night, leaving behind the sound of hooves echoing in the night sky. As the person was far away, the night grew colder. Li Shiwu gasped heavily, his face twisted in pain, collapsing into a patch of wild grass behind him. He felt his body was very hungry, his soul was very hungry. But he had no idea what could effectively relieve it. In the mountain wilderness, various beast roars and strange sounds echoed continuously, intimidating anyone. But all of this had nothing to do with Li Shiwu. He staggered to his feet again and randomly walked in one direction, his steps unsteady. The next day, the sky was clear, and a warm wind brushed against his face. Li Shiwu was covered in dirt, swaying as he arrived at a large market amidst the strange gazes of many people. It was the morning market, with monkey shows, selling puppies, selling saplings, and the sounds of buyers and sellers chatting, along with the steam rising from the bamboo steamers, all mixed together, buzzing incessantly. Li Shiwu looked at everything before him and felt as if countless flies were buzzing around his ears, making him inexplicably irritable. When he raised his head, his eyes were filled with violence. He drew out a black machete. In an instant, he seemed like a bully dominating the market, intimidating passing townsfolk and merchants with his knife. "Shut up. Get lost, all of you. Get out." Holding the machete, he chased after the merchants, who fled in all directions, looking like he was about to chop someone at any moment. In an instant, the originally bustling morning market turned into chaos, with people crying and shouting. Moments later, a group of people came with long sticks, led by a burly man with an imposing demeanor. "This is outrageous. Who gave you the courage to cause trouble in my territory?" But before he could finish speaking, Li Shiwu seemed to lose all strength and collapsed. The burly man's expression twitched. "This kind of trash, and I just arrived and scared him to death? Someone, tie him up and take him away." Chapter 14. The so-called curse. When Li Shiwu woke up, he found himself in the middle of an iron cage, with a black iron collar around his neck, clearly having become a prisoner. "Heh, you monster, you're awake?" A burly man with a full beard sat on a tiger-skin chair, sizing up the person in the cage with evident vigilance in his eyes. "Tell me, what exactly are you? It's not easy for common folks to make a living. You dog, why do you have to show off and cause trouble? Can you endure it?" Inside the cage, Li Shiwu slowly stood up. At this moment, he seemed to have regained some strength, but the feeling of hunger gnawing at his body had not disappeared, still torturing him. "Let me out." His tone was lacking warmth. "You still have a temper?" The burly man swung a horsewhip in the air, crackling, seemingly wanting to stretch his muscles and give the unruly prisoner a lesson. But in the next moment, he saw a bronze toad the size of a grinding disc. With a flick of its tongue, the iron cage visibly deformed, and the shackles on Li Shiwu fell off as well. When he looked again, Li Shiwu was standing in front of him, like a grim ghost, his bony hands gripping the man's neck, pressing him against the wall. "Where's this place?" The burly man struggled to turn his neck, looking outside the dungeon, where his subordinates were drinking and playing dice, completely unaware of the situation in the cage. "Master Dao, let's talk, let's talk." Li Shiwu slightly loosened his grip and glanced at the discarded Qianyuanzi machete in the corner, making the coffin master roll it back to him. "Master Dao, my name is Lu Xiaohu, just a town protector, usually bringing some people to maintain peace in the area. If I offended you, please forgive me. As for this place, it's called Jewel Town, within Tang City." Li Shiwu nodded, his heart stirring. He tentatively said, "Oh, last night I was drinking with a few immortals from Qingyang Temple and ended up somewhat drunk." Lu Xiaohu was taken aback, revealing a bitter smile. "Master Dao, don't trick me. Qingyang Temple is not far from here, and there are just a bunch of old geezers there. Even I could take them down with one punch. How can they be called immortals?" Li Shiwu showed no emotion. "Oh, then I must have remembered incorrectly. Since that's the case, tell me, where do those cultivators go to seek the Dao?" Lu Xiaohu was overjoyed. "Master Dao, there are indeed some in the town right now, the cultivators you mentioned. There are 3 of them, and they are preparing to subdue demons." "Subdue demons? What kind of demons?" Li Shiwu's brows furrowed tightly. He had been with Qianyuanzi for over 10 years, mostly living in desolate places, let alone demons. He hadn't even seen any humans or monsters. "This, Master Dao, I'm just a town protector, very crude, I don't understand these things. Since you have dealt with them, just ask them yourself." Li Shiwu released his grip and then had the coffin master spit out 2 gold pieces the length of his fingers, tossing them to the man. "What happened this morning was my fault. You compensate those townsfolk for me." Okay. Lu Xiaohu nodded happily, feeling that although this Taoist looked frightening, he was still somewhat reasonable. But in the next moment, Li Shiwu raised his palm and slapped him hard across the face. "Master Dao, I am a disciple of Qianyuanzi. Can I let you suffer this loss and be locked up in a dog cage for nothing? The remaining gold is for you to buy medicinal wine." Afterward, Li Shiwu asked for a black hat to wear on his head and covered his face with a black cloth to hide his currently gaunt and withered appearance. He followed the burly man into a large hall. Inside the hall, there were already 2 men and 1 woman seated. One was a young man in brocade holding a sword, another was an old monk in yellow robes, and the last was a beautiful woman carrying a bamboo basket. 3 esteemed ones. This Li Taoist is also here to subdue demons. That demon is ferocious, and having more people increases the chances of success, doesn't he? Lu Xiaohu lowered his head and bowed respectfully, introducing Li Shiwu to the 3. May I ask your name? The sword-wielding young man asked lightly, raising his gaze. Li Shiwu. Which sect do you come from? Zhongxinguan. Li Shiwu slowly uttered these 3 words, but his gaze remained fixated on the reactions of the 3 beneath the hat. He still did not give up on finding out the origins of Zhongxinguan. TSK, never heard of it. The young man smiled and shook his head. Esteemed one. If you have no master, how do we know what skills you possess? You probably can't join us on this trip. Beside him, the beautiful woman with the basket smiled like a flower. Taoist Li, is that a coffin master hanging from your ear? Yes, why? Do you want it? Li Shiwu tightened his grip on the axe in his hand. Chopping firewood was something he was skilled at, and killing people should be no different. The Taoist priest misunderstood. The woman chuckled lightly and continued, since you have a coffin lord as your spirit beast, you must have some abilities. We welcome the Taoist priest to join us on this demon-slaying journey. Li Shiwu's gaze fixed on the spirit beast. The sword-wielding youth sneered. You don't even know what a spirit beast is. Are you some wild man who just popped up out of nowhere? I just came down from the mountain and don't know about these things. Is there a problem? Li Shiwu replied bluntly. TSK, so you're a novice. Didn't your master teach you this before letting you take a coffin lord out? At this moment, the youth's eyes were filled with a hint of envy. Oh, you mean my master? He was killed by me in a brutal way, his body burned to ashes. Do you want to go down and keep him company? Li Shiwu's casual remark struck like thunder in the ears of the few people present. Even the old monk, who had been sitting quietly with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and, after a careful look, chose to mediate. He spoke, this benefactor, in the current Great Yi realm. There are no spirit beasts recorded in ancient books, nor are there demon beasts, only spirits. Li Shiwu frowned. Master, the Great Yi you speak of, is it the Great Yi Immortal dynasty? He had heard this term from a disciple of the Huanin sect while buying a horse in Tang City. The old monk replied, yes, we are all subjects of the Great Yi, part of its countless beings. He clasped his hands together and performed a Buddhist greeting. He continued, the term spirit signifies disaster and misfortune. In short, they are bizarre, inexplicable, and extremely terrifying entities. The old monk sighed and glanced at the bronze toad hanging from Li Shiwu's earlobe. Those with lesser intelligence, like the coffin lord, we refer to as spirit beasts. And those with intelligence close to humans, or even wise like demons, we call spirit demons. Currently, in Jewel Town, there is a spirit demon causing chaos, which has claimed many lives. The old monk clasped his hands together and chanted a Buddhist mantra. Everyone, please join forces to eradicate this calamity. Chapter 15 Two Major National Religions Li Shirzhu. Now you should understand what spirit beasts and spirit demons are, right? After saying this, the old monk closed his eyes again as if entering meditation. The sword-wielding youth and the woman with the basket stared at Li Shiwu, their eyes filled with obvious wariness. They felt that this person openly mentioning the murder of his master showed he was ruthless and unrestrained. As for Li Shiwu, he pondered over the old monk's words, realizing that this coffin lord was merely a so-called spirit beast. Suddenly, he spoke again. May I ask, since the Great Yi is called an immortal dynasty, are there really immortals? The woman, hearing this, had a strange expression and replied, Li Daozhong, the term immortal is so distant, I don't know anything about it. However, there have long been rumors that the Great Yi has great secrets. Even if there are immortals, they are nothing significant. Under the hat, Li Shiwu's expression was unclear. He then asked, let me ask another thing. Is the Huanin sect very powerful? Can they really turn people into beasts and sell them at will? The sword-wielding youth could no longer hold back. Li, are you really from the Great Yi? You don't even know about the Huanin sect. Let me tell you, the Huanin sect is one of the 2 major national religions of the Great Yi, and its sect master holds the esteemed position of national teacher. Their status is so high that they sit high in the clouds, like deities overlooking the masses. Li Shiwu looked incredulous. National religion? A sect that turns people into beasts can be a national religion? He felt it was clearly a cult. The woman with the basket laughed. Li Daozhong. Do you know someone from the Huanin sect? TSK. If you get to know them, that would be a stroke of luck. Li Shiwu nodded. A few days ago, when I passed through Tang City, I bought a 5-fingered horse from a Huanin sect cultivator named Fat Hai. That's why I asked. The sword-wielding youth showed surprise. Fat? That surname is incredibly noble in our great Ya. Then he sighed. Ah, what good fortune you encountered. The Huanin sect, as the name suggests, specializes in taming people and turning them into beasts. The livestock they produce are quite popular, with many vying for them. Moreover, they are often already divided among some big shots, and it's rare to sell them. Even if they do, it requires luck to encounter such an opportunity. The youth lamented. What a pity. If I had known there was such a good thing, I would have gone to Tang City and bought one. As if recalling something, he suddenly beamed and tried to ingratiate himself with Li Shiwu. I may have offended you earlier. Please forgive me. If you still have that horse, I can offer you 3 times the price. Li Shiwu nodded directly. You give me the money, and I will accept it, but whether I deliver or not, I can't guarantee. Are you playing me? The youth glared angrily. Not at all. It's just that the 5-fingered horse is not with me. After saying this, Li Shiwu looked at the woman with the basket. May I ask, I find the Huanin sect quite sinister. How can it be called a national religion? Hearing this, the woman covered her mouth and chuckled. Li Daozhong, don't underestimate their significance. Although the Huanin sect turns people into beasts, most of the people they use are criminals. Those who have committed heinous acts. Instead of killing them, it's better to turn them into cattle and horses. It's a way to make use of them. For example, there was once a trafficker who sold infants, and later a Huanin sect cultivator found him and turned him into a plow ox, gifting him to a family to work for decades, often subjected to whipping, ultimately working himself to death. With such deeds, how can it not be called a national religion? The woman sipped her tea and smiled. There are 2 national religions in the Great Ya. The Huanin sect is relatively better. As for the other one, it's truly sinister, and it is called the 10 Aspects sect. For a moment, the few people in the hall fell silent, seemingly having heard of the 10 Aspects sect, but unwilling to mention it further. 10 Aspects. Li Shiwu chewed on these 2 words and instantly felt an unusual sensation. The reason he came to meet these people was to gather some information, and it seemed that although the harvest was average, it wasn't a wasted trip. Besides that, he also wanted to see for himself what kind of terror the so-called spirit demon possessed. At this moment, the old monk, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke while moving his beads. It's getting late. Let us set off early and return early to restore peace to this area. After saying this, he stepped out with great strides. The youth and the woman followed closely behind. Seeing this, Li Shiwu didn't hesitate and immediately chose to follow. The tall man Lu Xiaohu hurriedly shouted, You few experts, this jewel town is relying on you. The sun set in the west, and dusk began to rise. Birds lightly touched the water's surface, creating circles of splashing gold that dazzled the eyes. Outside Jewel Town was a wide river 10 zhang across. Li Shiwu and the 3 stood by the river, gazing at the entire town, only to realize that although Jewel Town was called a town, it was of considerable scale. The houses were arranged in an orderly manner, stretching endlessly with smoke rising from chimneys. The woman with the basket sighed. Ah, in this world, I don't know how those spirits actually appeared. There's no other way. Our great Ya can only order the people under its rule to gather together. For if it's a remote small village, encountering even a spirit beast could lead to total annihilation. As for us cultivators, whether from sects or families, we also live among the world, hidden among the people. Hearing this, Li Shiwu suddenly understood. All these years, they had spent nights in the wilderness without seeing any cultivators rumored to drink morning dew and bask in the morning wind. The reason was that they had long concealed themselves in the secular world. A few benefactors, follow me. The old monk spoke and led several people along the riverbank to a land temple. They saw that the temple was exposed to the wind on all sides, covered in cobwebs, and did not have a statue of the land god. What was most striking were the bodies, covered with white cloth, lying on the ground, exuding a sinister and eerie aura. The old monk's tone was heavy as he said, These, dear benefactors, are the people killed by that evil spirit. 102 people lost their lives in just half a month, all in a muddled manner. Alas, this world is becoming increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, Li Shiwu scanned the surroundings, smelling the faint scent of blood and decay in the air. Gulp, he couldn't help but swallow hard. The sound of him swallowing was as clear as a needle falling in the silence of the dilapidated temple, and it reached the ears of the others. Instantly, The three changed their expressions, staring at Li Shiwu as if he were some kind of fierce ghost, filled with suspicion. The sword-wielding youth angrily said, "Li, are you some kind of evil cultivator who feeds on the flesh and blood of the living to cultivate?" The woman with the basket also turned pale, saying, "Li Daozhong, could it be that we left in a hurry and you are hungry? I have some food here, what do you think?" As for Li Shiwu, he was equally frightened. Because of the black soil beneath his feet, his body was constantly withering, torturing him. But seeing the more than 100 corpses in front of him, smelling the decay and blood, he couldn't help but feel a desire arise within him. That was to eat them, and his physical condition would improve. If he ate them, he could live. Chapter 16. The Faceless Evil Spirit. As night fell, darkness began to rise. Tonight, there was no moon. The land temple was dimly lit, wrapped in a tense and eerie atmosphere, making the few dare not even breathe. Gulp. The sound of Li Shiwu swallowing again broke the silence, sounding particularly jarring. "Li, do you really think you are a murderous monster who eats people and thirsts for blood?" The youth drew his sword, his eyes cold and fierce. "If that's the case, your act of killing your master seems quite normal." In the temple, Li Shiwu took deep breaths, struggling to suppress the absurd thoughts in his mind. Like a person with no business, he said, "Don't think too much. I just have a strange illness and a natural reaction to blood." Seeing this, the three said nothing more, but their wariness increased. Then, the youth, holding his sword, lifted a white cloth covering a corpse and used his sword to strike the ground, igniting a spark that fell into an oil lamp on the wall. Instantly, a flicker of flame rose. With the light, Li Shiwu clearly saw that beneath the white cloth was a swollen corpse, intact and unbroken in clothing. The only shocking thing was that its face had been completely skinned off, revealing the flesh underneath. The old monk spoke. "All these corpses in the temple died in the same way. They were all skinned." From this, it seemed that the evil spirit recently appearing in Taoyao Town had a method of killing that involved skinning faces. Seeing this, Li Shiwu was puzzled. Why does the evil spirit kill? What benefit do they gain from it? Hearing this, the woman explained, "Li Daozhong, whether the evil spirit or the evil beast, no one knows how they are born. Moreover, you cannot view or understand their actions with the perspective of a normal person." She sighed. "From the past, whenever they appear, they always bring disaster and harm to humans. Just like the coffin elder on your earlobe. Doesn't he also love to eat human blood buns? Very vicious." Li Shiwu nodded, indicating he understood. After that, the four of them investigated a bit more and then, taking advantage of the night, returned to Taoyao Town. Are there really only a group of ordinary Taoists in the nearby Qingyang Temple? Or is there some secret hidden there that outsiders do not know? Li Shiwu hinted. Even at this point, he still didn't believe Huiyanzi's explanation about the origin of the Taoist temple. The woman with the basket shook her head. "Li Daozhong, I know that Qingyang Temple is just a group of useless mortals." Li Shiwu responded with a sound, unable to see his specific expression. "Thank you, I understand." The night grew increasingly deep. Apart from the occasional sounds of cats and dogs, every household was closed, making it eerily quiet. The old monk, holding his Zen staff, said, "Benefactors, the evil spirit only harms people at night. We must stay alert." Hearing this, the others also became increasingly vigilant. Time slowly passed. The four of them wandered around the town in circles until a thin mist began to rise in the sky, yet there was still no movement. As for Li Shiwu, he continued to swallow hard. Just thinking of the corpses in the land temple made him feel an uncontrollable thirst. Besides that, he was also worried about Hua Erling and wondered how she was doing now. "Damn it, I can't take it anymore." The youth cursed and turned to glare at Li Shiwu, angrily saying, "What is wrong with you? Do you want to eat us? It's just an evil spirit. I'd rather go alone." After saying this, he hugged his sword and disappeared into the mist. Seeing this, the old monk shook his head. "Benefactors, since you have the courage to subdue the evil spirit, it shows that you have some confidence. Then, let us act separately. If you really encounter the evil spirit, seek help immediately." After saying this, he also vanished without a trace. As for the woman with the basket, she also performed a bow and said, "Li Daozhong, be careful." Watching them disperse, Li Shiwu couldn't help but turn around, facing the direction of the land temple outside the town, his eyes revealing deep longing. Slap! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. It was Li Shiwu, without holding back, slapping himself hard. Under the black cloth, his already withered and shriveled skin was now torn open. Li Shiwu gasped heavily, struggling to withdraw his gaze. Having followed Qianyuanzi for so many years, he was inevitably influenced by the other party. but he absolutely could not tolerate becoming a being even more evil and disgusting than him. Cultivating immortals, cultivating immortals. I am cultivating immortals, not ghosts, not demons, and not monsters, he murmured repeatedly, feeling a fear arise inexplicably, surging from all directions as if it wanted to swallow him whole. On the other side, the sword-wielding youth walked along the bluestone street, still angrily muttering about Shiwu, believing he was a disaster. Bah, killing his master and eating people. This kid is definitely no good. But he didn't notice that the white mist behind him was becoming increasingly thick. A vague voice, resembling that of a child, murmured from within the mist. It was the evil spirit. It muttered, among the evil spirits. A predecessor once said that young sword-wielders who walk alone must be treated with caution. They are mostly ruthless and very difficult to deal with. Then, it turned its gaze towards the old monk. As for this old monk, it's best not to engage with him. Although they appear kind and benevolent, once they strike, they are as fierce as a wrathful deity, terrifyingly so. After saying this, it glanced towards the woman with the basket. As for this kind of solitary, beautiful woman, TSK, one must be even more cautious. They seemed as fragile as willows in the wind. But one careless move could lead to death without knowing how it happened. The faceless demon seemed to be pondering, then turned its gaze towards Li 15. Hey, that kid over there. He looks foolish, crying one moment and laughing the next. Clearly not very bright. He probably got scared out of his wits before even seeing me. The faceless demon. Since that's the case, don't blame me. In Jewel Town, the young man holding a sword suddenly turned around. With the sword drawn, he shouted, "Who? Come out." However, aside from a thin white mist, there was no response. In another direction, as the white mist visibly thickened, Li 15's expression turned strange, as if he had guessed something. Sure enough, a figure towering over him, draped in a gray robe, emerged from the mist like a ghost. Seeing this, Li 15 showed no signs of fear. Instead, he looked up and realized that this monster had no facial features. "Hey, do you see my face?" The faceless demon suddenly spoke, its voice hoarse and piercing. "No," Li 15 shook his head. "Then give me your face." "I don't want to." "Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I'll pay you, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Hearing this, Li 15 was taken aback and touched his own wrinkled, shriveled face under the black scarf. "What? I can sell my face? What a good deal." Chapter 17. The birth of non-existent pins. The surrounding white mist grew even thicker and more turbulent. The faceless demon, with its hair disheveled, tilted its head and stared at the masked Taoist with a straw hat in front of it. "I said my face is gone." "I know," Li 15 nodded. "But I want your face," the faceless demon declared sharply. "I understand. You pay me, and I deliver the goods." "That's very reasonable." Li 15 pinched his chin and carefully observed the faceless demon. He felt that its body was neither flesh and blood nor a ghostly entity, making it hard to understand what it really was. "Ah, right." Li 15 cleared his throat and asked, "Did you buy the faces of the 102 people who died in Jewel Town?" The faceless demon nodded. "Of course, no deception between young and old. Each person, I made a prior agreement with them to take their face for a price of 100 gold coins." Hearing this, Li 15 was puzzled. "You are a demon. Do you really need to pay regular people for their faces?" The demon replied impatiently, "What are you babbling about? Hurry up and give me a price. I don't have much wealth left after I finish this deal with you. I need to find a place to make money and then come out to continue skinning faces." Li 15 said nothing, took off his hat, removed the black scarf from his face, revealing his shriveled visage. "This face of mine is worth 200 gold. Unexpectedly, the faceless demon hesitated for a moment before shaking its head. "No, you are too ugly. In my opinion, it's worth at most 10 gold. Upon hearing this, Li 15's eyes turned sharp, and his fingers instantly clenched into a fist. In an instant, a vast force surged from his body, spreading outwards in all directions. "Beast, die!" But in the next moment, the faceless demon lightly tossed a piece of yellow paper that landed precisely on his chest. Li 15's momentum dissipated, and his clenched fist loosened. As if he had sunk into a bog, the faceless demon clapped its hands, unimpressed. TSK. Is that all? With your old body? To be able to unleash such fleshly strength is somewhat impressive. But I am a demon. Who has the time to play with your fists and feet? Are you stupid?" At this moment, the yellow paper on Li 15's chest began to reveal a line of writing. "One face for 10 gold. Both parties shall not regret the contract." The faceless demon smiled. "Don't worry. This yellow paper is my life contract. Neither of us can go back on it. I am a person of principles, otherwise. After I skin your face, what if I regret not giving you gold? After saying this, it took a few steps forward, grabbed Li 15's hand, and pressed a thumbprint onto the yellow paper. Then, Li 15 appeared as if he were a marionette, holding a black firewood knife, following the line of his jaw. At this moment, the white mist that enveloped Jewel Town slowly dispersed. The sword-holding young man, the basket-carrying woman, and the old monk in yellow robes all noticed the situation and rushed to save him. However, when they were about 100 meters away, a girl in a flowery white dress with her hair simply tied up, exuding a hint of innocence, suddenly appeared and stopped them. "Benevolent lady, saving people is urgent. Please step aside." The old monk tightened his grip on his staff. "Little girl, although that Li is strange, I still cannot stand by and watch someone die." The sword-holding young man replied coldly. The girl smiled gently. "No, you cannot go. This faceless demon is my first time seeing. I need to observe its methods closely." The young man glared angrily. "Why should we listen to you?" The girl smiled without answering, but a pen appeared in her hand. This pen was entirely white like jade, glistening like snow, and its body was engraved with a clear pattern of a ghost flower. Upon seeing this pen, the basket-carrying woman was greatly shocked. The birth of non-existent pen. One of the 10 omens, the birth of non-existent pen. Hearing this, the old monk and the young man both bowed in respect. "Subjects of the great Ya, we greet you, my lord. The 10 omens, along with the cult of the tamed beasts, are the 2 major state religions of the great Ya, and they cannot afford to be careless, especially since each practitioner of the 10 omens is extremely peculiar." On the other side, Li 15 had already cut off his wrinkled face and casually handed it over to the faceless demon. The demon accepted it, nodded in satisfaction. "You did well. Here are 10 gold coins." After saying this, it threw over 10 gold coins the size of a thumb. However, it then froze in place as if witnessing something unbelievable. Li 15's flesh surged, and flesh buds continuously wriggled, and in the blink of an eye, a new human face grew out of thin air. Although it was still shriveled, it had ultimately formed. Li 15 touched his own face and held the yellow paper contract tightly in his hand. Calmly, he said, "You said this yellow paper is your life contract? What if it's true?" The faceless demon pretended to be calm. "What if it is? The contract cannot be regretted?" "Yes." Li 15 said nothing more, just staring at the strange black soil beneath his feet. He could feel that after his new face grew, the nutrients in the soil had decreased a little. Then, he looked up, and in his dark eyes, there was now a full of brutality. "Heh, I've had enough of skinning in the immortal view. You dare to let me skin faces again? Since that's the case, I'll give you enough." After saying this, Li 15's fingers curled like knives over his face, and the newly grown human face was completely ripped off. "Give me the money." Along with this, the words on the yellow paper contract, "1 face for 10 gold," glowed as they passed. This meant that the faceless demon in front of him had to act according to the contract. "All right, I'll give it." The faceless demon gritted its teeth and continued to throw out 10 gold coins. However, at this moment, Li 15 had already skinned off his third face, bloodily tossing it onto the ground, landing in the dust. 100 meters away, the old monk in the yellow robe and the 3 of them stared at this dramatic scene, all stunned and unable to believe it. On the contrary, the woman in the floral white dress from the 10 Aspects sect had a smile in her eyes, filled with surprise. Unexpectedly, truly unexpectedly, not only did they see a brand new demon today, but they also encountered such an interesting little fellow. I have a premonition that there will be great fun to watch in the future with this big fellow. In just a short moment, before Li 15, the ground was covered with countless human faces he had discarded, looking shocking and horrifying. As for himself, his hands and robe seemed to be stained with blood. Even more terrifying, the demon cried in fear, "Stop, you stop. I have no gold to pay you, and I don't want your faces anymore. Please stop." Chapter 18. Unstained by dust under the night sky. Although the faceless demon had no features, it could clearly sense that it was afraid. The person in front of it was stripping itself alive as if it had no regard for life, making it seem even more like a monster than the demon itself. At the same time, it felt that it had not checked the calendar before going out tonight. Clearly, there were 4 targets, yet by coincidence, it chose the hardest one to bite. "No more? That won't do." Li 15 tossed down another dry, hollow face. Seeing this, the demon was at a loss for words. It did not want to die, and it was bound by the yellow paper contract. However, The logic of its existence in this world was to sign contracts, strip faces, and receive money, repeating in cycles. Therefore, it could not go against it. Master Taoist, please, don't strip me anymore. The towering figure before it, resembling a small giant, actually knelt down. With a crying tone, it continued, I have no money, really no money. I exchanged my face for a woman's face and sang in the brothel in Tang City for 100 years, trying every possible way to save up that much gold. I've spent it all gone, sob sob. At this moment, the 3 old monks in the distance, along with the woman from the 10 Aspects sect, were all dumbfounded, their eyes twitching nonstop. Even Li 15 paused his actions, feeling that this thing before him was simply too bizarre. What do we do now? He couldn't help but ask. The faceless demon, hearing this, continued to wail. You've stripped 32 faces, and we've only paid you 200 gold. Therefore, we still owe you 120 gold. Next, we must repay the gold within a year, otherwise, we will be erased by the life contract. Li 15 responded with an O, then started to strip faces again. Since that's the case, let us make it an even 200 gold. In the distance, the woman in the floral dress's eyes sparkled with interest as she casually asked, what is that Taoist called? The woman with the basket replied, reporting to the distinguished lady. He is called Li 15. The woman nodded, took out her pen, and began to write in a white book. In Daya, within the territory of Bingzhou, Tang City, a faceless demon has been skinning people, causing numerous deaths and injuries. There is a Taoist called Li 15, with a face like the mid-autumn moon, complexion like spring dawn flowers, tall and standing like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. The two met and fought for 10 days and nights. In the end, the demon bowed in submission and was punished in respect for the deceased. Only I, Taoist Li 15, wore a robe as ink, unstained by dust. Listening to the woman muttering to herself, the young man holding the sword couldn't help but widen his eyes. What the heck? This Li fellow is even better looking than a dog, and he is called a celestial being? And look at him, all bloodied and looking like a monster. And he is said to be unstained by dust? However, the woman with the basket gave him a frantic look, signaling him to stop talking. In the arena, Li 15 was somewhat at a loss. He felt that with his current abilities, it seemed he couldn't kill the demon before him. So he turned to the 4. Hey, you over there, can anyone tell me how to kill this thing? Hearing this, the faceless demon also looked over. After observing for a while, it thought that the woman in the white floral dress looked easy to bully. Usually, those who smiled so broadly were fresh out of the nest. So it viciously said, You 4, do you also want to subdue this demon? Little girl, what are you staring at? Do you believe I will dig out your eyeballs? Seeing this, the woman from the 10 Aspects sect merely produced a thunder whip, and with a flick of the whip, it expanded to 100 meters in the wind, crackling with thunder light, exuding a fierce aura. She lightly laughed. Heh, a demon that has existed for a long time actually has such a big nerve. In an instant, the thunder roared, and the sound of the whip rang out continuously. Accompanying it were the demon's shrill cries, filled with sorrow. After a while, the woman from the 10 Aspects sect smiled and nodded at Li 15. Taoist Li, this demon is quite interesting. I'll leave it to you. Besides, although you have divine abilities, it seems you haven't officially embarked on the path of cultivation yet, so take care. As her voice fell, she vanished like the wind, her figure disappearing without a trace. As the figure moved away, the young man holding the sword was still chattering. This Li fellow, does he even deserve to be called a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, unstained by dust? The woman with the basket smiled bitterly. You can't say that. That woman is from the 10 Aspects sect, and the pen aspect means trouble. The pen aspect has the meaning of stirring up trouble and slandering. In Daya, it is said that even in death, one cannot be targeted by the pen in their hands, otherwise, one will never have a peaceful day again. Hearing this, the young man couldn't help but shiver. Looking at Li 15, his eyes were filled with pity. As for Li 15, he was frowning at the faceless demon in front of him. Let me ask, if you kill me, does that mean the contract is void, and I won't have to pay you back the gold? The faceless demon shook its head. No, I would die as well. The next day, the world was hazy with rain, and the ground was muddy. In Shiwu town, the town guard Lu Xiaohu arranged a small courtyard for a few people to stay temporarily. At this moment, looking out at the chaotic raindrops, Li 15 was particularly troubled. Turning back angrily, he said, Faceless man, can't you just leave? Don't follow me. I don't need your 200 gold. The faceless demon still wore a gray robe and had no facial features. According to its own words, it considered itself male. No way. We must repay you 200 gold within a year, otherwise, I will be erased by the life contract, so I can't lose you. Li 15 furrowed his brows again and looked at the old monk in yellow. Master, quickly subdue this demon. The old monk performed a Buddhist greeting and then shook his head. Li Donor, from the current situation, my Buddhist skills seem to be insufficient. The young man holding the sword followed suit, relishing in his misfortune. Oh, the Taoist who descends from the celestial realm and is unstained by dust can also be helpless? At this time, town guard Lu Xiaohu walked into the courtyard. Upon seeing the faceless man, he shuddered all over. Quickly averting his gaze, he said to Li 15, Taoist, I found out. 102 people have died in the town, and each household received 100 gold. I found it strange, they all lost someone at home. Yet they didn't make a fuss, and even seemed to be cheerful as if nothing happened. The faceless man came closer, quite pleased, and said, This demon is very particular about doing things. Li 15 casually asked, Those people die after having their faces stripped, that can't be right. The faceless man explained, When I strip faces, I usually extract their essence and spirit, then merge it into the human faces. Since that's the case, why didn't you do that when I stripped faces last night? Your face is too ugly, and it's only worth 10 gold. The faceless man stammered. Who would have thought your face could keep growing? Li Shiwu, how is that possible? Where's my knife? Chapter 19. 10 Aspects. Absurd monkey. The rain in the sky became denser. Li Shiwu stood under the eaves, looking longingly towards the direction of the land temple outside the town. At this moment, his body was very withered, and after last night's face peeling, he could clearly sense that the nutrients in the soil were almost depleted. At most 7 days, he would become like a seedling on a dry riverbed under the scorching sun, eventually dying there, burned to ashes by a single fire. What to do? What should he do? He repeatedly questioned himself in his heart. At this moment, the faceless man had changed into a beautiful woman-esque face, and his tall figure slowly shrank. In the blink of an eye, a fair-skinned, beautiful woman in a red dress, full of dust, appeared before him. She even took out a pipa, played it, and spoke in a soft Wu dialect that made one's teeth feel weak. Li Shiwu frowned. What are you doing? Going out to sing, make money, and return your gold. The woman transformed from the faceless man gracefully replied, and added, Of course. I still have to continue saving money to peel off others' faces. Li Shiwu asked again, Do you keep repeating these things? Yes. Then what is the meaning of what you do? Meaning? I don't know. I've been like this since my birth. The faceless man waved his hand and walked out the door holding the pipa. Watching the figure leave, Li Shiwu felt dazed. The fabricated yet real existence of the kind of immortal view, the absurd and bizarre curse, the national religion that transforms humans into beasts, and last night's inexplicable 10 aspects. This world is becoming more and more ridiculous. At this moment, a young man with a sword walked in from outside. He was wearing a raincoat and urged, Li, come out quickly, this kind of excitement is rare. Hearing the voice, Li Shiwu put on his hat and followed him out. Today the sky was desolate, and there were few pedestrians on the street. Standing on the bluestone slab, Li Shiwu looked into the distance. He saw a group of figures, only as tall as an ordinary person's calf, marching in an orderly manner through the misty rain, heading towards the town. As they approached, Li Shiwu couldn't help but widen his eyes. What appeared before him was actually a group of writing brushes. That's right, writing brushes. To be precise, it was a bronze-colored writing brush as thick as a baby's arm. At this moment, they were hopping on the bluestone slab, step by step, not knowing where they were jumping to. In addition, they could recite human language, and their voices were loud and uniform, like diligent students in a school. Just like now. Books are like medicine. Reading well can cure ignorance. Reading without awareness has already entered deep spring, and an inch of time is an inch of gold. Listening to the sound of reading, Li Shiwu pointed and asked, What are these things? The young man with the sword laughed. They are called scholarly gentlemen, a kind of cursed beast. These scholarly gentlemen love to read, hence the elegant title. A nearby woman with a basket added, Taoistly, do you know what these scholarly gentlemen will turn into in the future? Li Shiwu turned around. Turn into what? The woman chuckled lightly. Looking at the bronze toad on Li Shiwu's left ear, naturally, they will turn into coffin old men. Of course, this is a very small ratio, very small. The vast majority of scholarly gentlemen will never have a chance to transform in their lifetime. As for the causal relationship, Taoistly can ponder it slowly. I won't elaborate. After hearing this explanation, Li Shiwu pondered, his mind filled with wonder. So it turns out that his coffin old man has such a background. Qian Yuanzi was lucky to have obtained such a thing. His luck was quite good. Sure enough, this group of scholarly gentlemen entered a bookstore in the town, barging in as if no one was around, and began reading aloud. Just as several people were engrossed in watching, a shocking change occurred. A skinny man with long arms and legs, sunken cheeks, looking like a monkey, silently stood in front of them, stepping through the puddles. Then, with a meaningful smile in his eyes, he stared at Li Shiwu. TSK, like a fallen immortal, untainted by dust, it's you. I thought a truly gifted person had come to meet me, but I didn't expect it to be such a character. The man shook his head, but in order not to make the trip in vain, he decided to just kill you. As the words fell, he began to distort like light. Then, he stepped forward. When he reappeared, he was suddenly standing right behind Li Shiwu, less than half a step away, as if he were pressed against Li Shiwu's back. Friend, what does this mean? Li Shiwu's eyes were cold, his tone devoid of warmth. The man lightly blew on his neck, a mocking smile on his face. You're called Li Shiwu, right? Don't worry, I have time today. I have plenty of time to slowly play with you until you die. Li Shiwu remained silent. Only a black iron hatchet appeared in his hand, and he suddenly swung it backward. However, this blow, unsurprisingly, missed. Get the hell away from me. Li Shiwu shouted angrily and lunged forward, trying to shake off this inexplicable man. But a horrifying thing happened. The man seemed like a ghost. No matter where Li Shiwu tried to escape, he was always tightly pressed against his back, unable to break free at all. The old monk and the three others were equally stunned and at a loss in the face of this sudden scene. At this moment, the woman with the basket seemed to think of something, her eyes filled with fear. She said to Li Shiwu, Li Taoist, I remembered. This person seems to also come from the 10 aspects. Monkey aspect, absurd monkey. Their cultivation is extremely bizarre, appearing like a monkey, entangling people tightly from behind, and will make all kinds of unreasonable demands, until they torture the person to the point of wanting to die, and they agree to them. The woman took a deep breath. I understand now. This monkey aspect man should have been drawn here by that writing aspect woman last night. Upon hearing this, the man from the 10 aspects revealed a murderous intent in his eyes. Talking too much is seeking death. His figure vanished, and then he was suddenly pressed against the back of the woman with the basket. Blowing on her neck, he smiled wickedly. Be good. Let me drill into your belly and see if your heart is good. Since you know about the monkey aspect, you should know that with your cultivation, once I'm entangled with you, you are destined to not escape. So be obedient, don't struggle. At this moment, despair appeared in the woman's eyes. She trembled and said, Okay, I agree. In an instant, the man's hands cut open the woman's abdomen, and a beating heart, still alive, was brutally pulled out by him. He casually tossed it on the ground, rolling into the mud. After that, the man's figure scattered, and when he reappeared, he was again pressed against Li Shiwu's back. As if a persistent plaster, he said, Untainted by dust, Li Shiwu. Our game begins now. Chapter 20. GMO. The rain became even denser. Li Shiwu looked down at the heart that was still slightly beating in the mud, drenched in blood. He said in a deep voice, You all go. Oh. The young man with the sword looked horrified and fled in a panic. Master, you should also leave. Seeing no response, Li Shiwu finally looked up. The old monk in the yellow robe had surprisingly escaped several miles away, his Zen staff discarded, lifting his monk's robe to reveal his large hairy legs, looking quite comical. It's still the master. Li Shiwu took a deep breath, his gaze dark and deep like a tranquil pond. Friend, how should I address you? At this moment, the monkey-faced man was so close behind him, less than half a step away. He smiled and replied, GMO. If you're lonely, go visit a brothel. Why cling to me? GMO tilted his head slightly, his lips close to Li Shiwu's ear, whispering, Of course, to play you to death. It was then that Lu Xiaohu, the town guardian, came quickly through the rain, wearing a raincoat. He cheerfully said, A few immortals, I've prepared a celebration feast, just waiting for you. And today, a singer from outside came. Her figure is so delicate, it's like she could squeeze water out. As he approached and took a closer look, his expression turned awkward. GMO was still clinging to Li Shiwu's back, and their positions and postures certainly left much to the imagination. Taoist Li, I didn't know you had such tastes, he said before turning and sprinting away. Watching him leave, Li Shiwu's gaze sharpened. Monkey face, a shameless monkey, is it? Today, I want to see what tricks you have. After saying this, he strode forward. Moments later, Li Shiwu arrived at a small tavern by the street. About 7 or 8 men, along with a few old men, were warming their wine, joking about lewd topics fueled by alcohol. When they saw the two newcomers, they couldn't help but spit out their drinks and stared at them with unusual expressions. "Innkeeper, bring a pot of wine," Li Shiwu shouted. Then, as if ignoring everyone, went to a window seat, pulling out a long bench to sit down. Behind him, GMO spread his legs and sat down closely beside him, making it look like two big men were embracing from an observer's perspective. "Taoist, your drink." The waiter set down a pot of aged wine and filled a cup before leaving. Li Shiwu, ignoring everything, raised his cup and drank. But at that moment, cough. GMO leaned forward, letting out a thick, egg white-like saliva into Li Shiwu's cup. "What do you mean by that?" Li Shiwu's brows furrowed, clearly on the verge of exploding. But he couldn't do anything about the guy behind him. "Just having fun," GMO replied casually. Li Shiwu forcibly held back his anger and poured himself another clean cup of wine. Cough. "Hey, just having fun." In the tavern, the other patrons covered their eyes, unable to bear to watch. They kept muttering, "TSK, this old Taoist really knows how to play." Hearing the vulgar comments around him, Li Shiwu closed his eyes slightly, trying to calm his breathing. He spoke, "The national religion of Daya, the 10 aspects sect. Monkey face, shameless monkey. You cultivate the national religion's teachings. And this is your method of dealing with people?" Upon hearing this, GMO remained indifferent, simply saying, "Yeah, you're just a mere mortal. What do you understand?" The so-called shameless monkey acts without principle, making unreasonable demands. "The ancient texts of the 10 aspects sect recorded that my monkey lineage once had a predecessor who, before achieving immortality, managed to entangle and suffocate an immortal being." Li Shiwu's heart stirred. Suffocated an immortal? How did that happen? GMO smiled and said, "My ancestor couldn't defeat that immortal. Fortunately, our monkey lineage's inheritance is quite peculiar. He used Taoist techniques to entangle that immortal, just like how I'm entangling you now. No matter how vast the immortal's powers, he couldn't do anything about my ancestor, unable to escape by any means." GMO cleared his throat, casually picked up the wine pot on the table, and poured it over Li Shiwu's head. Then he said, "Now, this is going to be interesting. That immortal was entangled by my ancestor for 200,000 years. 200,000 years. No matter if he was meditating, traveling, refining pills, or even seeking a partner for pleasure, my ancestor followed him closely, either causing trouble or pointing fingers." Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu felt a chill run down his spine. He could barely handle being entangled by GMO for such a short time. He couldn't imagine how that immortal endured being entangled for 200,000 years. "You monkeys are simply a bunch of sticky plasters." He couldn't help but slam the table in anger. Seeing him angry, GMO leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Yes, we are a bunch of sticky plasters. Not just you say so, the entire Daya says so. Once we get our grip on you, unless you can find a powerful predecessor to kill us, be prepared to be entangled to death." Heh. To entangle a person to death is our monkey lineage's greatest pursuit and joy. As soon as he finished speaking, a new customer entered the tavern. The newcomer was a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist crown, looking fierce and exuding a chilling aura. However, a shocking scene unfolded. Behind him was another figure, sticking closely to him like a piece of sticky plaster, less than half a step away. When they stepped into the tavern, they were also momentarily stunned. The fierce middle-aged man asked, "That old Taoist, you don't seem to be a cultivator. How did you get entangled by this monkey's bastard? By the way, how long have you been entangled by him?" Li Shiwu thought for a moment and cupped his hands, saying, "I was just entangled today." Upon hearing this, the fierce middle-aged man's temple bulged. "Heh, just a day, huh? But I've been entangled by this bastard behind me for 60 years. Tears slid down the middle-aged man's face, as if he had found someone to vent to. "Do you know how I've spent these 60 years? This bastard follows me wherever I go. Even when I take a dump or visit a brothel, he won't leave my side, and says I have insufficient kidney energy, claiming that the brothel girl looks like his deceased great-grandmother." On the other side, the monkey-faced man behind the middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Young man, your choice of target is meaningless. It's better to just die early." GMO shrugged. "Well, since there's nothing to do, let's just play slowly." Li Shiwu looked towards the fierce middle-aged man. "Senior, are monkey-faced cultivators truly so lawless?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man threw his head back and howled. "The 10 aspects sect is the national religion of Daya, and there are countless offspring of monkey-faced cultivators in the sect. If you kill one, a whole bunch will come after you, so who dares to provoke them?" Chapter 21. twisted paths the fierce middle-aged man left, crying and looking utterly pitiful. As for the monkey-faced cultivator behind him, he still stuck close, not leaving his side. The tavern patrons all shook their heads and sighed, feeling that the world had gone downhill, having encountered such a bizarre sight today, especially two pairs of them. Since you are willing to cling on, then cling on. Anyway, it seems I won't live for many more days. Li Shiwu looked down. The black earth was still beneath his feet, and the Zhong Xian Guan still enveloped him. Suddenly, he had a thought. He casually asked, I want to inquire about something. Have you heard of the Zhong Xian Guan? It's a place where one can plant immortals in the soil. GMO showed a look of doubt. Zhong Xian Guan? The inheritance of Daya is as numerous as the stars. I've never heard of the Zhong Xian Guan you mentioned. As for the seeds you mentioned that can grow into immortals, are you trying to make fun of me? You should know that the term immortal seems too distant in today's era. Li 15 no longer responded, only staring out the window at the rain falling like cotton. Silent for a long time. Suddenly, he spoke again. GMO, tell me, for seeds in the soil to grow, do they need nutrients? Otherwise, won't they wither away? GMO casually replied, of course. Then what if what you plant is a person? No matter what you plant, be it a thing or a person, they all need to absorb so-called nutrients. The legendary immortals also rely on the support of heaven and earth. Li 15 rubbed his belly, suddenly feeling very hungry, increasingly so. The sensation of his body continuously withering brought an overwhelming hunger, crashing down on his last shred of rationality. He staggered to his feet, his gaze dazed, allowing the rain to drench him as he walked step by step toward the land temple outside the town. As for GMO, although confused, he still closely followed him, not leaving his side. Soon, the two arrived at the land temple. 102 faceless corpses, exuding a foul odor, lay there. Gulp, gulp. The sound of Li 15's throat swallowing was clearly audible. Hey, what do you want to do? I want to play you to death. Not to be disgusted to death by you. Seeing Li 15 like this, GMO seemed to realize something. His fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. He suddenly felt that the target he had chosen this time seemed to be more complicated than it appeared on the surface. Li 15 stared at the corpses, his eyes bloodshot, gasping for breath as he asked, seeds, must they need nutrients? They need to. Seeds, must they need nutrients? Li 15 asked for the second time, his voice becoming increasingly dull, as if he had lost his soul. Yes, yes. Seeds really need nutrients? Li 15 asked for the third time. They do. I said they do. What's going on with you, Li? GMO shouted angrily, looking down to see that his palms had broken out in a layer of fine sweat without him noticing. Oh, I understand now. Li 15 nodded. In an instant, the black soil beneath his feet seemed to come alive again. That unparalleled pitch blackness surged like waves, instantly breaking free from the constraints of the immortal seed view, spreading in all directions. It howled and leaped, crossing hills, rivers, mountains, and plains. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire land before him was stained with that strange pitch blackness, transforming into an endless ocean of black soil. And at the center of this blackness stood a solitary temple. Li 15 sat within it, resembling a deity high above, looking down upon the world. He also resembled a captured demon, unable to take a step, eternally unable to be reborn. How could this happen? How could it be like this? Inside the land temple, Li 15 suddenly regained his clarity. He gazed through the temple door into the distance, clearly seeing that the vast land outside seemed to have been stained by the black soil beneath his feet, dark and profound, captivating the heart. GMO, can you see? See what? The land has turned black. Are you crazy? GMO's expression was grim. He felt that ever since Li 15 entered this land temple, he had become completely mad. So you can't see? Li 15 understood that the land stained black, like the immortal seed view, could only be seen by him. It was at this moment that his gaze fell upon the 102 corpses before him. He saw that these corpses were melting away, transforming into grains of milky white starlight that merged into the black earth, becoming the nutrients contained within it. A sense of enlightenment arose in Li 15's heart. That is, all things that have passed, whether humans, livestock, or others, as long as they merge into the black soil, can become nourishment for his seedling of immortality. It wasn't that he wanted to eat dead people, but rather that the black soil beneath his feet wanted to. Hey, what's going on? GMO said in shock, seeing the corpses before him dissolving in a strange manner. But then, something even more unexpected happened. Li 15's withered body seemed to be rejuvenated by a long-awaited rain. His flesh and blood expanded, becoming rosy again, and his once dry hair regained its luster. "Who are you?" GMO, witnessing this scene, immediately broke away from his monkey-like demeanor, keeping a wary distance from Li 15. However, it wasn't over yet. An even more shocking scene unfolded. From Li 15's waist, a new human leg grew out. Then a second leg, a third leg, a fourth leg, a fifth leg, almost in the blink of an eye. Li 15 transformed into a humanoid monster with 10 legs and flowing black hair. You. GMO's teeth chattered, seemingly frightened. It was at this moment that the faceless demon, humming a little tune, cheerfully walked into the land temple with a money bag. Just one glance, and silver coins fell to the ground, rolling everywhere. It pointed at Li 15, laughing heartily. Haha, I knew it. Li 15. As long as you can keep growing a face, you can't be human. You are like me, a demon, a cursed demon. Li 15 looked down at his current appearance. He began to guess what was happening. If his previous withered body was due to a lack of nutrients, then now it was because the entire land before him had been stained with black soil, providing him with too many nutrients, causing his seedling of immortality to grow wildly. However, it seemed to have grown a bit crooked. I am a seedling of immortality, not a vegetable seedling. Li 15 roared angrily. He then fixed his gaze toward Qingyang View, his eyes ablaze with fury, gritting his teeth and saying, "Huiyanzi, you dare to say that the immortal seed view is something you made up?" Instantly, his 10 legs stepped out in succession, comically rushing out of the land temple, disappearing into the rain. Chapter 22. Huiyanzi dies. Heavy rain pattered down, thunder roared. Li 15, having suddenly sprouted 10 legs, could neither distinguish between them nor maintain his balance. He resembled a wobbly, comical wild duck, stumbling through the muddy mountains, letting rainwater pour into his mouth, struggling to move forward step by step. This scene was both absurd and laughable. Not far behind, the faceless man and GMO continued to follow. Haha, I always thought he wasn't human. The truth is out now. The faceless man looked at that bizarre figure, laughing heartily. It had always thought that a demon like itself, steady and cautious, would never easily suffer defeat at the hands of a mortal. He may really not be human, but he is definitely not a cursed demon, GMO murmured, hands behind his back. Forget it, no matter what. Let's follow and take a look. Qingyang View. Those who believe are rooted in the Tao, deeply rooted in the Tao can grow, firmly planted in virtue can flourish. Inside the main hall, the incense smoke wafted, awakening the spirit. A group of old Taoists sat cross-legged, holding Taoist scriptures, reading them attentively. Some younger disciples, while listening to their elders read the scriptures, lay on the cushions, dozing off. Disciple, read the scriptures properly. An old Taoist pinched the ear of a disciple, expressing his disappointment. At that moment, a series of urgent banging sounds suddenly came from the mountain gate. Master, let go quickly. It's raining so heavily outside. And there are still pilgrims coming? The young Taoist boy quickly got up and ran out of the hall. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking grew more frantic, as if someone wanted to break in directly. They're coming, so anxious. The young Taoist boy muttered, looking quite displeased. As the door creaked open, a mud-covered and tattered humanoid creature with 10 legs stood there, its long black hair matted on its back, holding a machete and glaring with rage. The young Taoist boy rolled his eyes and fainted in shock. Li Shiwu glanced at him and directly barged into the Taoist temple. In an instant, the entire Qingyang temple was in chaos. Sounds of panic, pleas for mercy, and angry shouts filled the air. Come out. Get the hell out here, or I'll chop you down. Li Shiwu searched every room carefully, grabbing the Taoists by their necks and tossing them out into the rain. His physical strength was overwhelming. On the roof of the temple, GMO coldly watched everything, unable to help but mutter a word. Soon, over 100 Taoists of all ages in Qingyang Temple were gathered together, drenched. At this moment, looking at the twisted and deformed figure in front of them, the old Taoists couldn't help but bow their heads repeatedly, their foreheads breaking and blood seeping out, looking sorrowful and powerless. Good. You're performing well, really convincing. Li Shiwu clapped his hands and suddenly fixed his gaze on an elderly Taoist over 60, who was Huiyanzi. In a hoarse voice, he said, Old man, do you still remember me? In the rain, Huiyanzi pushed aside the rain on his face, incredulously saying, Li Xiaoyu, it's you. How did you become like this? Why? Li Shiwu asked 2 rhetorical questions in succession, his figure flickering as he kicked Huiyanzi into the puddle. Well then, let me make it clear to you. Didn't you say that the sheepskin scroll was something you scribbled, and the Zhuangxian temple was something you made up? But look carefully. I became this ghostly figure precisely because I found the Zhuangxian temple and planted myself inside it. Now, what do you have to say? Upon hearing this, Huiyanzi's face revealed bitterness, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Impossible, it can't be. The Zhuangxian temple doesn't exist. It was just something I doodled when I was young, something I wrote casually. Li Xiaoyu, why do you have to go this far? The rain poured down, and a fierce light flickered in Li Shiwu's eyes. With one arm holding the knife against the neck of a middle-aged Taoist, the blade was sharp, drawing beads of bright red blood. Old man, are you still putting on an act? Do you believe that I would chop off his head and then slaughter everyone in this temple, burning it all clean? Li Shiwu's forehead bulged with veins. His face twisted like a demon. Yet Huiyanzi still shook his head. Li Xiaoyu, your appearance now is just as ferocious as your master from decades ago. He also threatened us with a knife, demanding the method to become an immortal. Scenes from the past felt like yesterday. Li Shiwu's expression became increasingly fierce and violent, gripping the knife even tighter. Old man, do you really think I don't dare to kill? At this moment, however, Huiyanzi's expression became solemn. He straightened his already soaked Taoist robe and, with great difficulty, rose to his feet. Looking down, he said, time flows like water. 50 years pass swiftly, urging one to grow old. In my lifetime, I've rung the bell and recited scriptures daily, living in a daze, afraid to snore too loudly at night. Fearing the little Taoist boys in the temple would laugh at me. Huiyanzi looked old, like a withered pine standing in the rain. Adjusting the Taoist crown on his head, he faced the ancestral tablet in the main hall and bowed 3 times, then said, Li Xiaoyu, the Zhuangxian temple originated with me. But I never expected it would become your master's and disciples' obsession, leading to today's calamity. Li Shiwu's eyes bulged, pointing the knife horizontally and gritting his teeth. Old man, what kind of tricks are you trying to pull? Huiyanzi shook his head, revealing a bitter expression. It began with me, so it must end with me. Li Xiaoyu, the Zhuangxian temple does not exist. Do not dwell on it. If you do not believe me, I will use my life to prove it. I only ask that after my death, do not make things difficult for the people of Qingyang Temple. After saying this, Huiyanzi leaped up and crashed into a stone lying beside him. Blood gushed out, and he died. Seeing this scene, Li Shiwu nearly went mad. He simply couldn't stop it in time. How can you die? How dare you die? Old man, why? Tell me why? With a clang, the machete fell to the ground. Li Shiwu dragged his 10 legs, staggering away, his Taoist robe thin as a thread, his eyes bloodshot. Old man, you're still deceiving me. I just want to seek the truth of what happened to me. I'm not afraid of the Zhuangxian temple, nor death. I just want clarity. Get up, get up. At the eaves of the temple, the faceless man asked, what happened? GMO shook his head. I can't quite understand. But it seems Li Shiwu forced that old man to death. Also, I can sense that he seems to be in a lot of pain. But this kid looks quite young. What has he been through? Time trickled by, and the clouds in the sky dispersed. It was nearly dusk, and the sunset glowed like blood. Li Shiwu still had 10 legs, leaning against the threshold of Qingyang Temple, while Huiyanzi's corpse was placed beside him. Li Xiaoyu, give me my junior brother's remains so he can rest in peace. The master of Qingyang Temple stood beside him, sighing. Also, don't blame yourself too much for Huiyanzi's death. We old folks can't live for many more years. Take care of yourself. Chapter 23. Resigned after the master of Qingyang Temple left, GMO, with his arms crossed, walked over thoughtfully. I've already found out that the old man fabricated a Taoist temple that could cultivate immortals, and as a result, you found it and successfully planted yourself there. This is also the reason for your current appearance. But who should I believe? GMO kicked Li Shiwu lightly and continued. If what you said is true, then Huiyanzi must have a problem, yet he would rather die to prove it. Could it be that you are the one who has gone mad? Damn it, what is this? It's really puzzling. Li Shiwu lifted his gaze and asked, aren't you going to entangle me to death? You're not clean. I'm afraid of attracting dirty things. GMO hurriedly moved a few steps aside. Then he seemed to think of something. Li Shiwu, what are your plans for the future? What does it matter to you? Oh, come on, help me out. I don't think we have any friendship, you vicious person. Upon hearing this, GMO rolled up his sleeves and retorted, me vicious? Who is it that forced a mortal old man to death? Li Shiwu's temples throbbed. That woman with the basket from Jewel Town. Do you dare say she didn't die because of you? GMO scoffed. Do you really think she was an ordinary person? Come, follow me to take a look. Li Shiwu got up, looked back at Qingyang Temple, sighed deeply, filled with bitterness. He dropped a few pieces of gold and instructed a young Taoist, "Get a good coffin, and please burn incense at my grave every day." "Thank you." By the time he returned to Jewel Town, it was already dark. Li Shiwu tied a large piece of black cloth around his waist. Although it looked strange, it managed to cover the deformed appearance of his 10 legs. But what about the woman's corpse? Town guard Lu Xiaohu hesitated and replied, "Li Daozhong, follow me." After that, they arrived at the location in broad daylight. There, they found not a trace of the woman with the basket, but only a dissected sheep's corpse and a sheep's heart. "Daozhong, after we discovered the immortal's body in broad daylight, we didn't dare to act rashly and could only send someone to guard it. Who would have thought it would turn into a sheep's corpse later?" Listening to Lu Xiaohu's words, Li Shiwu looked at GMO and asked, "Why?" GMO glanced around and said, "Because that woman was also from the Ten Forms sect. Otherwise, how could she recognize my identity at first sight? Also a 10 form? Yes, a sheep form, a scapegoat." GMO's expression became serious as he continued, "This sheep form is not something to be trifled with. They are the most adept at disguising themselves, love to stir up trouble, and make others take the blame for them." Li Shiwu showed a thoughtful expression and asked, "Besides the troublemaking pen, unreasonable monkey, and scapegoat, what else is there in the 10 Forms sect?" GMO replied, "There are also wallhead grass, backstabbing dog, stumbling block, donkey after the grind, stirring stick, and troublemaker. That's only 9. What about the last form?" "I don't know." "Then why do you call it the 10 Forms sect?" "If you ask me, who should I ask? Does the 10 Forms sect have to have 10 forms? Li Shiwu was at a loss for words and just spat. "No matter what, it's clear that you guys are not good people." "Hey, thank you for the compliment. The 10 Forms sect's reputation is well known, and it has never been good." GMO smiled proudly. "Of course, within the entire 10 Forms sect, our monkey form cultivators account for at least 98. Li Shiwu said, "Oh, rarity makes things valuable. If it's common, what's there to flaunt?" Then he said with a straight face, "Tell me, what do you really want me to do?" Seeing this, GMO glanced around and lowered his voice. "Brotherly, you should know that I come from the state religion of Day. This time I came here to take on the position of the local land official, to protect the people from calamities. As you can see, the land temple outside the town has been vacant for a long time. Unfortunately, I am someone who cannot stay idle." So, Li Shiwu couldn't help but turn his head. "You mean you want me to be this so-called land official?" "Yes, yes. Do I look like one?" "Yes. You have the 10-legged anomaly. It's clear that you are not an ordinary person. Those common folk are easy to fool." Li Shiwu fell silent. The matter of the fire incident in broad daylight still left him in turmoil. From the beginning to the end, his primary goal was to investigate the origin of the immortal's observation and the truth behind it. "Brotherly, since you are silent, it means you agree." GMO breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, "As for what comes next, we need to continue our pursuit of beauties and see if we can find a suitable woman to be a wife." "Pursuit of beauties?" Li Shiwu showed a scrutinizing expression. "Don't get me wrong. Every time I go to a place, I like to take a look at the pretty girls. But so far, I haven't encountered anyone to my liking." GMO sighed, casually pulling over an old man passing by. "Old man, are there any unmarried, virtuous, well-rounded girls in Jewel Town?" "Ah, girls. Yes, 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 the second-to-last household on the Far East side." You old men are not bad." GMO was quite satisfied and quickly took Li Shiwu away. The old man scratched his ear and was puzzled. "What round?" "I meant looking like a pig." Due to the rain in broad daylight, the moonlight tonight was clear and cool as water. "You are not an ordinary person." "Do you really need to find an ordinary woman?" Li Shiwu casually asked. Exactly. The faceless man, seeing fewer people around, appeared again. "Well, let's meet the person first," GMO said, looking at the house in front of him. He pulled out a gold hairpin, cleared his throat, stepped forward, and pretended to be graceful. "I am GMO, sorry to disturb you." With a creak, the wooden door opened, and upon seeing the visitor, even Li Shiwu couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. There stood a stout figure with black spots on their face, yellowish teeth, thick lips, and ears that flapped in the wind. "Young master," the woman called out sweetly, throwing flirtatious glances. GMO's face darkened, and he turned to leave. Seeing this, Li Shiwu exclaimed, "Haha, looks like you made a trip for nothing. This is meaningless. Anyway, my master, who turned to ashes, once said that going empty-handed is a loss. I can only say that you truly are a disciple of the state religion. You really don't know how to live," GMO said, his eyes twitching as he growled. "Li Shiwu, Stop with the sarcastic remarks. How would you handle such a person? Li Shiwu glanced at her without thinking. It's simple, since she can't be a wife. Just bring her back to be a mother. After all, not coming back empty-handed is what matters. Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent. GMO and the faceless man hiding not far away looked at Li Shiwu with a shocked expression, as if they had met a deity. Masterly, I admire you. Truly admire you. I'm in complete awe. GMO immediately bowed deeply. The faceless man also nodded vigorously. Learn something, you really deserve your reputation. Losing to you is no shame. Under the moonlight, GMO paced back and forth. Brotherly, you are truly a wise man. A wife will care for you. But a mother will care for you even more. If she can't be a wife, isn't it even better to bring her back as a mother? I'm enlightened. Looking at his excited face, Li Shiwu had a strange expression. GMO, are you serious? Quite serious. Haha. Does she want to go with you? That's none of your concern. Chapter 24. Day's Mother Hunter. The next day, in front of the land temple in Jewel Town, GMO raised his head slightly. His deep-set eyes filled with pride. Behind him, the stout woman, resembling a pig, was carrying a basket of fruits and snacks, with a hint of maternal affection in her gaze. Son, are you thirsty? Have some fruit first. Mother, no rush. I still have some important business to attend to. Listening to their conversation, Li Shiwu felt a headache coming on and was quite helpless. At this moment, GMO sighed. Brotherly, it's a pity I didn't meet you earlier. I could have benefited from your guidance. Otherwise, although I can't have a harem at home, I could at least have a pile of mothers. GMO looked up at the sky and continued. The territory of Day is vast and hard to describe. Just the term mother can refer to many things. Grandmother, mother, family elder, mom. There are so many ways to address it. Listening to him ramble on, Li Shiwu couldn't take it anymore. Simply put, you shouldn't pursue beauties anymore. Just change your name. Day's Mother Hunter would suffice. To his surprise, upon hearing this, GMO's eyes lit up. Brotherly, you are the best. Such a majestic title, I will gladly accept it. Li Shiwu facepalmed, unable to help but think, why did I say that? GMO cleared his throat, and his expression gradually became serious. He took out a black wooden plate, which was square and about the size of 2 palms. It was covered with intricate golden patterns, and faintly, the shadows of mountains and rivers could be seen. Brotherly, I mentioned last night that I want you to serve as the land official here. What I have in my hand is the land plate that encompasses 3,000 miles east of Jewel Town. It can be used to manage water, fill mountains, and open roads. Of course, how powerful it becomes also depends on the user. Li Shiwu took the land plate, feeling its weight and the icy touch reminiscent of jade. Such an important thing, you just gave it to me? GMO smiled and shook his head. Brotherly, I don't know your background, but I always feel that you are somewhat disconnected from the Great Yao. To be honest, positions like the mountain official, river official, and city god are as numerous as the hairs on a cow in the Great Yao. Just a mountain and river positioning. Who would care? Li 15 said nothing. He wouldn't stay in one place. However, with 10 troublesome legs unresolved, wandering around would most likely cause great disaster. GMO continued. Brotherly, to be honest, I appointed you as the land official because I need to go back to the Tenxiang sect and cause some trouble for a few people. After all, I'm a disciple of the national religion, so why should I do such a petty job? It would be humiliating. Li 15's expression was unchanged. Oh, GMO's eyes shifted. Brotherly, I see you are also a talent. Why not join the Tenxiang sect? It would be interesting, really. Heh. If I were a white lotus in the muddy waters, how could I associate with you? I wouldn't even go if I died. GMO pouted and said, Brotherly, I still have to talk a bit more about the Tenxiang sect. Those of us who cultivate the monkey aspect are just a bunch of sticky plasters, at most making people feel disgusted. What you really need to pay attention to are those who cultivate the pen aspect. They are the ones who can kill without a knife, causing terrible decay. Li 15 nodded, understood. However, I won't use this mountain and river positioning. Also, if I want to cultivate, what should I do? Hearing this, GMO's expression was strange and complex. He said, spiritual energy is said to be the vital energy of heaven and earth, essential for cultivators to seek the Tao and ask for longevity. Unfortunately, the Great Yao lost all traces of spiritual energy countless thousands of years ago, and no one knows the reason. Alas, GMO sighed heavily. I only remember that an elder of the Tenxiang sect once said, the waters of the Great Yao are like an immeasurable abyss, like turbulent waves that cannot be calmed. When they move, they can erode souls and bones, leading to 10 deaths and no life. Li 15 furrowed his brows tightly. No wonder he had never encountered any spiritual herbs or flowers while traveling with Qianyuanzi over mountains and ridges. In that case, how do you cultivate? GMO replied. Brotherly, although your 10-legged body is absurd, it is already beyond the realm of ordinary people. As for how to cultivate, you should take a trip to Tang City. You will find the answer there. After saying this, he patted Li 15's shoulder. Brotherly, take your time. I will return to the Tenxiang sect this time. I might even find a few more ladies along the way. When we meet next time, you must prepare gifts for them, as they are considered elders. After a stick of incense had passed, town protector Lu Xiaohu, followed by a group of farmers, approached. Taoist Li, have you really become our land official? The last land official was killed decades ago, and it was a terrible death. His intestines were chewed. Land official doesn't sound good. Just call me mountain official from now on. That mountain official, let's help renovate this land temple. It's too dilapidated. What are your requirements? Li 15 turned around and stared at the broken temple. After pondering for a long time, he said, change the plaque and rename it. What should we change it to? Zhongxin Temple. That evening, the small temple outside the town was renovated. Since it had housed a corpse, many enthusiastic townsfolk used cinnabar, glutinous rice, and other items to ward off evil. They even set off firecrackers, pasted new couplets, and even set up a banquet, creating a lively atmosphere. The faceless man transformed into a woman in red, playing the guqin and singing, flirting with some men, quite familiar. Li 15 stood by the river, his eyes reflecting the shimmering waves, quietly watching. Perhaps due to his long stay in the mountains or his personal experiences, he seemed out of place amidst the lively scene. Mountain official, are you lonely all alone here? The woman disguised as the faceless man sang in a theatrical tone, pretending to lean into his embrace. Not at all. Li 15 casually stepped sideways, causing the woman to fall into the river with a splash, her beauty turning pale. Humph, stinky man. Even I, 100-year-old evil spirit, know the joys of mundane life. Like cooking and daily essentials. What are you pretending to be deep for? The water rippled, and a faint smile appeared on Li 15's brow, gently nodding. Fair enough. Since that's the case, today I'll be generous. You owe me double that 200 gold, no need to thank me. The faceless man was ecstatic. Good, good, good. In the next moment, what? Double? On the other side, Li 15 sat at the banquet. Old man, I don't drink, just a taste will do. No way. Life is short, it must be filled to the brim. Chapter 25. The arsonist. As the night passed its midpoint, the lively atmosphere faded, and everything returned to silence. Li 15 looked at his 10 legs. Aside from the original 2, the other 8 were slightly longer, spread out in 4 directions. At first glance, he really looked like an octopus monster. 10 legs, this is too absurd. Taking a deep breath, he hid the 10 legs under a black cloth. Li 15 raised his head and gazed into the distance. In his view, the earth was drenched in black, seemingly endless. I can't make sense of this. Li 15 shook his head helplessly. He had no clue about this celestial view or the strange happenings within himself. At that moment, a short man in his 30s, holding a lantern, approached quietly. Mountain official, I know you are a divine being. Can you help me solve a dilemma? I'm not, and I can't help. You are. Just tell me, the man said awkwardly. Sir, as you can see, I don't have much ability, and my looks aren't great. I've been unable to find a wife all these years. This has led to constant gossip from relatives and neighbors, making me afraid to go home. Li 15 glanced at him. Want a wife? Can't help. Then, sir, can you find a way to make them shut up? After all, what does it have to do with them? Upon hearing this, Li 15 shook his head and said earnestly, Sigh, you're not young anymore. You should visit home more often. The man was stunned. Visit? At that moment, Li 15's axe suddenly revealed a corner, shining coldly. Don't get me wrong. I mean you should go home and chop some wood. But as soon as he said this, Li 15 slapped himself hard, hurriedly driving the man away. Don't listen. And don't learn. Then he kept cursing. Damn you, Qianyuanzi. After being with you for so long, you've led me astray. I'm going to burst. If I had known this, I should have scattered your ashes 800 times. In a daze, half a month passed. Li 15 packed his things, closed the small temple door, and felt a buzzing pain in his head. During this time, those old women even came to ask him about their pigs not coming into heat. It was really annoying. Forget it. Let's go to Tang City. I want to see how the living beings in this world cultivate. It was nearly 1,600 miles to Tang City. Li 15's physical body was quite extraordinary now, and he was gradually adapting to his 10 legs. Under his running, he reached it in just 2 days. Tang City. The second visit. Sigh. I wonder how Erling is doing now. At this moment, looking at the familiar city before him, Li 15 felt quite worried. Along the way, the common folk couldn't help but glance at him, seeing his unusual attire. Look again and I'll chop you down. As Li 15 let out a harsh remark, he quickly left in a hurry, cursing Qian Yuanzi 1,000 times in his heart. A moment later, a very lavishly decorated mansion caught his attention. In front of the door, dozens of people were gathered, dressed in plain clothes with tear-streaked faces, seemingly wronged and seeking justice. What happened? Li Shiwu stopped a vendor and casually asked. Oh, it's just that incident, bullying men and women. The vendor, a middle-aged man, sighed and said, this wealthy family, the Zhu family, has both power and money in this city, but they particularly like to take young girls around 11 or 12 years old from poor families, picking out the pretty ones and engaging in strong-arm buying and selling. At that moment, the red door of the mansion swung open. A middle-aged fat man, wearing a bare coat and with black spots on his face, swaggered out and shouted, "Oh, dear fathers and mothers-in-law, is it because the family can't afford to eat that you all come to my son-in-law's door to beg?" An elderly blind woman knelt down, pleading, "Master Zhu, please let my daughter go. She is so young." Seeing this scene, the fat man from the Zhu family looked unconcerned, merely turning around respectfully to welcome out a woman in a floral dress from the mansion. Is it her? Li Shiwu's pupils contracted. This person was unmistakably the woman from the 10 Directions gate who had written about him not being stained by dust. "Sir, this is troublesome," the fat man flattered. "No problem," the woman nodded, taking out a piece of white paper and a pen that seemed made of glass. She began to write, "The world is desolate. The people are suffering, the common folk cannot survive. There is a kind-hearted Jew, with a compassionate heart, who adopts 11 to 12-year-old girls, providing them clothing to cover their bodies and food to fill their bellies, a rare great love in the world." As the woman paused her writing, Li Shiwu clearly sensed an invisible force rippling out from the paper, enveloping the dozens of common folks. Then, an eerie scene unfolded. The blind, old woman knelt again, but this time her face was filled with gratitude as she repeatedly bowed, saying, "Master Zhu, my daughter can be with you. She is truly fortunate." This old woman bows to you. Not just her, others also began to kneel in gratitude, as if charmed and unable to distinguish right from wrong. Witnessing this scene, Li Shiwu felt his mind sway, speechless. This is the writing technique, the life pen. Stirring up trouble, inciting discord. In front of the Zhu mansion, the fat man laughed wildly, utterly arrogant. "Ha, I am a good person, a great good person. You all hurry and bow. Keep bowing, I can take it. Great pen master. You must keep this piece of paper. Tomorrow I must announce to the whole city, so they know I am the first good person in this Tang City. As for the reward I promised you, don't worry." At that moment, the writing woman seemed to notice Li Shiwu, waved her hand, and revealed a bright smile. Then, as if a gust of wind had vanished, "Li Shiwu, she smiled at you." The faceless man changed into his human form, standing behind him without him noticing. "I'm not blind," Li Shiwu spat, feeling a chill run down his back. "No wonder GMO warned me to be cautious of the life pen. These guys are truly sinister, their methods unpredictable. They should all be executed." Beside him, the vendor looked confused. "What is going on?" Seeing Li Shiwu speak harshly, he hurriedly advised in a low voice, "Young man, you're still young. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. The world is inherently unfair." Li Shiwu rolled his eyes. "Just sell your goods, you talk too much. I am a disciple of Qian Yuanzi. Would I be that kind of good person?" The faceless man said, "Go. That Zhu guy is even more arrogant than I am. It's simply outrageous. He is not even a disciple of Qian Yuanzi." Li Shiwu swaggered away, turning back to say, "A good person, huh? Won't he live long?" Just after taking 10 steps, a sudden change occurred. The crowd around him dispersed like a tide, and in the blink of an eye, the entire street became empty. 8 men in white robes and red hats surrounded Li Shiwu in a formation. This distinctive and eye-catching outfit was unmistakably from another sect, the Hu Nr sect. "Arsonist, you can't escape, surrender now." One of the Hu Nr sect cultivators said coldly. "I'm an arsonist?" Li Shiwu was a bit confused. If they accused him of murder, he wouldn't be surprised, since he had openly spoken of violence. But arson, what sense did that make? On the long street, the wild wind had begun to rage, making it hard for people to keep their eyes open. The Hu Nr sect cultivator had a cold expression. "Stop pretending. Your doctrine is a life lived according to the rules, which often loses to those madmen who dare to set fires in probability. The great Yao has ordered that anyone associated with arson must be killed without mercy. Better to kill the wrong person than to let one escape. I've been busy these past few days. I'll return to 3 updates after this. Additionally, many friends have asked for a sequel to the Immortal Destiny or to add a new Immortal Destiny. Covering Face, Chapter 26, by Shi. Everyone. I've always been honest and straightforward, so don't mistake me for someone else. Li Shiwu's expression was cold. He had just entered Tang City and was already mistaken for an arsonist, which was truly unusual. Surrounding him, the 8 Hu-NR insect cultivators remained silent, merely forming a bagua formation and stepping forward one by one, their gazes icy, their fingers constantly weaving various hand seals. They recited the Hu-NR classic in unison, breaking the spine to make clay figures. The throat locks human speech and spits animal sounds, transforming mortal flesh into beast flesh, raising humans to feed the 8 wildernesses. In an instant, invisible ripples surged from their fingertips, like autumn winds scattering fallen leaves, all rushing towards Li Shiwu, seemingly casual, yet exuding a strange murderous intent. In the center of the 8 men, crack, Li Shiwu clearly felt his leg bones being crushed inch by inch, then restructured, while his flesh began to change. In just 3 breaths, the legs under his clothes actually shed their human form and transformed into 2 donkey hooves. Take him away. With our cultivation, we can at most temporarily change his legs, but that's enough. Just as the words fell, Li Shiwu's donkey hooves retracted, and 2 human legs appeared again. Seeing this scene, the Hu-NR insect cultivators were stunned, then their eyes widened in anger. Demon, you are definitely an arsonist. Brothers, unleash your magic. But Li Shiwu's heart stirred. He directly pulled out the mountain and river stabilizing plate from the old coffin. Wait, I am a mountain official. So, I can be considered a person of the great Yao, right? Therefore, I am on the same side as you all. As soon as he finished speaking, the wild wind around him dissipated, and the previously vanished crowd reappeared, bustling as before. The 8 Hu-NR insect cultivators changed their expressions, putting on smiles and casually gathering around. One of them spoke in an official tone. Why didn't you say so earlier? Turns out we're family. We've been rude. Please don't hold it against us. Come, have a soul incense. I'll light it for you. Watching their act, Li Shiwu's expression twitched. Am I not guilty now? The Hu-NR insect cultivator exhaled colorful smoke. Cough, cough. To be honest, we in the Hu-NR insect capture criminals, and the number varies each month. This doesn't add up. So we just fish in troubled waters and casually pin a crime on someone to meet the quota. Plus, you're dressed so unusually. You don't look like a decent person, so naturally, you were chosen. Listening to such a casual yet reasonable explanation, Li Shiwu found himself speechless. But looking at the mountain and river stabilizing plate in his hand, he felt a sense of security. This saying about not panicking when going out is true in any era. Brothers, let us retreat. However, this mountain official brother, let me remind you that the arson cult is the first evil cult of the great Yao, so do not associate with them. Seeing this, Li Shiwu hurriedly stopped the people. Several of you, what are you doing with the captured people? What else can we do? Naturally, we will send them to the cult of tamed beasts and turn them into livestock to sell. After saying this, the 8 members of the cult of tamed beasts dispersed into the crowd, but one of them inadvertently glanced back at Li Shiwu, his eyes filled with deep meaning. As for Li Shiwu, he stood on the street for a long time, feeling the chill of the great Yao's world, as if cold ice had seeped into his bones. After another incense stick burned down, Li Shiwu arrived at a quiet area in the city, with a faint smell of blood lingering around him. The reason for this was that he had found a secluded place and chopped off all 8 of his extra legs at the root, then wrapped the wounds tightly with white cloth. The reason he had just chopped them off was that he had tried it in Jeweltown before, and after about 2 hours, they would regrow. Therefore, he had to time it right to come to the Star Official Mansion. GMO said that if he wanted to know how practitioners cultivate without spiritual energy, he should come to the Star Official Mansion. Li Shiwu muttered to himself, looking at the open door of the Star Official Mansion with no one guarding it. Without any hesitation, he strode in, following a long corridor. After walking about 200 meters, a middle-aged man dressed appropriately, resembling a steward, stopped him. Young Taoist, what brings you to the Star Official Mansion? I am the newly appointed mountain official from Jeweltown outside the city, here to register. Nonsense, within Tang City. All mountain officials and land officials are determined by Lord Star Official. Where did you come from, wild Taoist? Li Shiwu said nothing but took out the mountain river stabilization seal and a token engraved with the patterns of the 10 signs, a pin, a goat, a dog, and a monkey. After a moment, in a quiet room, a man dressed in a sky blue Taoist robe with 2 black whiskers, about 30 years old, smiled and shook his head. TSK, so you are a person sent by the national religion. We must give you some face. Little brother, I will help you register. By the way, my name is Bai Shi. Li Shiwu respectfully performed a Taoist salute, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Lord Star Official, have you heard of the Zhongshan Temple? Zhongshan Temple? I haven't heard of it. Suppressing a hint of disappointment, Li Shiwu saluted again and said, My lord, to be honest, although I have had some opportunities, I have not officially stepped onto the path of immortality. Therefore, I would like to ask, how does one cultivate without spiritual energy? Bai Shi's eyes showed a scrutinizing gaze, yet he still smiled and said, Little brother, hasn't the 10 signs taught you? To be honest with you, I only got to know them by coincidence. I see. I don't like to pry into personal matters, but since today is a slow day, it won't hurt to tell you. Bai Shi looked at the young man in front of him and continued. The so-called spiritual energy is the bridge that cultivators use to communicate with the forces of heaven and earth. The disappearance of spiritual energy does not mean that the other forces of heaven and earth have disappeared. For instance, mountains, rivers, and plants all contain the power of the 5 elements. It's just that now, the bridge has been broken. Li Shiwu frowned and asked, if the bridge is broken, what should we do? Seeing this, Bai Shi shook his head and chuckled, but his tone was firm. Do not panic. The essence of cultivation is merely borrowing fire from the ancient long night, and we ourselves are the wicks that have been ignited. Now that spiritual energy is gone, the bridge is broken, and the fire is extinguished. Naturally, we need to find another type of energy to reconnect the bridge and reignite the fire. Li Shiwu nodded, feeling that this person in front of him was indeed worthy of being a star official, speaking in a way that was both pleasant and easy to understand. Unlike Qian Yuanzai, that crude butcher who had led him astray. My lord, since there is no spiritual energy, what kind of energy should we use instead? Just follow me. Following Bai Shi, they wandered through pavilions and towers for about half an incense stick's time until they reached an entrance to a basement. Little brother, don't be afraid, just come in. Yes. In the dim underground passage, oil lamps burned on both sides of the walls, casting shadows of the two as they moved. After several turns, finally, a circular pit, 100 meters long and unknown in depth, appeared before him. In the pit, there were swirling, boiling, and surging dark energies, accompanied by terrifying roars. Bai Shi's gaze was calm. This is the energy that cultivators now use to replace spiritual energy and act as a bridge to communicate with heaven and earth. We call it evil energy. Chapter 27. Frustration Evil Energy? Li Shiwu was quite confused. Yes, Bai Shi nodded lightly. Spiritual energy comes from heaven and earth, while evil energy comes from people. For example, anger is the gathering of energy. When energy gathers, people exist. Ghost energy comes from the energy of the deceased that does not enter the ghost realm. Evil energy is the energy gathered from desires and malicious thoughts. There is also death energy, resentment energy, hostility energy, and killing energy. Bai Shi took a deep breath and continued, Little brother, to be honest with you, there is an astonishing formation laid out beneath the entire Tang city. It gathers these 7 types of energy at every moment, then merges them here, ultimately forming this 100-meter evil pool. Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu's face twitched. My lord, can this really replace spiritual energy to communicate with heaven and earth? And it won't kill people, right? Don't worry, we've tried it. That's good. It will definitely kill people. And many people will die. Li Shiwu. Bai Shi chuckled and continued. In the past, when spiritual energy still existed, cultivators were mostly classified by the strength of their spiritual roots, but that is no longer the case. Regardless of whether one has spiritual roots, as long as they are human, they can try it. The premise is that they must be alive. As his words fell, he saw a stream of young figures pouring in from the entrance they had come through, around 16 to 18 years old. Each one was full of vitality, like the rising sun. Soon, about 1,000 young men and women surged in, with the majority being young men, nearly filling the cave before him. Lord Star Official, what is this? Don't panic. You are also an official. Maintain your composure. Bai Shi looked ahead and continued, evil energy comes from people, and it is not as gentle as spiritual energy. It surges like a demon, like a ferocious beast from the wilderness. He inexplicably sighed. I wonder how many of these children will survive. Li Shiwu did not understand, remaining silent and watching quietly. He saw that the 1,000 young people, under the guidance of some officials, jumped one after another into a smaller black pool nearby. Throughout the process, they showed little fear, but rather smiles in their eyes, filled with hope and determination. Soon, half an hour passed. Back, Lord Star official, an official stepped forward. Out of the 1,000 youths, 50% could not withstand the evil energy entering their bodies, and their meridians and heart orifices were eroded to death. Another 20%, by sheer luck, did not die but had their brains muddled, and in the future, they will likely be dazed all day long. Only 20% were able to endure the evil energy entering their bodies and have the potential for cultivation. At this moment, listening to the words in his ears and watching the scene in the black pool, one life after another fell down, and the process was so casual and trivial. Li Shiwu couldn't help but feel a sense of daze. Jin Yuanzai, how many people did he kill? Li Shiwu, cultivation is like walking alone in a cold night. Not everyone has the qualification to wait until dawn to see the first light of morning. Bai Shi's tone seemed heavy. Do they know that the death rate is so high? Li Shiwu asked. They know. Then why are they so calm? Sigh, they were afraid in the past. Listening to Bai Shi's sigh, Li Shiwu suddenly understood something. Is it still the 10 signs, the pen sign? It is the pen that stirs up trouble, making them deeply believe that embarking on the path of cultivation is meaningful, even if it means easily sacrificing their own lives. Bai Shi nodded. Right. In the Great Xiao, there are 36 states, each with 72 cities, all the same. But there is nothing to be done. Calamities are endless, and new blood must be constantly replenished. Even you, Li 15, being of a similar age to them, must pass this test if you wish to cultivate. Li 15 said nothing, just stared at his feet. The black earth. The seed of immortality still haunting him. Though it is called the seed of immortality, currently, it has done nothing but turn him into something neither human nor ghost. I must naturally try this so-called evil aura. Aren't you afraid of death? There's nothing wrong with living. But the vastness of the world after stepping into immortality is what I yearn for even more. As Li 15's words fell, he bent his knees and leaped. Like a fledgling eagle plunging off a cliff, crashing into the largest 100-meter pit of evil, disappearing without a trace. Silly boy, what vastness is there? It's just a narrow path, from which no one returns. Bai Shi shook his head, seeming to mock lightly. After an incense stick's time, back on the ground, Li 15 felt little difference in his body. His body after the seed of immortality was not afraid of the erosion of evil aura. Who were those people? At this moment, the two had arrived at a place resembling a martial arts arena, where over 1,000 men, women, and children were eagerly waiting. They are the parents and friends of those 1,000 youths from earlier, Bai Shi casually replied. As the two approached, an old man with white hair, leaning on a bamboo cane, wobbled towards them, looking as fragile as a candle in the wind. My lord, have you seen my good grandson? He has been chosen to cultivate immortality. Old man, I remember the child you brought when you came. Sorry, he has perished in the path. Bai Shi spoke frankly. Perished. Perished indeed. The old man mumbled twice, then turned and, still using his cane, trembled away. Witnessing this scene, Li 15 stepped forward and stopped him. Old man, your grandson is dead. Don't you feel resentment or hatred? Hearing this, the old man slowly raised his head, and in the deep wrinkles of his face, the murky eyes seemed to regain some clarity. He took out a piece of paper from his bosom and showed it to Li 15. It read, Cultivators, though they seek longevity, also know the greater righteousness, and should take death as honor and life as shame, so as not to waste this life, nor betray the heavenly way. The old man murmured, 40 years ago, my brother died. 20 years ago, my youngest son died. Now, my little grandson is gone. The great Xia said, even if they fall, their souls transform into stars, safeguarding the mountains and rivers, illuminating the ages. The old man left, but in a daze. A drop of murky tear welled up in his eyes. Perhaps he only felt that the wind in the training ground was too strong, squinting his eyes. Watching the old man's back, Li 15 lowered his head, silent for a long time. He knew it was still the pen of the 10-aspect school, using the power of divine abilities to distort these people's thoughts and beliefs. Who is mocking whom? I am trapped in the seed of immortality. You are trapped in the great Xiao, all the same, all the same. Listening to the barely perceptible sigh in his ear, Bai Shi shook his head. Li 15. Matters of the world are not too much up to oneself. At least, manage yourself first. By the way, come with me for a trip. Following by Shi. Li 15 kept his head down. This time, they arrived at the front of a secret chamber. When he raised his head, he found that there were more than 20 people there, both men and women. Li 15, they are different from you. You are an implant of the 10 Aspect School. They are the mountain and river officials I just appointed myself. Bai Shi smiled and continued. Have you tried to accept the inheritance of the 10 Aspect School? Me? Li 15 shook his head like a rattle drum. I want to go, I want to learn. But he had no choice in the matter. With a wave of Bai Shi's hand, an invisible force descended, and the more than 20 people in front of him were instantly pushed into the secret chamber. Bai Shi clapped his hands. Give it a try. After all, the 10 Aspect School has many inheritances throughout the Great Xia. Entering the national education is far more promising than being a small mountain official. Chapter 28. In the secret chamber. The secret chamber was dark. Suddenly, rows of red candles ignited automatically, bringing some light. Li 15 looked up and saw that, unbeknownst to him, a layer of black gauze had been placed over the faces of him and the others. It was quite mysterious, not only able to conceal their faces, but also their forms, even blurring their voices. What does this mean? He asked in confusion. Brother, you don't know this? One person asked, somewhat surprised. Really don't know. Another person, seeing this, smiled and explained, actually, it's nothing big. After all, the 10 Aspect School has a notorious reputation in the Great Xia, so cultivators often hide what they practice. For example, if someone practices the dog aspect, backstabbing dogs, who would dare to deal with him? Li 15 pondered and agreed. Makes sense, makes sense. The 10 Aspect School deserves to die. Backstabbing dogs is even worse. Sigh. I didn't want to come in, but was pushed in by the star official. It's helpless. The other two also said, your words resonate with me, brother. We might as well just stand aside and watch the excitement. It was at this moment that a rumbling sound echoed in the secret chamber. Then, 9 bronze statues, 2 men tall, slowly rose from the ground, displaying an ancient charm, arrayed before everyone. Their aura was strange and unpredictable, yet it could sway people's minds, making them unable to resist the swaying of their thoughts. They represented the pen, grass, monkey, sheep, stone, donkey, stick, horse, and dog. This is the inheritance of the 10 Aspect School, plain and unremarkable. Li 15 clasped his fists and sneered. Behind him, the two echoed. A crooked way, not worth mentioning. I wouldn't want it even if it was given to me for free. Seeing the three like this, a woman turned sideways and spoke. The national education and Tao lineage. How can you joke about it? If you have the ability, say this in front of the 10 Aspect School's cultivators. Li 15 raised his head, glaring angrily. My master Qian Yuanzi, fear the national education? It is the national education that should fear me. In the secret chamber, everyone was stunned. Qian Yuanzi. What kind of powerful figure is that? Why have I never heard of him? As for Li 15, he continuously despised in his heart. That damn Qian Yuanzi. The method to become immortal is everywhere to be found. The evil aura pool is right there. Damn it, why not go there? Instead, wandering in the wilderness for decades in search of the elusive seed of immortality. But it can also be understood. As a mere mortal, he would probably die without a burial place if he encountered a disciple of the Huanin sect, let alone come to this star official's mansion. In the secret chamber, slowly, people began to step forward to try and see if they could gain the favor of the inheritance. Meanwhile, Li 15 was chatting idly. Brother, can we mountain officials be promoted to star officials? You want to be promoted? This person's tone sounded like he was mocking a fool. Can't we? Hee. Let me tell you, in the Great Xia, there is 1 moon official for each of the 36 states, and 72 star officials. In total, there are 36 moon officials and 2,592 star officials, with 3 sun officials above them. This person shook his head. It is said that the positions of these sun, moon, and star officials have not changed for many years, each one like a turtle that has lived for 10,000 years. As for your desire for promotion, dream on. But for us, having a little power, it's enough to bully the common folk and flaunt a bit of authority. One who knows contentment is always happy. Hearing this, Li 15 had many calculations in his heart. However, I say, since the 2 brothers have such insights and we 3 have no intention of passing on the legacy, why not go out and have a few drinks? But it makes sense. Meanwhile, more and more people tried to obtain the legacy. They stood in front of the 9 bronze statues, their hands clasped together as if sensing something. Unfortunately, It failed to provoke any reaction at all. Someone behind Li Shiwu mocked, apart from the monkey form. The 10-form sect is like a dogskin plaster, disgusting to people. The rest are just troublemakers, harmful to the group, and particularly that backstabbing dog, anyone chosen by it. Haha, must be inherently bad. Li Shiwu replied, right, bad to the point of oozing. Time passed quickly. Soon, only the three of them had not attempted it. You three, hurry up. Just go through the motions so we can leave this secret chamber. Seeing this, the three of them had nothing more to say, reluctantly stepping forward to stand about 10 feet away from the 9 bronze statues. Boring, Li Shiwu shook his head. Too much fuss. Brothers, let's go. As the three turned around, a scarlet light suddenly erupted without warning, as if the evening glow had torn through the sky and was pouring down. Then, under the gaze of more than 20 pairs of eyes, a dog-head mask, seemingly stained with blood, condensed out from the dog-head bronze statue. In full view of everyone, it landed on Li Shiwu's face and then disappeared. The backstabbing dog has appeared. It seems to be the most notorious form. What has that person done to invoke the favor of the backstabbing dog? Everyone, keep your distance from him. In an instant, everyone moved away from Li Shiwu, keeping a considerable distance, fearing any association with him, their disgust unabashed. Brothers, let me explain, Li Shiwu panicked. No one is listening. Who would have thought the backstabbing dog would be you? You should reflect on how wicked your true nature is and how many heinous acts you've committed. Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu was equally puzzled. He lowered his head in thought, mumbling, I don't really know. I just killed my master who raised me. Then I designed it so he had to skin himself alive, almost flaying him to the bone, one cut at a time. It was terrible. After that, I took the celestial fate he sought for a lifetime. In the end, I burned him to ashes. Li Shiwu raised his head, unable to resist scratching the back of his head, realizing it himself. Ahem, misunderstanding, we are colleagues. It's not like that. Everyone, listen to my explanation. It was at this moment that the secret chamber door slowly opened. The crowd angrily said, such a reprehensible person, everyone hurry out. The secret chamber is shrouded in black veils. We can't tell who he is. We must drag him out, otherwise, we have a backstabbing dog hiding among us. That's unacceptable. In an instant, everyone rushed out. Li Shiwu was also anxious. This dog's identity must not be confirmed. Sorry, my friend, he shouted, his flesh and blood power erupting. Grabbing a person by the shoulder, the very one he had just been chatting with amiably. Then, he threw him behind and rushed out, leaving the other person there, filled with anger. You just met and you backstabbed me? Outside the secret chamber, more than 20 mountain officials exchanged glances, their mutual vigilance apparent. Li Shiwu, with his axe glinting, stepped forward. His eyes were like a cold pond. That icy demeanor, like frost flowers reflecting the moon, made people dare not look directly at him. Who just spoke? Step forward. Chapter 29, an unpredictable scene. Li Shiwu, what are you doing? Outside the secret chamber. Why, she had a rather strange expression upon seeing this scene. Returning to the star official, just now in the secret chamber, someone obtained the dog form. The legacy of the backstabbing dog. And that person, damn it. Li Shiwu's tone was firm, his words dripping with disdain and hatred. Yes, star official, you don't know. When that person activated the dog form's legacy, there was a sea of blood light in the secret chamber, terrifying to the extreme. Not only that, he recounted his act of killing his master, simply infuriating. Listening to the mountain officials, each chiming in, while she nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Finally, he remained silent, stepping back a few paces from Li Shiwu. However, he still wore that calm and light smile. Ahem, everyone, please stay calm. I'm here. In this star official's manner, no one dares to commit murder. He then turned, his sky blue robe not showing a single crease. Everyone, follow me to the main hall. Moments later, in a hall with an ancient charm capable of holding hundreds of people, while she sat at the front, a wisp of pine smoke slowly burning beside him. Li Shiwu and more than 20 others sat cross-legged on cushions. Why, she said, every 20 years, each state selects a group of youths to enter the evil energy pool, attempting to take in the evil energy. As for Tang City, you need not worry. However, after this incident, when you return, you must select a batch of youths and send them here. Bai Shi glanced at Li Shiwu and continued, in your Jiulu town, with a population of about 180,000, you need to select 300 suitable individuals. This is your duty as a mountain official. Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu stood up, his expression cold, and said, Star official, what if I refuse? If you don't want to be a mountain official, someone else will take your place, and someone will select people for you. Shi shook his head. Li Shiwu, you can't change anything. The true rebels are those who reveal their deadly fangs inadvertently while complying, not those who threaten with their teeth bared, making themselves a laughingstock. Also, do not feel burdened. The people of Daya have been brainwashed by the text form for many years. They will not resist. Li Shiwu sat down, his head bowed in thought. Seeing this, Shi smiled. Then he said, everyone, every 20 years is also the time for the Daya regular court meeting. There are still 3 days until this court meeting begins. You will stay here, close your eyes and meditate, patiently waiting. Instantly, all the mountain officials showed excited expressions, seemingly looking forward to it. Li Shiwu felt a sense of unexplainable awe, just shaking his head and sighing. He felt sorry for Qian Yuanzu, who had just come down from the mountain not long ago, and yet he had already mixed into the Daya court meeting. It was at this moment that a young man in tight clothing stood with his hands behind his back outside the hall. He shouted, Qinglong Town, Land Officer Huayang, pays respects to the star official. Moreover, the 300 youths to be sent to the evil energy pool have already been brought here. Shi nodded. Come in and take your seats. Li Shiwu turned to look, understanding that this person was likely one of those old-school mountain officials. His demeanor was different. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation in his lower back, as if new flesh was growing. Star official, I need to step out for a moment. Go ahead. In a remote toilet of the star official's manor, Li Shiwu couldn't help but shake his head. Fortunately, this star official's manor also has ordinary people. Then, he lifted his robe. Underneath the robe, 8 new human legs were visibly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, bizarre and absurd. 10 legs. Was this an accident, or was it an inevitable result after experiencing the celestial perspective? Li 15 fell into deep thought, took a deep breath, and then wielded the machete, chopping down swiftly. He then stared at the yellow and white substance in the latrine below him, and steeled his heart. In the main hall, the mountain officials covered their noses and turned aside, showing their disdain. Li, you fell into the latrine. How foul. Li 15. Do you even deserve to be a mountain official, to be with us? Listening to the insults in his ears, Li 15 nodded and bowed in apology. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. He deliberately soiled his robe with excrement, naturally worried that the smell of blood on him would attract too much attention. The waiting time was indeed long, especially for Li 15. 2 more hours passed. Star official, I feel the urge to urinate. May I go again? Sure. 2 hours later. Great Lord, I feel the urge to fart. After that, my lord, I feel the urge to defecate. Finally, all the mountain officials in the hall could not stand it anymore and glared angrily. Shi couldn't help but shake his head. Li 15. Why don't you just stay in the latrine for 2 days and stop intentionally getting dirty? Li 15 was taken aback. He then bowed, performed a courtesy, and slowly retreated until he completely exited the hall. That night, the stars hung low, as if the Milky Way was upside down in the sky. Li 15 sat atop the latrine, looking up. He muttered, Qian Yuanzi, I'm doing better than you, see that? You must be so angry underground. Haha, I'll make you mad. Old man. It was at this moment that a sky-blue figure suddenly materialized beside him. Qian Yuanzi, is that your master? Star official, Li 15 hurriedly bowed. He nodded and said, isn't that right? Shi glanced over. Is your master-student relationship very deep? It's quite deep. The kind where we are willing to open our hearts to each other. Shi nodded, then said, having 10 legs is strange, indeed. Upon hearing this, Li 15's pupils contracted sharply, holding the machete in a defensive stance. My lord, do you know? Put down the knife, you can't hide it from me. Shi smiled and continued. Now in the Great Yao, calamities are rampant, and all kinds of strange occurrences are emerging one after another. Your mere 10 legs are nothing. Also, since you can withstand the evil energy entering your body, why not try practicing now? Li 15 was taken aback. Now? Shi nodded. Yes. Spiritual energy is the bridge for living beings to communicate with heaven and earth. Without spiritual energy, we can use a different kind of energy to build the bridge. Li 15 hurriedly said, Star official, but I don't know anything, and I don't have any techniques. Shi smiled lightly, and his sky-blue robe fluttered in the wind. It's fine, I'll teach you. In an instant, several black crystals fell into his hand, and after crushing them, streams of black energy coiled like dragons, all pouring towards Li 15. Looking at the young figure beside him, sitting cross-legged with closed eyes, Shi softly chanted, At first, one recognizes the energy of heaven and earth, and the mortal heart is not yet free from dust. This refers to the path of longevity. where all phenomena begin to enter the door. In the past, when spiritual energy still existed, ascension had 9 realms, which included refining energy, building a foundation, golden elixir. An original infant. The night was long. Unknowingly, threads of white silk began to spread between Baishi's 10 fingers, covering the sky densely, like a spider web, surging towards the entire Tang City. In the end, it fell upon the millions of citizens of Tang City. This scene was both unpredictable and enchanting. Baishi seemed like a masterful shadow puppeteer. But what he manipulated was not paper figures, but the millions of people in Tang City. Chapter 30. The Great Yao Court Assembly in the early morning, when it was neither day nor night. Li 15 exhaled deeply and suddenly opened his eyes. Beside him, Baishi had a faint smile. Li 15, remarkable. In one night, you have risen to the 9th level of energy refining. And there were no bottlenecks or obstacles in between. Everything came naturally. I can only say that your current body is quite extraordinary. Li 15 was somewhat dazed, looking down to see that the 8 extra legs he had were just lying there in an awkward position, instantly turning his face red. Baishi noticed and said, "It's nothing. Divine beings often exhibit oddities. I want to mock you." Ha ha. Li 15 awkwardly laughed, then gazed towards the horizon. He felt as if he were a budding sprout in early spring, witnessing the vastness and mystery of the world for the first time. But when he stared at his palm, he suddenly felt something was off. He saw that on the first segment of each of his 10 fingers, there were 2 blood-red patterns, looking extremely sinister. What happened? He couldn't help but wonder. Baishi said, "You know, evil energy is not the same as spiritual energy. It is formed from resentment, death energy, and ghost energy. Therefore, the perception after cultivation might not be so celestial. Moreover, the later it progresses, the more it resembles a demon." Cough, cough. Baishi cleared his throat. Your current realm is still low, so let's see in the future. Li 15 glanced at the person before him. Star official, why don't you have any abnormalities? I don't. Why? I don't cultivate evil energy. Li 15, seeing Baishi fixedly staring at him, felt somewhat helpless. He just gazed at the morning glow on the horizon and said, Li 15, you and I are not from the same era. To be precise, the sun, moon, and star officials of the Great Yao are not from the same era as you. For example, I had already cultivated to a very high realm when the spiritual energy had not yet dissipated. Baishi withdrew his gaze and slowly closed his eyes. Of course, if you ask me how high. In the next moment, Baishi opened and closed his eyes, divine lights soaring into the sky, his aura sweeping across thousands of miles. I can only say, I look down from the cloud, and all beings are but ants. Li 15's eyes widened, staring blankly at the person before him. After a long while, he finally choked out, Star official, what about you now? Forgot. Baishi uttered 2 words. Forgot? Yes, forgot. Not only my cultivation, but many things as well. Baishi took a deep breath, his expression heavy. I've forgotten most of the past, forgotten a lot, a lot. I don't know why the spiritual energy is gone. I don't know why the Great Yao is like this now, and I don't know what calamities are. Not just me, the other sun, moon, and star officials have also forgotten. Baishi patted Li 15's shoulder. So, I don't cultivate evil energy. As for you, just work hard slowly. He couldn't help but chuckle. After all, 3-legged toads are easy to find, but 10-legged people are one of a kind. Li 15 felt embarrassed and could only take a black cloth to cover himself. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be an additional memory in his mind. It was a technique called cultivating immortality. Let me explain it to you. Li 15 twitched at the corner of his eye. My lord, can we not be so casual? Baishi replied. Haha, this is what I once cultivated. Don't return it to me. As for the name, I think it's pretty good. Li 15. All right then, thank you, my lord. No need to thank me. I've been the star official for many years, and I've given this technique at least 1,000 or 800 times. What happened to them in the end? Probably they all died. Upon hearing this, Li 15 rolled his eyes, not knowing what to say. Baishi's tone remained casual. It's just a technique. The world is full of dangers, and so is the path of immortality. Wanting to reach the peak, how easy is that? After finishing, he waved his long sleeves. One by one, black crystals kept falling from the sky until they piled up into a small mountain in front of him. Ling stones are formed by the condensation and gathering of spiritual energy. As for what is before us, I call them evil stones. Li 15. You can take as much as you want from your coffin, and if it's not enough, just come to me. Li 15 looked at such a generous act and couldn't help but ask, My lord, are you being so generous? Shi smiled and said, "That evil pit has existed for countless years, and there are plenty of these evil stones. Also, in Tang City, whether it's those small immortal sects, small families, or individuals. As long as they come to me, I have plenty of evil stones." After finishing his words, Shi glanced at Li 15 again. "By the way, stop playing with the poop, it's stinky." Then, his figure disappeared like the wind. Seeing the other party leave, Li 15 lowered his head and remained silent for a long time, contemplating everything Shi had told him. Finally, he sighed, "Qian Yuanzi is just a mountain road wanderer. The real powerful ones are in the human world." He muttered a few words and fell silent, feeling that the depth of this great Yao water was so profound that even upon first hearing it, it felt like an abyssal sea, making it hard for him to breathe. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During this time, he continued to practice. Apart from his magic power becoming more solid, there was no significant progress. However, the blood patterns on his 10 fingers became increasingly deep and sinister. At this moment, Li 15 still unhesitatingly cut off 8 legs, then wrapped them tightly in white cloth, changed into a brand new Taoist robe, and entered the great hall. "Everyone, long time no see," he cheerfully greeted, and then found his original seat. At this time, there were a total of 81 mountain officials sitting cross-legged in the hall, all with fervent expressions. Shi stood at the front of the hall with his hands behind his back and said lightly, "Everyone is here, let us enter the court." As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain officials took out their respective mountains and rivers stabilizing plates and placed them flat on their knees. Then, they drew a thread of consciousness and slowly sank into it. Seeing this, Li 15 naturally followed suit. After 3 breaths, in a moment, the scene before his eyes changed. What appeared before him was a golden world, the kind of atmosphere that was magnificent, solemn, and majestic. Words were insufficient to describe it. Li 15 looked up. At the very top, there were 2 golden figures towering 1,000 zhang high, each wearing a dragon robe and a phoenix robe, their faces obscured, seemingly looking down upon the world like supreme deities. Below them were 3 figures, each about 100 zhang tall, also with obscured faces, but giving the impression of a great sun hanging in the sky, suppressing the ages. Below those 3 were 36 figures, each 50 zhang high, standing in 2 rows on the steps. Their bodies radiated a halo that seemed to shine like moonlight upon the world, pouring down on humanity. On the jade and stone steps below them were 2,592 figures, each only 10 zhang tall, also arranged in 2 rows, standing on the steps. Each of these figures had a star ring swirling behind their heads, with an indescribable aura. Shi was among them. Li 15 looked at this scene, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Bodhisattva bless. How could this place be somewhere I can come? At this moment, not just Li 15, but the other mountain officials were equally shocked, feeling like ants, wondering what virtue or capability they had to witness such a scene. Li 15's chest heaved as he understood that the 2 towering figures at the top were likely the true rulers of this great Yao. The 3 figures beneath them, like the great sun in the sky, were the 3 sun officials. Below them were the 36 moon officials. Below them were the 2,592 star officials, including Shi. As for themselves, the small mountain officials, land officials, and river officials, there were over 200,000 in total. The heavenly ladder before them had thousands of paths, yet they had no qualification to step onto it, only able to stand at the very bottom, like ants gazing up at the gods. Even so, the majority of the mountain officials had flushed faces, excited to the point of trembling. Li 15 pondered. If Shi is that powerful, then what about the moon officials and sun officials above him? And those 2 towering figures? He also wondered whether the place he reached with a thread of consciousness was real or just an illusion created by some treasure. Li 15 couldn't figure it out. But he thought, if he could draw this scene before him, he would surely burn it for Qian Yuanzi, letting that old man never find peace. Time trickled by. Suddenly, a melodious bell rang out, seemingly coming from ancient times, resonating throughout this golden world. Then, 2 figures appeared alongside the bell sound, standing on either side of the 2 towering figures. Judging by their positions, they were clearly of higher status than the 3 sun officials. Li 15 widened his eyes and stared hard, vaguely seeing one person dressed in a white robe, wearing a tall red hat. Recognizing such an unusual outfit, he immediately understood that this person must be the national master of the Huanin sect, while the other was undoubtedly the national master of the 10 Aspects Gate. The court meeting began. With a light shout from the national master of the Huanin sect, the sun, moon, and star officials, along with the 200,000 mountain officials. All lowered their heads. We, the subjects, pay our respects to Emperor Yao and Empress Yao. May the Emperor and Empress become eternal and soar alongside the Tao. Li 15 didn't understand these words, but he followed suit, for fear of making a mistake, uncertain whether that strange immortal view would protect him. However, as he bowed his head, he vaguely noticed Bai Shi standing there unmoving, his face as cold as an ice mountain, surprisingly not bowing. Bai Shi, why do you not bow to the Emperor and Empress? Asked the national master of the Huanin sect from atop the towering heights. Bai Shi replied, Return to the national master. I just thought of an amusing matter, which is why I was distracted and committed this breach of etiquette. At this moment, a woman's voice sounded, like the cry of a phoenix, carrying a unique and radiant presence. Bai Shi, what kind of amusing matter could distract you so? Please share it with us. This person was none other than the Empress Yao. At this moment, Li 15 was also puzzled, wondering why Bai Shi was so unsteady in such a grand occasion. He then heard Bai Shi laugh and say, Return to the Empress. I have a small mountain official under me who has actually grown 10 legs. Isn't that funny? In the golden world, it seemed to pause for a moment. Then came bursts of laughter. Bai Jun, what is so worthy of attention in that? It seems Bai Jun has been lonely for too long to care about such trivial matters. As for Li 15, he stood there in a daze, completely at a loss, not understanding Bai Shi's intentions. At this time, the Empress Yao spoke again. Bai Shi, is that mountain official of yours present? Let me take a look. Yes. Bai Shi nodded and, quite openly, pointed at Li 15's thread of consciousness. In an instant, Li 15 grew 10 legs, his posture identical to his real body outside. The Empress Yao chuckled lightly and said, In this form, neither human nor crab, how do you usually walk? At this moment, countless gazes converged on Li 15, as if possessing the ability to see through everything, making him tremble all over, as if sitting on pins and needles. In my daily life, I usually walk by cutting off legs. The Empress Yao remained silent, as if someone like Li 15 was merely a trivial joke at the banquet, not worth her attention. The national master of the Huanin sect then said, with calamities continuing, this small mountain official has likely attracted something, which is not worth mentioning. Now, let us get to the main business. At this time, the national master of the 10 Aspects Gate spoke. All-star officials, listen up. Anyone capable of cultivation should be arranged to try the inheritance of my 10 Aspects Gate. I, the disciple of the 10 Aspects, am still not enough. Moreover, that arson sect must be eradicated at all costs. As for the calamity, it is still as before, we cannot take action. Additionally, Li 15 listened quietly, understanding some parts while completely unable to comprehend others. What does it mean that the sun, moon, and stars cannot take action against the calamity? Time seemed to freeze in this golden world. It was unclear how long had passed. In Tang City, within the star official's residence, Li 15 slowly opened his eyes, as did the other mountain officials. Star official, what do you mean by harming me? He couldn't help but shout. Bai Shi chuckled lightly. I didn't harm you. I find it quite amusing. At this moment, a man dressed in an official robe and also a cultivator walked in, looking terrified. Star official, something bad has happened. The arson sect has invaded Tang City. Upon hearing this, Bai Shi merely raised his eyes slightly, indifferent, and said, It's fine, let them make a fuss. If they commit a crime, someone will take the blame. The mountain officials, seeing this, were somewhat anxious, but as Bai Shi remained seated, they had no choice but to bide their time. After a stick of incense, the official came to report again. Star official, it's bad. That group from the arson sect has ransacked the evil chi pool and stolen countless evil stones. Bai Shi yawned, let them steal. After another stick of incense, Star official, it's bad. The arson sect has broken the pin's power left by the 10 aspects in Tang City. Bai Shi waved his hand. Don't panic, someone will take the blame. After another stick of incense, Star official, it's bad. There is a lecherous person in the arson sect who has taken all the widow's intimate clothing in the city using Taoist methods. Bai Shi shook his head and smiled. Widows? What taste is that? But don't panic, someone will take the blame. Near noon, the official was already dejected, leaning at the hall's entrance. Star official, look at how Tang City has been ruined. You should come out and see. Seeing this, Bai Shi slowly stood up. All right, come with me to catch people. A red rope appeared in his hand, about the thickness of a finger, woven from an unknown material. He continued, this red rope can trace the cause and effect. Let's see who the culprit is. Bai Shi released his grip, and the red rope gracefully rose, swirling a few times in the air. Then, right before everyone's eyes, it wrapped Li 15 into a red zongzi. Oh, the scapegoat is right here. Why, she couldn't help but chuckle. Li 15, you really are unfortunate. Chapter 32. I take the blame in Tang City. Within the star official's residence, a red rope fell, binding Li 15 into a red zongzi, a rather comical sight. Inside the hall, the mountain officials were stunned for a moment. Then all began to speak. Sir, Li 15 has been here all along. How could he be linked to the arson sect's invasion? Yes, sir, his cultivation is not high. He's only at the 9th level of Qi refinement. So he shouldn't have this capability. The mountain officials present did not take the opportunity to kick him while he was down, but instead unraveled the matter, questioning its authenticity. In front of the hall, Baishi chuckled lightly and said, the red rope of cause and effect only recognizes cause and effect. At this moment, there was no fear in Li 15's eyes. He merely stared at Baishi and said in a low voice, I think I have been made a scapegoat by the sheep aspect of the 10 aspects. Baishi nodded, that's right, it is indeed so. The so-called scapegoat observes you and imitates you. Baishi paused, a smile creeping on his lips. In the end, it frames you. Li 15, at this point, Baishi waved his Taoist robe, and the many mountain officials were sent outside by a gust of wind, while the hall door closed tightly. Since that's the case, you know I've been framed, yet you still bound me? Li 15 had no good tone. If only he could fight this guy, otherwise, his violent temper. Baishi showed a helpless expression. I said, I only recognize cause and effect, not people. As for you, when did you deal with someone of the sheep aspect? And you don't even know you've been grafted with cause and effect? At this moment, Li 15 wriggled his body, trying to sit up. Can a sheep aspect cultivator really graft cause and effect? Are they that powerful? As far as I know, those involved with cause and effect are all great cultivators, right? Baishi replied, it's not that the sheep aspect cultivators themselves are powerful, but the inheritance they receive from the 10 aspects is powerful. As Baishi spoke, his expression became extremely serious. Li 15, just like the inheritance of the backstab dog you received, do you know what it really is? Oh, you know I got the dog aspect? Li 15 muttered, then closed his eyes to introspect. He clearly sensed that within his spiritual platform in his mind, a blood-colored dog shadow was quietly lying there. Baishi continued, from what I have learned over the years, or from interacting with some 10 aspects cultivators, I find the 10 aspects sect very strange, especially strange. They have no so-called methods or Taoist techniques. What they have is only that thing in your spiritual platform. Baishi took a deep breath and continued, using the sheep aspect, the scapegoat, as an example. If we regard the 10 aspects sheep aspect as a complete source, what the 10 aspects does is scatter this source into many parts, and then find suitable people to merge with. As long as the fusion is successful, even a minor Qi refinement cultivator can wield the power of grafting cause and effect. Baishi said this with an unintentional smile. Li 15, after your backstab dog source fuses, you should stay far away from me. This star official is also afraid of being backstabbed. Below, Li 15 seemed to be pondering. So the inheritance of the backstab dog he received was not a method or something similar, but a source corresponding to the dog aspect. He couldn't help but sigh. If only he had gotten this thing earlier and successfully fused it, then Qian Yuanzi would have been blessed. In the hall, however, Baishi closed his eyes in contemplation, tapping his fingers on his knee while softly chanting. The 10 aspects sect claims to be 10 aspects, yet there are only 9 aspects. Also, I vaguely remember that it has never been a true immortal sect. But what exactly is it? Sigh, forget it, headache. At this moment, a shocking change occurred. The originally clear and sunny sky suddenly turned pitch black, as if a colossal primordial beast had swallowed all the light. Then, a tall figure appeared, standing with its hands behind its back in the sky thousands of feet high, exuding no aura, yet giving a sense of ancientness, as if born with the heavens and earth. Baishi Jun, where are you? The man spoke softly. In the star official's residence, Baishi looked up, shaking his head at Li 15. Tisk, they're here to catch you. As the hall door opened, the tall man appeared outside, then stepped inside. He said blandly, Baishi Jun, with Tang City ravaged so badly by the arson sect, what are you doing? Baishi stood up, but casually pointed at Li 15, Yu Guan. The cause and effect are on him. Capture him. The man was taken aback. Isn't this that 10-legged frog, just a 9th level Qi refinement? Fine. We always only recognize cause and effect, so the level of cultivation doesn't matter. Seeing this, Li 15 exclaimed loudly, Where are you taking me? The man replied, Naturally, to to the national master of the 10 aspects sect. And then, no matter who you are, as long as you have a connection to the arson sect, the national master will skin you alive, strip your bones, refine your soul, and seize your spirit. 10 deaths without life. Upon hearing this, Li 15's body turned cold. But then he suddenly turned his eyes and pointed at Bai Shi. Lord Yuguan, I want to report. When the arson sect came to attack, Lord Bai clearly knew. Yet he remained still, simply lying there drinking tea, not letting us prepare to face the enemy. Li 15 felt that this was clearly Bai's way of setting him up, so he couldn't blame him. The man turned to the side, furrowing his brows and asked, Lord Bai, is what he said true? Bai Shi nodded, it's true. Then helplessly continued, Li 15, you're truly worthy of being chosen by the dog-like source. I've taught you cultivation, passed on techniques, and given you evil stones. Yet you sell me out without any hesitation. Li 15's expression changed awkwardly. Could he really be blamed for this? But he said, Lord Yueguan, does that mean I'm innocent? The man shook his head. No, you've been tainted by the arson sect's karma and betrayed your superior. Your crime is increased. In that case, I sentence you to have your soul scattered. In an instant, a brilliant light emerged from the man's palm, beautiful yet seemingly capable of obliterating everything. Just at that critical moment, Bai Shi appeared in front of Li 15, blocking that killing intent. With a light-hearted smile, he said, this kid's karma, I'll take it. With a thought, the invisible karmic ties entwined around Li 15 instantly detached. Then, they circled around his own fingertips. The man gazed intently. Lord Bai, if you neglect the arson sect, I will certainly take you to meet the Yao Emperor and the Yao Empress. In that case, if you have anything to say, let's talk then. As the words fell, Bai Shi and the tall man instantly vanished without a trace. Seeing this scene, Li 15 felt his head buzzing. At the same time, the red rope binding him also untied itself automatically. Li 15 quickly got up, unable to restrain himself from jumping in anger, and cursed, Bai Shi. You, what karma are you taking from me? Doesn't this just make me look even less like a person? After cursing a few times, Li 15 looked down and picked up the red rope from the ground. However, as soon as he touched it, his mind uncontrollably sank into it. And then a figure appeared before him. It was Bai Shi, still wearing the sky-blue Taoist robe. Chapter 33. The Emperor is not the Emperor. The Empress is not the Empress. Bai Shi, how are you here? Li 15 was stunned. Opposite him, Bai Shi smiled and shook his head. This is just a strand of my divine thought. The reason I left it in this red rope is just to tell you a few things. Li 15 nodded. What do you want to say? At this moment, Bai Shi's expression was unusually heavy. Li 15, listen carefully. The Emperor is not the Emperor. The Empress is not the Empress. Upon hearing this, Li 15's face crumpled. Lord Xingguan, can you please speak plainly and not be cryptic? I'm just a simple country boy who hasn't seen much of the world. I really don't understand. Bai Shi nodded. All right. What I want to say is, I've recalled a very small part of the memories I once forgot. This makes me feel that the Yao Emperor is not truly the Yao Emperor, and the Yao Empress is not truly the Yao Empress. But what exactly are they? Upon hearing this, Li 15's eyes widened. What? The Yao Emperor and Yao Empress are fake? Is that why you didn't bow when you went to court? And even revealed my 10-legged incident? Bai Shi, that's right. The reason I neglected the arson sect is to attract the Yueguan to capture me and take me to see the Yao Emperor and Yao Empress. And us star officials usually have no chance to meet them in person. Heh. Bai Shi chuckled and continued. I want to see what those two sitting on the imperial throne really are. After hearing this, Li 15 finally understood the context. He looked at Bai Shi again, unable to help but make a gesture of cutting his neck, saying, Hey, aren't you afraid of being caught by them and having your neck cut? Bai Shi shook his head, indifferent. Then let's see their abilities. Seeing this attitude, Li 15 pouted. You're something. By the way, why did you tell me this? Opposite him, Bai Shi's gaze was meaningful. Li 15. Because I feel that you seem not to be a person. In an instant, Bai Shi's divine thought dissipated, and Li 15 also regained consciousness. His awareness returning to his body. Good for you. Bai Shi, you are not a person. Li 15 muttered indignantly, then his whole being calmed down. His eyes deep and tranquil. The Emperor is not the Emperor, the Empress is not the Empress. These things are still too far from me. As for Lord Xingguan, I wish you good luck. What he needed to do now was still to deal with the trouble of the 10 legs, and to find the origin of the immortal temple. He glanced at the red rope in his hand, stored it in the coffin, and left in big strides. A few days later, it was March 7th, a day to commemorate the dead and remember the ancestors. The sky was hazy today, with fine rain like silk. Li 15 left Tang City, found an open spot, and took out a pile of incense, candles, and money. Naturally, these were burned for his past brothers. After all, they grew up together. Then, he took out a 10-meter-long painting. The painting depicted the scene when he went to court. These days, he had rudely forced several painters to draw it while holding a firewood knife, and of course, he had given them quite a bit of gold. After that, Li 15 also took out a bowl of rice water and sprinkled it on the ground. He chanted, "All you lonely souls and wild ghosts, eat this rice water and disperse. Don't snatch the painting I'm burning for my master later." At some point, a middle-aged man appeared beside him, and upon seeing this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head in admiration. "Little brother, you're really thoughtful. Your master has taken a good disciple. It's a pity my father died early, leaving no grave, so I can only worship him like this." After saying that, he also took out yellow paper money, lit it to worship his deceased father, and softly recited, "May my father rest in peace today." Li 15 did the same, a spark of fire falling on that 10-meter painting as he recited, "Master, you must not have peace in the underworld." The middle-aged man was taken aback and looked over. He continued reciting, "May this offering bless my father to reincarnate soon and return to the human world. Master, you must not attain rebirth, forever fall into the underworld, and suffer for eternity." In an instant, the middle-aged man showed a face as if he had eaten excrement and took a step aside. Gritting his teeth, he recited the incantation, "My father, manifest your spirit, bless my family's glory, and let your descendants be prominent. Master, if you have the ability, come out from underground and kill me up here, haha." Looking at this overly young yet talkative little Taoist beside him, the middle-aged man withdrew his gaze and left without looking back. He kept cursing himself for not checking the almanac before going out, which led to encountering this fool. As for Li 15, he raised his head and glanced at the middle-aged man. He continued, "Master, did you see this painting? You sought immortality for a lifetime, but it's just a wild path in the mountains. But look at your disciple, what schemes he's entangled in. Heh, must be jealous to death." As soon as the words fell, a wild wind rose between heaven and earth, causing the flames in front of him to flicker wildly. Li 15's expression turned cold. "Old thing, the soul hasn't dissipated yet, trying to scare me?" After cursing, he turned and left. Only that 10-meter painting remained, drenched by the rain and unextinguished by the wind, until it was completely reduced to ashes. 3 days later, Li 15 left Tang City and returned to Jewel Town. It was here that he encountered two uninvited guests. "It's you?" "Taoist Li, it's me." Before Li 15 stood the woman with the basket he had first encountered, who was later faked to death by GMO. "Are you a sheep-faced practitioner? Not bad. The arson cult has invaded Tang City. Did you graft the karma onto me?" "Yes. As a person from the 10 Manifestation sect, why are you mingling with the arson cult?" "Simple, I'm a traitor." Li Shiwu's eyelid twitched. What a straightforward reason. The woman, however, chuckled softly, covering her lips. "I used the scapegoat technique to transfer the karma to you, just to make it difficult for that star official to trace us. However, Taoist Li, you look quite complete. TSK, I imagine you have quite a story to tell." Li Shiwu snorted coldly. With Baishi's abilities, such small tricks could not escape his notice. The reason he didn't take care was merely to see the Yao Emperor later. At this moment, his gaze fell on another person. This was an exceptionally handsome man, with eyes like peach blossoms, exuding a carefree and unrestrained aura. What startled Li Shiwu the most was that this person's pupils were actually a pair of dice, giving an indescribable feeling of unpredictability. "Ahem. I am a practitioner of the arson cult, Luo Yang. This Taoist Li, join our arson cult. This is a great opportunity." Luo Yang spoke eloquently, with words full of temptation and persuasion. Li Shiwu showed a contemplative expression and asked, "What is your cultivation level?" "Mid-foundation establishment, a gambling fortune teller," Luo Yang casually replied. "And you?" He turned to the woman with the basket. "Early foundation establishment." The woman smiled like a flower. Li Shiwu asked again, "With just the two of you, do you have the ability to stir trouble in Tang City?" Luo Yang shrugged. "Of course not. We are just following a few seniors from the sect and are responsible for helping out." "Then where are they?" "Naturally, they have returned to the sect." Li Shiwu nodded, but suddenly, a cold light flashed from his hand, and the chopping knife was unsheathed. With a voice like icy frost, "The Grand Yao Mountain official is here. You demons, do you not surrender?" Chapter 34, Gambling House Outside Jewel Town. The sun was setting, casting a blood-red hue across the sky. Li Shiwu pointed the knife at an angle, his face cold as frost. Luo Yang tilted his head and pointed to his own head. Li Shiwu, has your brain rusted? You, a mere chi refining level 9, dare to make a move? Li Shiwu scoffed. So what? 2 against 1, foundation establishment against chi refining. The advantage is mine. All right. Tell me, why is the advantage with you? Li Shiwu did not answer but glanced behind him. Everyone go. In an instant, figures alternated and landed beside him, exactly 9 mountain officials from Tang City and other regions. They had gathered because a government official from the Tang City Star Official's office had sent a message through the mountains and rivers, informing them of the appearance of a cursed shadow in this area, prompting them to investigate first. Thus, they had been tracking for 3 days and had just arrived outside Jewel Town. Li Shiwu, you just told us to hide our tracks. Is that question done? One mountain official asked. Almost. Li Shiwu nodded. Colleagues, did you hear clearly? It was that sheep-faced person who grafted the karma onto me, causing me to be wronged. A fierce light manifested in his eyes. The key is, there are only these 2 people here, with no one to protect them, so let us kill them. In an instant, where Li Shiwu pointed his chopping knife, the killing intent of the mountain officials surged and soared into the sky. One person formed a hand sign with one hand and fiercely struck his brow. I decree, grant the 5 elements, fire arise. Suddenly, a flame ignited in the wilderness, surging like a tide, transforming into 9 dragon forms rushing towards Luo Yang and the woman. Another person manifested a lightning pattern on his forehead, his figure suddenly doubling in size, his body crackling with electricity, fiercely charging forward. The 9 mountain officials displayed their powers, conjuring spells one after another. Only Li Shiwu, holding the chopping knife, circled around the battlefield, intending to execute a sneak attack. Don't ask, just know that it's what Qian Yuanzi has taught over the years. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield, Luo Yang remained unshaken. Only the 2 6-sided dice in his eyes replaced his pupils, constantly spinning and bouncing. Then, a strange scene occurred. How strange, why did my fire go out? The mountain official who cast the fire spell couldn't help but exclaim, where's my lightning? Another mountain official casting the lightning spell found that the lightning in his palm had suddenly gone silent. Brother, your sword is aimed at me, stop. Another mountain official shouted angrily. As for Li Shiwu, he was also taken aback. Just as he was about to strike, the chopping knife in his hand seemed to slip and fell to the ground. At this moment, the entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Kid, you're using the arson cult's demonic techniques. A female mountain official shouted angrily. Luo Yang lightly scoffed. Demonic techniques? You Grand Yao lackeys dare to slander my sect's techniques as demonic? Simply going against the heavens, you know not what you speak. In the midst of it all, Li Shiwu suddenly recalled. When the other party mentioned their cultivation level, it seemed they had mentioned the term gambling fortune teller. But what exactly did that mean? At this moment, Luo Yang opened his arms, wearing a face of someone entranced in something. The doctrine of the arson cult is that we are merely madmen who enjoy setting fires within probabilities. Just now, I merely cast a spell to quietly alter the probability of some small events occurring. Li Shiwu, what does this mean? This is too absurd. At this time, the woman with the basket stepped forward. Everyone, please calm down. Luo Yang and I have also come for that curse. Since we all have the same purpose, why not temporarily put aside our grievances? As soon as the woman finished speaking, a shocking change occurred. With the last ray of sunset illuminating the scene, the entire world suddenly turned pitch black. The Jewel Town, which could accommodate nearly 200,000 people, instantly transformed. Originally a large gathering place, it now became a large gambling house covering nearly 10,000 square meters and standing nearly 50 meters high. Inside, the lights were bright, and the sounds of frenzied shouting shook the heavens, with various dice cups shaking and the sound of dice rolling incessantly. In addition, a strong smell of blood swept in with the night wind, making people feel nauseous. How could this be? Li Shiwu and the other 10, along with Luo Yang and the woman, turned to see this scene, all with stunned expressions, staring blankly. After about 10 breaths, one mountain official could no longer hold back and said, "This is so eerie. It can turn a town into such a large gambling house in an instant. It's not just a cursed beast, it's a cursed demon." Luo Yang was also breathing heavily, but in his eyes, there was a hint of joy. Then his figure moved like the wind, charging forward into the gambling house, without hesitation. Luo Yang, the woman with the basket exclaimed, her face showing urgency. With a final stomp, she followed him inside. "Brothers, what about us? One mountain official stuttered. This cursed demon's momentum is too fierce. With our strength, we will likely die for nothing. Forget it. I'll go back and report. Saving my life is the priority. Another person directly turned back. Then, one after another, several people left, including Li Shiwu. Only 5 remained. A few of you, what about you? Li Shiwu's breathing grew heavier. One person said, to be honest, the position of mountain official, aside from having the opportunity to attend court meetings, is generally despised. After all, the death rate is too high. Like you and me, we are merely marginalized by our respective families or sects, ultimately sent here to be this mountain official, euphemistically called to protect the peace of this area. The man's eyes narrowed. The evil spirits are dangerous, but they also present an opportunity. A few of you, I'm off. After saying this, a gust of clear wind surged at his feet, carrying him into the gambling house. Fortune and glory are sought in danger. If not now, then when? The other 3 similarly chose to enter. In an instant, only Li Shiwu remained, cursing in place. Good for you, GMO. I wondered why you were so generous to casually give me this mountain official position. It was at this moment that an old voice came from within the gambling house. Travelers, why not come in and place a bet? Then he saw that the gambling house's entrance resembled a gluttonous mouth, almost in the blink of an eye, swallowing Li Shiwu inside. Damn it, is this a black shop? I've always been kind and never gambled. Li Shiwu cursed angrily, and when he finally cleared his vision, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His whole body trembling uncontrollably. What kind of scene is this? Bones as cups, eyeballs as dice, flesh and blood as stakes, lifespan as bets. Over 10,000 people were immersed in this. Winning was a joy, ending only in death. Chapter 35. No regrets in betting. Joy in opening the cup inside the gambling house. Li Shiwu's pupils contracted, as if he were speechless, standing there in a daze. He saw strings of deep red lanterns, 9 in a string, descending from the sky, emitting a ghostly red glow that lit up the entire gambling house. A full 10,000 gambling tables were arranged orderly within. The 180,000 citizens of Jewel Town, men, women, old and young, widows and orphans were all there, scattered among the tables. The shaking bone dice cups, the beating hearts, the blood-stained eyeballs, the piercing cries of infants. Such bizarre scenes made Li Shiwu breathe heavily, nearly choking. What are you doing? Stop. Li Shiwu stared at the gambling table right in front of him, surrounded by a dozen people, among them a man in coarse clothes with an open chest. His face twisted in madness. This man he recognized. He had once helped repair the local temple. Chui Danyu, what are you doing? Li Shiwu shouted angrily and kicked forward. Ah, it's you, mountain official. Chui Danyu looked up, then returned to the gambling table, his eyes bloodshot, as if he had completely immersed himself. He said to another person at the table fiercely, I still have a son. This time, I'm betting his other arm. Is that enough to stake? After speaking, he pulled out a blood-stained oil paper from his waist, opening it to reveal a severed child's arm. Behind Chui Danyu stood a woman in a dark blue short coat, holding a child with both arms severed, her expression equally frenzied. She was coaxing the child while excitedly saying, Darling, let us bet with him. As long as we win one round, we'll have everything. Don't be afraid to lose. Our little one still has legs. Seeing this, anger flashed in Li Shiwu's eyes. Holding a firewood knife, he swung it toward the gambling table. But suddenly, an invisible force surged, pushing him 10 feet away. At the gambling table, a figure cloaked in black with ghostly blue flames in its eye sockets turned to look at him. The game had started. Outsiders should retreat. Then, it lifted the bone dice cup, shook it 3 times, and slammed it on the table, speaking as if to entice. No regrets in betting, joy in opening the cup. You too, bet big or small. Li Shiwu took a deep breath, forcing himself to look away from this cruel scene. And he noticed that on every one of the 10,000 gambling tables, there was a figure in a black cloak. They seemed to be the so-called dealers. Damn it. If you dare to drag me in here, just wait. Li Shiwu cursed and slowly began to move, stepping over one gambling table after another, walking deeper into the gambling house. It wasn't that he didn't care. It was just that this place was eerie and inexplicable, and with his current cultivation, he couldn't stop these gambling games. Even if he could, with so many tables, he would be stretched too thin. Inside the gambling house, the citizens of Jewel Town were becoming increasingly frantic. Li Shiwu kept his eyes straight ahead, walking forward. In his ears, the shouts and screams were endless. I bet my lifespan, 20 years. I'm betting too, I bet my eye. This is my wife, who wants her? She is valuable. I bet my kidney. The cloaked dealers announced. All gamblers listen. The house takes 30% from every game, regardless of win or lose. It seemed that in this gambling house, anything could be bet. And with the frenzy they displayed, according to the rules here, the final result would be nothing but one. The house wins everything. The gambling house covered an area of 10,000 square meters, very large. Li Shiwu's pace quickened, growing more urgent. He was looking for Luoyang and the other 4 mountain officials. Finally, in the center of the gambling house, a round gambling table, about 10 feet wide and seemingly soaked in blood, appeared before him. At the main seat of the table sat a hunched old man, emaciated, with white hair and a face full of age spots. He wore a loose gray robe, his yellowed eyes staring at Li Shiwu. Besides him, Luoyang, the woman with the basket, and the other 4 mountain officials were all at the table. Old Dong, old master, you are this evil spirit? Li Shiwu asked, his face emotionless, his tone not particularly polite. Yes, the old man replied, his voice hoarse and aged, as if something was stuck in his throat, making it uncomfortable to listen to. Why harm people? I don't know. It seems that since I have existed, I have been drawing people in to gamble. It seems this is also the meaning of my existence. Li Shiwu's brow furrowed deeply. He remembered that the faceless man had also said something similar, that his purpose was to keep making money and then find someone to peel off faces. What exactly is an evil spirit? Li Shiwu took a deep breath, his eyes becoming unfocused, seeming a bit lost. Young friend, come and gamble around, the old man advised. Bah, may all gamblers die? Li Shiwu crossed his arms, replying without courtesy. How can you say that? What about your whole family? The old man was left speechless. As an evil spirit, what family did he have? Nonetheless, he still urged, young friend, come and gamble around. If you can win against me, you can get what you want. I'm not lying to you. I think you will enjoy this feeling. Li Shiwu shook his head, still saying 2 words. I want to gamble. Old man, I advise you to release the people quickly. If my master Qianyuanzi comes, you will find it hard to escape. At this moment, Luoyang suddenly slammed the table and said, not gambling? Then get the hell out of here. As soon as he finished speaking, his breathing became incredibly heavy. Elder evil spirit. I want to bet 50 years of lifespan against you in a round. All right, what are we betting on? Let us bet on the ownership of the die in your hand. Luoyang pointed to the die that the old man held between his withered fingers, which was completely black, and its material was indiscernible. Okay, the old man agreed. Then he threw the die into the bone cup, knocked it onto the table, and it started shaking on its own, accompanied by the wails of vengeful spirits, extremely eerie. At the same time, Luoyang's eyes, shaped like 2 dice, also began to spin wildly. The old man watched this scene and simply said, 1, 2, and 3 are small, 4, 5, and 6 are big. Understand? Of course. Bet big or small. I bet big. No regrets in betting? No regrets. Luoyang spat out 2 words, then suddenly stood up, raised his hand to flip over the dice cup, and exclaimed excitedly, no regrets in rolling the dice. May the opening cup bring joy. With a clang, on the pitch-black surface of the dice, 3 glaring red dots were not the numbers on the dice at all, but 3 bloodshot eyeballs, staring at everyone. 3 dots, small. I win. The old man said lightly, and with a wave of his hand, Luoyang's entire body visibly wilted. No, I don't believe it. Continue. I continue to bet. 50 years of life. I refuse to believe I will lose to you, accursed demon. The old man nodded. Good. Chapter 36. 15 At the table, Luoyang's pupils in the pair of dice spun even faster. Opening cup brings joy. I bet big. But still, the old man won. And he lost. Continue. Time passed, and Luoyang lost 4 rounds in a row. At this moment, he buried his head on the gambling table, his white hair making him look like he was on the verge of decay, almost completely rotting away. The old man glanced over, as if sighing. After so many years, why has no one ever been able to win against me? Winning continuously, the old man was also tired. This young friend, you have nothing that interests me as a bet anymore. Just go to the mortal table. As the words fell, Luoyang hunched his back and swayed over to the mortal gambling table. The old man shook his head and continued. In fact, every game at the gambling table is accompanied by a second bet, but telling you is useless. At this moment, the woman with the basket spoke. Old sir, I bet my life. If I win, you must return Luoyang's lifespan. But then, it was another game of dice size. Naturally, the woman lost. It was at this moment that she suddenly narrowed her eyes, brought her hands together, and began to constantly form seals. Accept my cause, bear my fruit. With the power of the sheep's likeness, I take the blame. In an instant, the atmosphere at the gambling table changed, and a mountain official's aura wilted. Almost in the blink of an eye, his body shriveled, leaving only a piece of human skin. Fellow Taoist, I apologize, Luo Yang cannot die. I can only let you bear this death penalty. After the woman's words, she turned and ran, carrying Luo Yang in her arms, using her escape technique to flee. Seeing this scene, Li 15's eyes turned cold. After glancing back, he stepped forward to collect the mountain official's remains into the coffin. Earlier, when he was tied up with red string by Bai Shi, the other party had even spoken up for him. The other 3 mountain officials, seeing this, felt apprehensive and shared the same sorrow, but said nothing more. The old man sighed. They can't leave. Once you enter my gambling house, unless you win against me, you will lose everything until you leave your life behind. A few young friends, continue. One mountain official said, Senior, if we win a round, can we leave? Sure. Good. I bet. The bright red gambling table continued the game. However, Li 15 raised his head, surveying the myriad gambling tables, and saw those townspeople, each with bloodshot eyes. Their faces twisted, resembling evil spirits in gambling. Gamble. Continue to gamble, even your lives. His tone was mocking, but his words grew lighter. Moments later, this mountain official lost 5 rounds in a row. After losing an arm, he was again sent to the mortal side. Old man, are you cheating? Li 15 suddenly asked, his tone becoming increasingly rude. Otherwise, how could you always win at such a simple game like size comparison? The old man only shook his head and smiled at this remark. Seeing this, Li 15 continued, Colleagues, why bother? Let us just waste time with him and see how this old gambling dog handles it. Young friend, that's not going to work. The old man pointed at the crowd at the gambling tables. Do you see those figures in black cloaks? They are the dealers at each gambling table. If you don't leave tonight, your bodies will dissipate, leaving only a wisp of soul, becoming like them, forever trapped here. Upon hearing this, Li 15's brows furrowed deeply. The old man continued. 3 young friends, let's continue. I'm tired of this too. Let us just gamble you to death quickly. But it's a pity, after so many years. No one has discovered the hidden second bet. At this moment, however, Li 15 suddenly clamped his hands together, lifting the 2 mountain officials from their seats and casually tossing them aside. Li 15, what do you mean by this? Heh, this old cursed demon said you can only leave if you win a round. I'm afraid you two will continue to delay and get me killed. So let me, the Taoist, teach it how to be a person. Seeing Li 15 act so recklessly, the 2 exchanged glances and decisively retreated to 3 zhang away. At this moment, at the round gambling table, only Li 15 and the old man sat facing each other. Stroking the crimson patterns on the table, Li 15 shrugged. Feeling that this sensation was hard to describe, a bit thrilling. The old man laughed. Young friend, sitting at the gambling table feels quite different, after all. Too many people are immersed in it. Quite refreshing. In that case, place your bet. If you win, I will surely give you what you want. Li 15's eyes turned, and he nodded in response. Good. My bet is, if I lose, my master's remnant soul will immediately turn to ashes, never to be found again. The old man's cheeks twitched. That seems not possible, because I cannot sense whether your master still has a remnant soul. Li 15 added, people have lives, and ghosts have ghostly lives. If I lose, my master's ghostly life will be yours. The old man, with a tone of helplessness, said, Young friend, it's rare for you to be so filial. Even in death, you won't let your master off. However, I'm sorry, these cannot be used as your chips to bet. Li 15, however, smiled and muttered to himself. Even this old cursed demon can't sense whether Qian Yuanzi has a remnant soul. It seems he's completely dead. Good, I'm relieved. Hearing this, the old man had a strange expression, somewhat at a loss for words. He could only say, Young friend, can we be serious? I find dealing with you quite tiring. With that, he asked the young friend to start placing bets. But before he finished speaking, Li 15 quickly took out 10 human legs from the coffin. With sharp eyes and cutting words, I bet 10 rounds against you. I refuse to believe I can't win even 1 round. The old man was taken aback, staring at the severed legs for a few moments before murmuring in agreement. He then tossed the strange dice into the dice cup, letting it spin on its own, murmuring, No regrets in rolling the dice. May the opening cup bring joy. Moments later, Li 15 gasped for breath, blood vessels popping in his eyes. He had lost 9 rounds in a row. Old man, you're cheating. Those dice are just human eyes, not anything good. So I demand to change the gambling equipment. Li 15 glared fiercely at the old man, then took out another dice cup and 3 dice from the coffin. Taking a deep breath, he shook them with one hand. Do as you wish. The old man nodded. However, when the result appeared, Li 15 fell silent. 1, 2, for points small, but he bet big, and he still lost. I refused to accept it. He let out a low growl, and with a flick of his finger, there were again 10 human legs, cut cleanly, laid out on the gambling table. Continue. It was at this moment that the atmosphere in the gambling house suddenly became mixed. Beams of light appeared, using various escape techniques, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into human figures descending. These people are naturally the various cultivators who came to aid, among them not a few with profound cultivation. They didn't say a word. And various magical attacks fell like stars, filled with stunning killing intent in their brilliant colors. Unfortunately, it was still useless. Outside that bright red gambling table, a round light shield rose up, blocking all of it. The old man took a glance and couldn't help but shake his head. The gambling game has been established. Apart from the 2 gamblers, no one is allowed to interfere. As for you, just wait. Anyway, no one will leave tonight except by defeating me. Chapter 37. Reversal. There were about 200 cultivators present. Upon hearing the old man's words, there was a moment of panic. At this time, Li 15 suddenly turned around, his eyes fierce. Hey, can it be quiet? I'm in the middle of a bet. A mere 9th level chi refining dare to be so unreasonable? Why she taught me to cultivate. As soon as these words were spoken, that cultivator's face instantly turned red, and he swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Li 15 withdrew his gaze, took a long breath, and at this moment, there were already several blood vessels surfacing in his eyes, as if he was about to be drawn into this gambling game. Old man, let's continue. In an instant, the sound of the shaking dice cup began again, mixed with the pervasive stench of blood. A feeling of tension that could not be suppressed spread among everyone present. However, the results remained the same. 1, 4, 2 points small, Li 15 lost. 5, 5, 6 points big, Li 15 lost. 2, 2, 3 points small, Li 15 lost. In just a moment, it was 10 bets and 10 losses. Haha, I don't believe it. I can't win even one round. Li 15's eyes glinted with ferocity. Feeling hot all over, dry mouth and tongue, his current state was no different from those desperate gamblers among mortals. Young friend, but you have no chips left on the table. Legs, do you want to? As long as it's yours, it's fine. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he saw Li 15 wave his hand, pulling out human legs one by one, filling the gambling table, even stacking them into a small mountain beside it. Probably no less than 200. Old man, everyone. Looking at this absurd and horrifying scene, everyone was speechless, not knowing how to describe the feeling in their hearts. Just thinking, this is really fucking ridiculous. As for Li 15, he loosened his robe in front of his chest, as if that would cool him down, and took out another set of gambling tools. Haha, let's continue. Alright. Time trickled by, and the other 10,000 gambling tables in the gambling house gradually quieted down, no longer continuing to bet, and all gazes converged on Li 15. Unfortunately, the results still showed no change. Lost. Lost. Still lost, continuously losing. Li 15's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, and he was in an extremely violent state, making him appear terrifying. Meanwhile, the cultivators present also felt their hearts sink to the bottom. A layer of fine sweat forming on their palms, so nervous they could hardly breathe. In the 231st round of gambling, Li 15 had not won a single game. Let's continue. I have nothing else, but I have plenty of legs. Li 15 shouted hoarsely. Then the axe fell into his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he was about to chop off a leg right there. Seeing this scene, the old man hurriedly reached out to stop him, shaking his head. Young friend, don't chop anymore. I really find it extremely boring. Therefore, I will not accept you betting with legs anymore. The old man stared at him for a moment, sighed. Li, young friend, dealing with you is truly exhausting. Li 15's eyes widened. Then what do you intend to do? Naturally, let's play something thrilling. Raise the stakes. Raise the stakes. That's right, the old man nodded. And continued, I heard earlier that you are the mountain official of this town, and these common people are under your jurisdiction. So, their lives will be your new chips. Young friend, are you willing to bet their lives against me for a few rounds? As long as you can win one round. Everything you lost before will be returned to you. Li 15 was stunned for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth curled up. revealing an extremely sickly and exaggerated smile. Without thinking, he nodded. All right, let's bet on their lives. As soon as this was said, all the cultivators present were furious. You are called Leaf 15. As a mountain official of one region, how can you treat this so lightly, betting the lives of nearly 200,000 beings? Leaf 15. Even if you have a deep friendship with the star official by Shi, if you dare to do such a thing, he will definitely not spare you first. You madman. Leaf 15 scratched his ear, inexplicably feeling a noise in his ears, so he said indifferently, why not bring the lives of these cultivators to bet for me as well? Is that all right? As soon as these words were spoken, the scene instantly fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The old man then said, young friend, let us start. For this first round, I want an arm from these 180,000 people. Leaf 15 snorted, fine. Then, both hands shook the dice cup, his blood-red eyes fixed firmly on the old man. Bet without regret. Open the cup to see joy. I bet big. As Leaf 15 revealed the dice cup, 1, 2, 3 points small, he still lost. The old man glanced at him. You lost. Almost instantly, within the entire gambling house, all the common people of Jewel Town had their arms severed at the root by an invisible force, and strands of blood light fell, dyeing the lanterns with a bloody color, making them even more vividly red. For the second round, the old man wanted their pair of eyes. All right. Leaf 15 continued to shake the cup, grinning, his face extremely distorted, as if he had gone mad. Bet without regret. Open the cup to see joy. I bet big. However, he still lost. It was at this moment that hundreds of thousands of bloodied eyeballs fell to the ground, rolling about randomly. For the third round, the old man wanted their faces. Good. As Leaf 15 responded heavily, the dice cup was shaken again, and again. The sound of the dice shaking grew more and more urgent, causing the breaths of the surrounding cultivators to freeze, nearly making it hard to breathe. However, he still lost. One bloody human face after another was completely peeled off, as if they were the most exquisite face masks, lying flat on the gambling tables. Various screams, curses, and wails echoed endlessly. The old man saw this, and merely sighed. This way it's quite thrilling. Young friend, as for this fourth round, I want their lives. And also your life. Leaf 15 was stunned for a moment. Then he threw his head back and laughed wildly, laughing in a terrifying way that sent chills down people's spines. All right, I agree to you. Let us gamble this last round with nearly 200,000 lives. Meanwhile, the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but tremble like chaff, their whole bodies shaking. Leaf 15, you carry such a blood debt. You are destined to fall into the abyss forever, never to be reborn. Leaf 15, how dare you, how dare you? You sinner, if we can survive, we will definitely make your crimes public, and then invite the 10 fragments to write it down, letting you bear the scorn of the ages. Lao Yang, with white hair, was supported by a woman carrying a basket, and upon seeing this scene, his eyes lowered, not knowing what he was thinking. Get lost, don't affect me. Leaf 15's body twisted continuously, but he was extremely excited. As if he didn't care about losing everything for this final gamble. He took a deep breath, looking at the evil demon in front of him. For this last bet, you will shake the cup. But the old man reached out and took the dice cup from the table, shaking it 3 times before knocking it onto the gambling table. Bet big or bet small? Big. Since that's the case, I'll reveal the dice cup. The old man lowered his head, and with force from his fingertips, he gradually lifted the dice cup. The dice fall without regret, and the reveal brings joy. All the cultivators present were captivated by this scene, their hearts filled with extreme tension and repression, as if their souls were trembling. Just then, a shocking change occurred. Leaf 15's eyes widened in anger, his entire body surging with blood and flesh power. And he gripped the edge of the gambling table with both hands, lifting it up right in front of everyone's eyes. Old man, let me show you joy. Today, I will make you see blood. Bang. After a loud crash, something unexpected happened. The old man's head was smashed into his chest like a broken porcelain piece, looking shattered, with more air escaping than entering. Is this really possible? Leaf 15 was also stunned. Then, he took on a twisted posture and ferociously said, Old man, I couldn't win at the gambling table, but I still have the table. In front of him, the old man also smiled. Remarkable, remarkable indeed. I have long said that each gamble actually hides a second gamble. A second gamble? Leaf 15 didn't understand. Yes, the old man's voice was weak. He continued, this second gamble is about whether you have the courage and the willpower to force yourself out of the game before the result appears. Unfortunately, people often only focus on the results in the dice cup and have no thought of flipping the table. Young friend, do you know? You only had the opportunity to kill me in the moment before I revealed the dice cup. The chance was fleeting, but congratulations, you succeeded. Li 15 muttered, is that so? I didn't think that much. I only remember that Qian Yuanzizi liked to play chess with Lu 16. But Lu 16 had an extraordinary talent for chess. Later, Qian Yuanzizi found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't win against him. So, in the last match, before the result came out, he lifted the chessboard and smashed Lu 16 to death. Chapter 38. The conclusion at this moment. The entire gambling house was silent, with over 200 cultivators present, their eyes dull and in disbelief. Clearly, Li 15 had bet the lives of nearly 200,000 beings to gamble in that last round. But how did he suddenly flip the table? Is this possible? How could he dare? Thoughts raced in their minds, seemingly rusted and unable to turn around. Young friend, you are remarkable. The old man's voice grew weaker, and his body was covered with cracks like a spider's web. Look, these people are merely spectators. Even at this moment, they have not awakened from the last gamble. Yet you, trapped in the game and bearing nearly 200,000 lives, forcibly pulled yourself out. The moment before the cup was opened was your only chance, and also the only weakness of the old man. But over the years, only you have flipped the table. In front of the old man, Li 15 bent over, gripping the edge of the gambling table, still maintaining the action of smashing. His hair was disheveled, his robe open at the chest, his face somewhat withered, muttering, I said, I didn't think that much. Why are you nagging? By the way, does this mean I won? The old man nodded vigorously, even with his head sunk into his chest, still maintaining his demeanor. Young friend, I said there are 2 rounds. The round on the table, since the dice cup was not opened, naturally has no result. The round outside the table is you, the undisputed winner. Li 15 said, then I win everything? The old man laughed. What you lost to me, including your legs, will all be returned. As for what others lost in this gambling house, that's not included. Once the words fell, no one spoke again. In the gambling house, the blood-stained lanterns hanging from above began to sway without wind, and the hundreds of thousands of eyeballs, severed arms, and hollow human faces that had been skinned all told of the earlier madness. At this moment, a girl in a floral white dress, with her hair simply tied up and bright eyes, peeked out from behind the cultivators. She took out a jade brush with patterns of the other shore and a piece of paper. She began to write, Great Yao, within the territory of Bingzhou, Tang City. There is a gambling demon that is fierce and has extraordinary gambling skills, taking pleasure in this and harming the world. 18,000 common people from Jewel and 200 cultivators are trapped within, their shame exposed, their lives hanging by a thread. Just then, only I, Dao Jun 15, with a heart as firm as iron and righteous, am willing to exchange my life for the lives of 18,000 common people and fight against the demon. With 100 clever strategies, I gambled with the demon for 300 rounds, winning every round. In the end, the Dao Jun turned away, smiling like the stars, his robe flowing, untouched by dust. In an instant, Li 15, the old man, the cultivators. One cultivator looked bewildered. Miss, when did we expose our shame? Also, how is he, Li 15, righteous? Did he really exchange his life for the lives of 18,000 people? Clearly, he was the one who was evil to the extreme, betting with the lives of 18,000 people. The old man. Miss, when did I lose to Li Xiaoyu 300 rounds? As for Li 15, he looked down at himself. His robe was disheveled, soaked with blood and sweat, sticking to him, and this is called untouched by dust? Cough, cough, fellow Taoist. Don't say any more. Look at that brush in her hand. It's a 10 manifestation sect brush, a cultivator whispered. However, Li 15's expression turned unfriendly, revealing a fierce light. It's you again? What is your name? This mountain official tells you. Does that brush in your hand have a certain sharpness? The girl, however, only smiled, retracted her head, and performed some sort of concealment technique, making it so that for a moment, no one could find her. Seeing this, Li 15 felt an inexplicable sense of unease rise within him. Brush cultivators are not to be trifled with. However, was the other party's action out of boredom, or did they have other intentions? Just then, a miraculous scene quietly appeared. The dozens of thousands of severed arms on the ground were lifted by a force, and from the severed ends, strands of life surged, merging back with the severed arm. The blood-stained eyeballs and bloody human faces were also returned in full. Is this gambling house really that miraculous? Li 15 muttered to himself again, looking at the human legs in front of him, unblinking, and collected them into the coffin. Fortunately, the coffin eats blood bonds. The more it eats, the bigger its belly grows. With Qian Yuanzizi's temperament, one can imagine the space in his belly. Young friend, goodbye. The old man's eye sockets were deeply sunken. His face crisscrossed with wrinkles, like a dried-up field, but he was neither confused nor afraid. Instead, he bore a sense of relief and liberation. Continuously gambling is really quite boring, the old man murmured, as strands of ghostly red flames ignited from his body, sweeping through like autumn wind scattering leaves, and suddenly, the flames spread to the entire gambling house. The flames grew brighter, but there was no warmth, as if only taking this gambling house into eternal disappearance. Li 15's hair was blown by the wind, his expression neither sad nor happy, standing gracefully in the obscurity. Where did the demon come from? He thought. After a long time, the flames gradually extinguished, and everything returned to silence. The gambling din has completely dissipated, and Jewel Town has finally re-emerged. Seeing that everything has settled, Li 15 suddenly collapses to the ground, lying on his back, gasping for breath like a dried fish returning to the water, after losing nearly 300 rounds of gambling. Wagering the lives of 180,000 people, what he endured was far from as easy as it appeared. At this moment, looking at the distant horizon, where a faint glimmer of dawn is barely visible, he can't help but smile. This night has truly been long enough. Furthermore, no one saw him tightly clutching a pitch-black die in his palm, the very ghost die that the old man had held. Is this the end? Some cultivators present couldn't help but exclaim. Others, indignant, shouted, Li 15, with your mere cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement, wagering the lives of 180,000 people, you are simply unworthy of being a mountain official. Some cultivators murmured. So the weakness of this ghostly demon is that moment just before the die is cast. This kid is just lucky. If I had been at that gambling table. Naturally, there were those who kept their eyes on Li 15, their gazes complex, feeling that this child was too heavily tainted by demonic energy and should not be associated with. At this time, when day was not yet day and the chill was the strongest, over 200 cultivators gradually dispersed. 2 mountain officials exchanged glances and hurried to help Li 15 up. Little brother, where is your mountain official residence? Not far away, Luoyang, supported by a woman carrying a basket, said in a frail voice, let's stay for a day first. Although the ghostly demon has been eradicated, the wounds it inflicted on Jewel Town still remain. It will naturally take a long time to gradually heal. Chapter 39. In front of the Earth God Temple the next day, in the afternoon, the sunlight was no longer glaring, and the white clouds gathered and dispersed. Jewel Town, however, was enveloped in a sense of sorrow and cries. Li 15 had only won back what he lost. Yet these townspeople had also been at the gambling table. Some had wagered their lifespan, some had lost parts of their bodies, and others had even staked their children. Outside the town, a wide river 10 zhang wide flowed from east to west. Nearby stood a small earth god temple, of course, with the 3 characters Zhong Xian Guan hanging above it. Brotherly, isn't your residence a bit too shabby? Outside the temple, there was a square stone table. One mountain official frowned, shaking his head in lament. Although our mountain officials are at the very bottom, we are still officials, with hundreds of thousands of people under us. We should enjoy a little sometimes. Not far away, Li 15 was squatting by the river, grinding his firewood knife. Although it was merely a mundane tool and not of much use to him now, this thing had haunted him like a nightmare over the past 18 years. By the way, where did so many cultivators come from last night? He suddenly asked. One mountain official explained. Brotherly, you should know that every 20 years, the Great Yao sends many young people into the evil Qi pool. Those who survive and possess good cultivation talent will be divided among some immortal sects or cultivating families. As for the Great Yao's sun, moon, and star officials, they are like gods standing in the heavens, only gazed upon by all beings, never caring about the disasters. The mountain official sighed and continued. As for us, we are like scattered scouts. When we encounter difficult disasters, we usually have to inform those immortal sections. But fortunately, we caught the 20-year assembly, so we can consider this life without regrets. The mountain official took a sip of wine, his eyes filled with longing, and said dreamily, the scene at the assembly, I wonder how high their cultivation is, and by how much they exceed ours. Alas, no wonder the Great Yao is also called the Great Yao Immortal Dynasty. Li 15 nodded, having grasped a general understanding of the great Yao structure and how it operates. I wonder how Bai Shi is doing. Remembering the cryptic words Bai Shi had told him before leaving, the emperor is not the emperor, and the later one is not the later one. He felt an inexplicable urgency in his heart. Perhaps Bai Shi has already been killed? With another long sigh, he looked down and saw that the black earth beneath his feet still clung like maggots to a corpse, Zhong Xian Guan still shadowing him. At this moment, one mountain official spoke up. Brotherly, how did you end up with these 10 legs? But returning to the topic, you showed your face in front of the Yao at the assembly. I really don't know whether to envy you or pity you. Upon hearing this, Li 15 smiled. He simply said, it's a long story. Anyway, I ended up provoking something dirty. At this moment, looking somewhat normal after a half day of rest, he had once again chopped off 8 of his legs in a fit of anger. The mountain official nodded and then stood up, cupping his hands. But brotherly, you really saved the day last night. We all admire you. It seems that you are indeed a talented disciple. Li 15 waved his hand. Boasting, what's it to do with me? I was born for such grand occasions. Why should I be surprised? Another mountain official also spoke up. But those cultivators from the immortal sects last night said that Brother Li is too heavily tainted by demonic energy. Don't take it to heart. Li 15 frowned. Huh? What demonic energy? It's all my master. That should be cut into 1,000 pieces. Who has tainted me with some demonic energy? The two mountain officials exchanged glances, their expressions quite strange. They continued drinking in silence, quite perceptively keeping their mouths shut. At this time, an elderly figure, supported by a beautiful woman, slowly approached. Demon woman, do you still dare to come? The two mountain officials at the stone table were filled with murderous intent, and even Li 15 slowly stood up, his expression unfriendly. 3 of you, I come with confidence. The woman said, neither servile nor overbearing. Then let's test it. Li 15's gaze sharpened as he concealed the red thread of fate given to him by Shi in his hand. What do you intend to do? It's my life at stake. I won't rest until death. Dao friendly. The fire cult has come to support. They are hiding in the town. Then it's fine. Li 15's demeanor relaxed instantly, a smile spreading across his face, quite sincere. At this moment, Luoyang raised his head, his elderly face filled with a sense of vicissitude, and asked, Li 15, why did you wager the lives of nearly 20,000 people without hesitation last night? Do you know they are all vivid individuals with their own joys and sorrows, not mere chips for you to gamble with? Are you truly without awe? The wind blew, causing ripples on the river's surface, making Li 15 feel quite refreshed. He yawned and rubbed his nose, speaking nonchalantly. How should I put it? I have grown up following a bandit, a robber, a murder maniac, and a madman, muddling through life. All for life. Haha, I guess I'm not that bad. Luoyang shook his head. Li 15, although I have had very little contact with you, I've also noticed that you love to speak nonsense and are insincere. Li 15 shot him a glare. What do you know? By the way, can you teach me that technique of changing the probabilities of events? Also, those pupils that turn into dice, they look quite intimidating. Can you teach me that too? After thinking for a moment, Li 15 added, I will exchange it with the lifelong efforts of my master. Luoyang was taken aback. What has your master created? The Daodu Hueluan. This name, could it be some kind of cultivation method or secret technique? Neither. Then what is it? How to deceive fools. Using the filthy things in your hand to exchange for the gold in theirs. Simply put, shit for gold. Luoyang, in a fit of anger, felt his pale complexion regain some color. Pointing at Li 15, he exclaimed, You, how can there be someone like you? If you want to learn my Dao technique, if you have the ability, come to my fire cult. Seeing this, Li 15 pointed the blade of his knife at an angle, standing in the wind. Letting his hair flutter, with a stern expression and a resonant voice, he declared, I am the great official of Dayo Mountain. I will never share the same sky with your evil cult. Do you understand? Upon seeing this, Luoyang was so furious that his lips trembled. He was speechless for a long time, nearly unable to catch his breath. Go, he barked, flicking his robe and turning his back to the woman with the basket. Watching their retreating figures, Li 15's gaze was deep, and he murmured to himself, is life a game? What else could it be? Given the situation last night, what is there to hesitate about? Chapter 40. The origin of the red thread. As night fell, all was silent, including Li 15. 5 mountain officials had entered the gambling den last night. One had lost his life, leaving only a human skin behind, while another had lost 200 years of life and an arm, leaving disheartened this morning. People are like dust. and lives are as fragile as grass. Li 15 murmured, gazing at the flowing water before him. 4 days ago, they had just finished the Dayo court meeting. And when they emerged from the star official's residence, the mountain officials were all brimming with ambition, eager to compete with the heavens. But alas, I still know too little. Li 15 sighed deeply and began to introspect. Inside his mind's sea of spirits, a blood-colored dog shadow lay there, merging with him at an extremely slow pace. According to Bai Shi, this was a source of canine essence. As long as he merged with it, he could perform corresponding Taoist techniques, like that woman's scapegoat technique. Li 15's eyes focused. Could it be that I will become a backstabber of genius? But I seem to already be one. Shaking his head, he glanced around to confirm that no one was watching before taking out 2 items. One was a finger-thick red thread of causality. The other was the 6-sided black die left by the old man after his death last night, with dots resembling blood-red eyes, which looked particularly sinister. At that moment, a slender figure in a red dress, with every feature captivating, suddenly appeared before him. Her theatrical voice was melodious. Tonight is long and tiresome, with 2 itches. But in an instant, a flash of cold light appeared, descending like a mountain. Li 15 remained unperturbed, standing straight by the river, staring at the blade in his hand. In contrast, the performer had already been severed in 2, falling into the water. But soon, a tall figure in a gray robe, with long hair flowing and devoid of facial features, leaped out from the river's surface. Shaking off the water, it cursed. Li 15, just wait to be a lifelong bachelor. This demon can earn at least 10 gold for a song in Tang City. This demon was, of course, the faceless man. What do you want from me? Li 15 glanced at him. I owe you 200 gold, so naturally, I'm here to repay. The faceless man tossed out a money bag, containing 100 gold, leaving half unpaid. Once I clear this debt, I need to continue making money and find someone to skin faces. After speaking, it bent down and leaned closer to Li 15, adopting a shrewd tone. Li Yi, what treasure was in your hand just now? Let me take a look. Nothing. Huh, are you trying to fool a ghost? I saw it, 2 pieces of cursed treasure. Hearing this, Li 15 questioned, cursed treasure? Yes, cursed treasure. The yellow paper we signed our contract on is my cursed treasure, emphasizing that once the contract is made, there is no regret. You know, us cursed demons, though we harm others, often possess extraordinary powers. Li 15 nodded, then took out the red thread of causality. Gazing at it, how do I use it? The faceless man replied. First, you have to cut open your belly, take out a piece of your intestines, connect it to the thread, and tie the other end to your heart, making 36 auspicious knots in between. Li 15 nodded, then kicked out, and with a splash, the faceless man fell back into the water. As for himself, he sliced his index finger open. Blood droplets, bright red, fell continuously onto the red thread. After half an incense stick's time, when Li 15 felt a bit dizzy, he finally reacted. Li Yi, tell me, what is this red thread for? The faceless man popped up again, his tone filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Li 15 closed his eyes, trying to feel the faint connection between himself and the red thread. After another half an incense stick's time, he twitched his eyelids, showing a look of disdain. Pa, I thought it was some good treasure. Turns out, it's just this thing. What is it? Speak quickly. The faceless man grew increasingly curious. Li 15 glanced at the red thread in his hand and said, this red thread can find the thread of fate representing marriage on a person and randomly pair them. Is this worthy of being called the red thread of causality? Upon hearing this, the faceless man pondered, then suddenly looked up and exclaimed, oh, I remember now. About 100 years ago, when we first came into existence, there was a cursed demon in Tang City that loved to meddle in marriages, forcing fathers to match daughters, sons-in-law to match with their fathers-in-law, men with men, and little brothers with sows. The faceless man shivered. TSK, you haven't seen that scene. Families were ruined, and various kin turned against each other, leading to moral decay. That cursed demon was far worse than us. Unlike us, who must pay 100 gold for each face we skin. Do you know how many poor families toil in the fields their entire lives without earning that much? Li 15 raised his hand in salute, seemingly impressed. Impressive, impressive. In that case, you owe me double the gold. No need to be polite. Hearing this, the faceless man naturally protested, crying and complaining for a long time. Then he said, a marriage is initiated by cause and ended by effect. So calling it the red thread of causality is not wrong. This thread must have been left by that cursed demon 100 years ago. but I wonder how it ended up in your hands. In the next moment, the faceless man seemed to think of something. Excitedly, he said, Leaf 15. You might be in luck. Oh, what do you mean? The faceless man shook his head and continued. Think about it, with this red thread. As long as you set your eyes on any girl, you can randomly pair them. From now on, don't even talk about 3 wives and 4 concubines. Having 3 palaces and 6 courtyards is just a matter of your command. Tell me, isn't this a stroke of luck? Leaf 15's expression twitched, ignoring him. He merely stared at the red thread in his hand, gazing for 3 breaths before asking. Ahem, tell me, does everyone have that thread of fate representing marriage? Including you. Do you have one? The faceless man thought for a moment and said, Of course. Not only us cursed demons, even a stone has its own fate. Just like some beings who have a fetish, they love stones instead of beautiful people. This signifies their connection to that stone. Leaf 15 nodded, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the faceless man was wriggling his rear, muttering with a lewd tone. 3 palaces? Oh, 3 palaces, 6 courtyards. Oh, 6 courtyards. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Leaf 15's mind, and his eyes grew brighter, as if stars were twinkling, becoming increasingly dazzling. He softly recited, A thread of fate connects hearts. The cycle of karma turns. The origin of fate lies in the azure void. Only through tribulations do I know myself. In an instant, the red thread in his hand let out a sharp whistle, then soared into the sky, heading straight for the faceless man. Chapter 41. The hanging man. This sudden change was so rapid that even No Face, a kind of monster, was momentarily stunned. You, 15. What the hell are you trying to do? It shouted before turning to flee. However, in the air, that red rope seemed to break free from the constraints of distance. Lingering like a ghost, and in a mysterious angle, it wrapped around No Face's neck, suspending it in midair. Leaf 15, stop. No Face kicked its legs wildly, but unfortunately, the struggle was futile, and the red rope tightened even more. Stop it. It called out towards Leaf 15, struggling to speak. In that moment of confusion, it froze, as if witnessing a certain scene. In the dimness of heaven and earth, there lay a place filled with scars, resembling an endless pitch-black land, a tattered Taoist robe, and an excessively young Taoist with his head bowed, hair disheveled, kneeling there, unaware of life or death. Behind him, there were countless corpses, all with wide-open eyes, their necks tied by red ropes, hanging in midair, their bodies swaying with the wind. As for Leaf 15, he remained immersed in his thoughts. He could be heard mumbling, All things in heaven and earth have their fateful connections. Fate is a bond, and also a calamity. Why not use that bond of fate from living beings to directly hang them to death? Leaf 15 was speaking nonsensically, and perhaps he himself did not understand what he was saying. After a few moments, he suddenly collapsed, as if drained of strength, not from physical fatigue, but from his spirit, as if his entire essence had been exhausted. Meanwhile, the red rope in the air loosened, and No Face fell to the ground, clutching its neck, breathing heavily. Under the moonlight, the night was serene. Night birds flew over the river, causing the moonlight to shatter and the ripples to dance wildly. It wasn't until midnight that Leaf 15 finally woke up, gasping for air and leaning by the river to drink clumsily. As for No Face, it was continuously cursing, sounding as if it had suffered a great injustice. You, Leaf 15, this causal red rope is meant for tying fates, and you used it to hang someone. What a waste, good things being ruined like this. You're like a rat gnawing on a cow's backside. Hearing the incessant muttering, Leaf 15 simply raised his head, walked closer, and patted No Face on the shoulder, his gaze unwavering. Sorry, I don't know what happened just now. I couldn't control myself. As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed that No Face's anger dissipated significantly, and the entire monster became calm. It asked, What were you thinking, using a red rope to hang someone? Leaf 15 pouted and began to explain. I was just thinking, you said everyone has a thread representing their fate. Fate is both a connection and a deadlock. I don't know how to explain it, but I sense that it involves destiny, karma, and the tribulations of the mortal world. He took a deep breath and continued. Perhaps it's about directly invoking the thread of fate on a living being, tying it into a dead knot, and manifesting it to hang that being in midair. Leaf 15 smiled bitterly. I'm just a mere chi-refining practitioner at the 9th level. How could I see the threads of fate on a person? It's that causal red rope that has this ability, so it flew out. So, that was probably the process earlier. Leaf 15 looked down, staring at the red rope in his hand. He added, maybe in the future, when my cultivation reaches a certain level, I can thoroughly comprehend this move without needing the red rope's assistance to perform this technique, rather than just accidentally invoking it like tonight. And it nearly drained me in just a few moments. On the side, No Face sat on the ground, tilting its head. Although it had no facial features, it still looked bewildered. Masterly, we don't quite understand, but we roughly know that you're quite capable. With such little cultivation, how did you manage to pull off that move? After No Face spoke, it added, however, I always feel that you, are a bit off track. It's clearly meant to bind fates, but you used it to kill people. As for Lee 15, he merely raised an eyebrow and smiled smugly. Then he assumed a fighting stance, pretending to practice martial arts earnestly, trying to act like a master. Of course, his 10 legs were quite out of place. Seeing this scene, No Face suddenly recalled the image it saw while being hung in midair. That picture gradually blurred in its memory, until it could no longer see it clearly. What am I thinking? No Face shook its head vigorously, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. Instead, it turned and dove into the lake. And in the blink of an eye, several 10-pound lively carp were tossed onto the shore. Then it went about scaling and gutting them, lighting a fire, and doing everything in one go. You don't have a mouth. Why are you roasting fish? Lee 15 asked with a laugh. No Face waved its sleeve and changed its face to that of a beautiful woman, sweetly saying, Young master, I can eat too. Lee 15 was taken aback. You can eat just by changing to a human face? How magical. But this face is too ugly. Change it quickly. No Face waved its sleeve again. Sir, how about this one? No, too demonic. Husband, how about this one? Stop acting coy. Get lost. Young friend, how about this one? It's okay. I'll make do with it. No Face was taken aback, walked closer to the riverbank, and looked at its reflection. It saw an old Taoist face. Scarred and incredibly ugly. Masterly, is your taste really that peculiar? The night wind gently stirred the human face. Lee 15 chewed heartily, gazing at the world around him. He couldn't help but recall the grand figures standing on the heavenly ladder during the great Yao dynasty meeting, overlooking all beings. Why, she had mentioned that they were beings from the era before spiritual energy disappeared. Then there were the emperors, the non-emperors, the 10 aspects sect, and the monsters. Lee 15 couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Forget it. The immortal observation hasn't settled yet. Muttering a few words, he asked, No Face, do you have to peel off human faces? Indeed, No Face, disguised as the old Taoist, casually replied. By the way, Masterly, you're not going to kill me, are you? Seeing this, Lee 15 smiled down and said nothing. However, No Face, while chewing, kept mumbling. Masterly, I still have to say a few words to you. Knowing one's mistakes and being able to correct them is the greatest virtue. That red rope is good for binding fates. Why use it to kill people? By the way, what are you planning to name that move where you hang someone in midair? Lee 15 didn't raise his head, focused on tending to the flames in front of him, and added a few more twigs. Hanging someone in midair is similar to those who commit suicide by hanging. Since that's the case, there's no need to be so particular about it. Let us call it the Hanging Man, Chapter 42, Transformation in the Early Morning. A layer of white mist like gauze rippled over the river's surface. Lee 15 walked out of the temple, yawning. No Face had already left, having entered Jewel Town. According to its words, the people in that town had just suffered a calamity, and someone had died, so they needed someone to play music and handle the funeral. So it changed its face again and went off happily. Naturally, it was still there to earn gold. After all, even mosquito meat is meat. How does this thing work? Anyway, at this moment, Lee 15 lowered his head, staring at his palm. The ghost dice he received from the old man lay there prominently. Last night, he had tried to nourish it with his fingertip blood, but unfortunately, there had been no results. That's it. After all, it's a treasure. The trip to the gambling den wasn't a loss. Murmuring a few words, he arrived at the riverbank and found a smooth, large stone to sit on. He then took out a few evil stones, and in an instant, streams of dark energy slowly merged into his body from his 9 orifices and every part of his body. As time passed, Lee 15's breath became increasingly heavy and long, and those evil energies began to condense in his dantian, then suddenly dispersed, flowing through his entire meridians. It wasn't until dusk that he slowly opened his eyes. He murmured, I broke through to the 9th level last night, and it has only been a few days. There's no need to rush the breakthrough. I should stabilize and not panic. Then, he focused on the first segment of his 10 fingers, and those black patterns, besides becoming deeper, felt noticeably raised when touched. How to describe it? It was as if something was about to grow out from the pads of his fingers. He remembered what Bai Shi had said. Those of us who cultivate evil energy, compared to those who used to cultivate spiritual energy, don't give off such an ethereal vibe. Does this mean we might undergo some kind of transformation? While Li 15 was pondering, he glanced beneath himself and suddenly relaxed his brow. I already have 10 legs. What am I worried about? It was at this moment that the faceless man came over, carrying a large bamboo basket. Hee, business is good today. Got some wine and meat. Li 15 took it with both hands and asked, by the way, you're already 100 years old. Have you ever come across the arson sect? No, but they have a pretty bad reputation. The faceless man seemed to have lingering fears and continued. It seems that a long time ago, there was an old cultivator in their sect who went mad and ran to a city. TSK. I don't know how it happened, but he ended up killing nearly half the people in that city. Li 15 immediately pressed, and then, he was beaten to death by the star official there, and his body hung on the city wall for 100 years. No one dared to collect the body. Li 15 lowered his head, reminiscing about this story, especially the move that made him drop his axe, which he remembered vividly. Come in, the faceless man urged. All this wine and meat was gathered at a banquet, no need to spend money. Days passed like this, with the sun becoming increasingly glaring and the air gradually warming. A month passed just like that. What are you all doing? At the temple door, Li 15 was busy wrapping black cloth around his lower body. In front of him, one after another, the townsfolk of Jewel were continuously gathering. Some had aged faces, some had lost eyes or fingers, making one sigh in pity. Everyone, what do you want? Seeing this situation, Li 15 felt at a loss for the first time. But in the next moment, these townsfolk suddenly knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing their heads. Lord Mountain Official, you saved our lives. We are here to thank you. Yes, my lord. I've been busy dealing with various family matters for the past month, and only now have come to visit. Please forgive me, an old man said sincerely as he bent down. Li 15 frowned and waved his hand in a gesture to shoo them away. Go, don't bother me. I was betting your lives. If I lost in the end, have you thought about the consequences? Think carefully about how to live in the future instead of all these empty gestures. Watching the figure leaning against the door frame, yawning continuously, the townsfolk of Jewel bowed again and recited, We will forever remember the grace of our Lord. We will chant your kind deeds day and night, as a prayer for you. After speaking, one by one, they left. Just as they turned to leave, a startling change occurred. Streams of golden light, as if meticulously carved crystals, slowly rose from each person. They were clear and dazzling, jumping and weaving in the air. Coming from all directions, they fell upon Li 15 through that invisible mountain observation. Li 15 was somewhat bewildered, not knowing what was happening. However, he could sense that his spirit seemed to be wrapped in a wave of warmth, bringing an indescribable pleasure to his body and mind, while also becoming more stable. As his spirit stabilized, Li 15's eyes suddenly widened. He discovered that he seemed to be able to control the extra legs now. You all hurry up and leave. Don't disturb the Taoist's rest. Li 15 assumed a fierce appearance, continuously shooing people away, while the townsfolk of Jewel seemed unable to see the golden light emanating from themselves. Bang! Li 15 entered the temple and closed the door, then untied the black cloth. Hey, it really works. He couldn't hide his excitement in his eyes. As he concentrated, the extra leg vanished into thin air. With another thought, it reappeared. How to describe it? It was as if the 8 legs were part of his body, and now he could freely control their appearance and disappearance. TSK. This feels good. Li 15 tried a few more times and found that he could only hide one leg at a time. This result made him ponder. No. What exactly are those golden lights? Faith, incense, or something else? Li 15's gaze grew more distant, mumbling continuously. The black earth beneath my feet needs dead things to provide so-called nourishment, otherwise I would wither and die. And this golden light comes from the living, which can stabilize my spirit. Li 15 seemed to have thought of something, repeating it over and over again. The dead build my body, the living solidify my spirit. The dead build my body, the living solidify my spirit. The dead build my body, the living solidify my spirit. Just then, a wave of fluctuation came from within the coffin, and it was urgent. All mountain officials, come quickly. Chapter 43, Treasure Galaxy inside the small temple. Li 15's dilated pupils began to slowly converge. I don't know if this is good or bad. He sighed, feeling both happy and worried. The worry was that the extra 8 legs had evidently become part of his body, even if cut off. They would grow back due to the black earth beneath his feet. The joy was that he could now freely control one of the legs' appearance and disappearance. Oh, doesn't this mean that my body having 10 legs is not a coincidence, but a necessity of the mountain observation? But why exactly? The mountain observation claims to cultivate immortals. What kind of immortality is this? Li 15 couldn't figure it out, only feeling increasingly mysterious. And that stream of golden light on the townsfolk of Jewel, he felt, was truly faith or incense. No, that's not right. She had said that now the spiritual energy has vanished, representing a broken bridge for cultivation. Yet even so, they willingly sought another path, gathering human evil energy to reconnect the bridge, generation after generation, paying countless lives to step onto the path of immortality. Rather than fooling beings, collecting incense, and walking the path of incense to become divine. Li 15 tapped his head, and a smile appeared again. No matter what, being able to retract a leg is a good thing. He took a deep breath, took the mountain and river stabilizer from the coffin, feeling the wave of thought within. What are the mountain officials gathering for now? Li 15 pondered for a moment, and with a flash of cold light, the axe appeared in his hand, lifting his robe, and began chopping. After organizing his belongings, he opened the temple door. The faceless man was standing outside, still dressed in a gray robe, with a featureless face. Li Yi, are you going out? Yes. He, take me with you. You? The next day, at noon, in Tang City, within the Star officials' residence, 81 mountain officials gathered, and the 2 mountain officials who had been injured due to gambling with demons were replaced. However, at this moment, the atmosphere among the crowd seemed somewhat strange. The vigilance in everyone's eyes was evident, clearly on guard against those around them. Everyone, I heard that among us, there's a backstabbing dog. Please step forward. Otherwise, as colleagues, we will have to interact in the future, and having a backstabbing dog hiding among us is not good for anyone. A female mountain official, her expression as cold as ice, spoke softly. Li brother, who do you suspect that person is? A man, around 20, with an ordinary appearance, patted Li 15's shoulder and whispered, his name is Fong Tang, one of the mountain officials who entered the gambling house a month ago and survived. Beside him, Li 15 crossed his arms and calmly replied, the more guilty a person feels, the more they want to show off to cover it up. The female mountain official narrowed her eyes and angrily said, you can't just say whatever you want. Li 15 glanced at her. The more guilty a person feels, the more easily they become angry. I'll cut you down. The woman's face twisted with rage, and she directly attacked with her sword. Seeing this, Li 15 shook his head and lightly said, those who feel guilty often act out of control. Look. As he spoke, he casually pulled Fong Tang's arm, shielding him in front of himself. Fong Tang, the woman, the mountain officials. It was at this moment that a middle-aged man dressed in a bright blue official robe, wearing a light gauze hat and sporting a pair of mustaches, stepped forward with his hands behind his back. As colleagues, why must you be so angry? Sir, that Li 15 is a tumor. I've heard that he has gambled with the lives of nearly 20,000 people under his jurisdiction, the woman stated, full of righteous indignation. The middle-aged man nodded. I've heard about this matter. His merits outweigh his faults, so there's no need to say more. He continued, the Star official is not in the residence. He should return soon. As for now, I will take charge of all matters. Upon hearing this, Li 15 couldn't help but pout. Does she really want to come back? He figured that if she directly stabbed the Yao Emperor after returning, then there would be a show to watch. The middle-aged man, seeing that everyone was silent, continued, 5 days from now, there will be a falling treasure galaxy descending from the sky, and this time it will be near Tang City. As mountain officials, you should be present to welcome guests from all directions and uphold the etiquette of Tang City. After saying this, the middle-aged man turned and left. Li 15 was left in a daze. Falling treasure galaxy, what is that? A moment later, at the entrance of the Star official's residence, the faceless man, with an old man's face, waited there and said, Li Yi, look quickly. That girl has a bad look in her eyes. Get the karmic red thread out and bind her fate. Make her your wife. Li 15 didn't look back and strode forward, saying, her? Just a dog practitioner, not worthy of death. The woman, Li 15, I'm going to kill you. The faceless man followed behind. Li Yi, take my advice. The fate thread is not meant for killing. That night we seem to have seen something, which caused us to have sleepless nights. It doesn't feel good. Leaving this area, they arrived at the main street. Looking at the bustling crowd, Li 15 noticed that among them were many practitioners. However, he was soon stunned by a scene. Two small cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refining were carrying a jade bed adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, weaving through the crowd. But on this jade bed lay two old men, embracing each other in a rather inappropriate manner, which made people's imaginations run wild and was quite an eyesore. The passers-by couldn't help but whisper and point at the scene. Seeing this, Li 15 hesitated for a moment before approaching to stop them. "You two small cultivators. Why are you parading around with these two, drawing attention? Don't you know, Tang City is currently gathering from all sides? If people see this, they might think there's a lot of corruption in Tang City." The two cultivators, hearing this, carefully placed the jade bed down, their faces showing embarrassment. "We didn't want to draw attention, but we had no choice. We need to bring them into the city and find a place to settle these two old ancestors." Li 15 glanced at them and turned to leave. "Follow me." Half a stick of incense later, in a spacious room with an ancient style. "What? One of these old men is a predecessor of your immortal sect, and the other is a monkey-faced cultivator?" Li 15 spat out a mouthful of tea. He knew that monkey-faced cultivators were a bunch of pests and had suspected it earlier, but still found it somewhat exaggerated. A Qi refining cultivator looked at the two old men on the jade bed and nodded. "That's right. The one in front is the most talented predecessor in our immortal sect over the past 200 years. As for the one behind, he is indeed a national religion monkey-faced cultivator." He sighed. He had a bright future but has been dragged down to this extent. It's both pitiful and lamentable. Li 15 then asked, "I see that these two old men are now completely devoid of any cultivation. In my opinion, you could easily chop that monkey-faced old man up. Why do you still let them entangle with each other?" Chapter 44. The divination sect in the guest room. Fong Tang and the faceless man were present. "Exactly. Just chop him up, and there will be no more trouble," the faceless man said, rubbing his chin, eager to try. At this time, the old man from the 10 aspects sect on the jade bed opened his mouth, revealing yellow, missing teeth, and sneered. "Kid, if you kill me, he won't survive either. What I'm using is the ultimate technique of the monkey-faced cultivators, the life-binding technique. In short, our fates are completely intertwined. If I die, he dies. If he dies, I die." The Qi refining cultivator shook his head. "You can't kill him. Our immortal sect has inquired about this technique. The monkey-faced life-binding technique is truly a method where both parties perish together. My predecessor is so pitiful." Upon hearing this, Li 15 nodded. He then looked at the old man in front and thought for a moment before speaking. "Predecessor, since you've ended up like this, why not just slice your throat? It would be better than suffering in such a manner." The old man, upon hearing this, became extremely agitated, his aged face growing even more twisted. The rage within him was about to burst forth. "No, I cannot die. There was a time when I was unparalleled, revered by thousands, surrounded by beautiful women. How could I be dragged down by this brat? I won't accept it. I refuse to accept it. I must find a way, I must." The monkey-faced old man then stuck out his tongue and licked the old man's ear, coating it in a disgusting saliva, and kept blowing in his ear. This scene was enough to make one feel nauseous. He kept shouting, "TSK, TSK, if you don't die, then I won't die either. I'll cling to you. Keep clinging to you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Accept your fate. From the day I decided to use the life-binding technique, you were doomed, and you will never escape me." Witnessing this, everyone present, including the faceless man, felt a chill run down their spines. They did not know what grievances existed between the two old men. They only thought about how they would fare if they were subjected to the monkey's life-taking technique. The Qi refining cultivator shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "You all have seen it. That's roughly the situation." A senior in the sect remembered old feelings. "And with the appearance of the falling treasure galaxy this time, we are bringing them here to try our luck and see if there's a way to resolve it." Leaving the inn, the streets were bustling with people, full of extraordinary liveliness. Fong Tang sighed as he looked down. The 10 manifestations sect really isn't easy to deal with. Just like this monkey manifestation, that senior had a great future ahead of him. Sigh, it's too unsettling to mention such things. Instead, Li XV didn't say anything. He only remembered what Bai Qi had said. The 10 manifestations sect is not a celestial sect. So, where did it come from, and why does it exist? Also, after the backstabbing dog's essence is fused, what kind of techniques can it wield? In Tang City these days, the flow of people was like a tide, making it hard to find a place to stand. The three of them wandered around several streets before finally finding a tea house by the street, located under an old locust tree. However, the only 4 tables available were already occupied. The faceless man glanced around and finally fixed his gaze on a young man wearing a Taoist crown and an 8-trigram robe. Scram, kid. The mountain official has arrived. You, a fortune teller, should roll to the side. The young man chuckled lightly and glanced up. His pair of phoenix eyes were precious beyond words. He extended his hand and began to calculate, saying, I have a hexagram. The wealth on you is fated to be with me. In an instant, an 8-trigram formation emerged beneath the young man's feet, enveloping the faceless man within it. After a breath, the faceless man stood there in a daze. A mournful expression on his face, gold. All the faces I peeled in 100 years are gone. The young man laughed and said, so it turns out to be just a little cursed demon, daring to touch the misfortune of my hexagram sect? Nearby, several people sitting at the other 3 tea tables were suddenly startled by this and hurriedly left. It was at this moment that the young man blocked their path. Still calculating with his fingers, he said, I have a hexagram. Your fates do not match with mine. Bah, I'm not marrying you or having children. What does matching fates matter? A big man kept retreating, his face showing terror. Not matching fates means it affects my cultivation, so you must die? After the young man finished speaking, he simply took a step forward. The 5 men immediately froze, their expressions stiffening, their eyeballs bulging as if their hearts were splitting open. And suddenly their blood spurted out, dying without understanding why. As for the self-proclaimed hexagram sect man, he merely turned back, facing Li XV, and smiled. This esteemed mountain official of the great hexagram is here to clean up the mess. Don't dirty the tea house, it's your duty. Oh, and my Taoist name is Tingzhu. As people gradually walked away, Li XV looked at the retreating figure and couldn't help but ask, hexagram sect, what is their background? Meanwhile, Fong Tang was indeed gathering the corpses, even communicating with the powers of heaven and earth to condense a large amount of water vapor to wash the ground. When the tea house owner came out and saw this scene, he was so frightened that he didn't know what to do and hurriedly went back inside to hide. Li XV, this hexagram sect is quite something. Fong Tang sighed. Some even say they are the 3rd national religion of the great hexagram. This sect's cultivators are extremely domineering. Their catchphrase is I have a hexagram, and so on. Just like earlier, he said I have a hexagram, and your fates do not match. According to the logic of the hexagram sect, not matching fates means you are a hindrance to him, so he must kill you. Fong Tang looked at the 5 corpses and continued, but the problem is, they never explain how they calculate their hexagrams. It feels like they just throw out words casually. Every year, countless people are killed by them under the excuse of incompatible fates. Yet, the great hexagram seems to tacitly accept this as reasonable and never investigates them. That's why everyone thinks that if there is a 3rd national religion, it must be this hexagram sect. Meanwhile, the faceless man was fuming. Li XV, your kind of celestial view sounds much more pleasant than this hexagram sect. We think it would be better to let your celestial view be the national religion. This hexagram sect is unworthy. Hearing this, Li XV had a strange expression. National religion? Celestial view? Me, the national master? Thank you, I appreciate your high regard for me. However, he also thought that if he really became the national master and accidentally backstabbed the entire great hexagram, what would he do then? National master? The faceless man tried to call out. Why are you calling me national master? Li XV subconsciously replied. Oh, Li XV, you still say you don't want to be the national master? Get lost. Seeing this, Fong Tang couldn't help but shake his head. To be honest, he also wanted to be the national master, standing at the top of the towering heavenly ladder, receiving the worship of all beings. Who wouldn't want that? Chapter 45, A Mouthful: The Cultivator Sect, the 10 Manifestations Sect, the Arson Sect, the Hexagram Sect. It seems that none of these celestial sects are good. Li XV sat down at the tea table, muttering. However, soon his gaze focused on the faceless man. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I've discovered that you seem to have a special ability. Do you want to hear about it? The faceless man scratched his head, not understanding. It's that you can always successfully find the most powerful person among a few people to kick. In other words, you can always find the hardest one to squeeze among a bunch of soft persimmons. TSK, impressive. Li 15's words were not baseless. It had happened several times before. Nonsense. The faceless man turned his head away, clearly not believing it. 5 days later, that night, the sky was silent and starless, not a glimmer of light in sight. Outside Tang City, 100 miles to the west. Here, there was a vast lake covering more than 10,000 acres, its waters calm and still, resembling a dark mirror quietly lying there. However, at this moment, There were numerous boats or multi-story ships, densely packed on the lake's surface, creating an extremely lively scene. In midair, figures were swirling, and they were riding some rare exotic beasts such as winged unicorns, six-winged flying snakes, or white lions, and women with serpentine tails. Li XV and the other mountain officials quietly watched from a distance. The creatures beneath them were likely beasts transformed from humans by the cultivator sect. Indeed. But let's just watch, Fong Tang sighed. Those things, even if we cultivate for another 100 years, we probably couldn't afford even a single wing. After all, it was rumored that the better the beast, the higher the cultivation level of the person transformed into it. Li XV, we still need to work hard. Li XV nodded. He remembered that he had given Hua Air a 5-fingered horse back then, not knowing where the other party was now. Li XV, look, they're coming. Suddenly, Fong Tang's gaze was excited as he pointed to the dark sky. He saw that in the sky, the night was as if a corner had been torn open. Then, a river nearly 100 feet wide, seemingly composed of brilliant starlight, magnificently descended from the heavens, slowly lowering in front of everyone's eyes. Is this the falling treasure galaxy? Li XV yawned, suddenly feeling uninterested. This thing was still not as captivating as his celestial view. Yes. Beside him, Fong Tang's eyes were flickering, excited to the point of sweating in his palms. By the way, where does this river of stars originate? I don't know. Since that's the case, how can we determine its location? At this moment, another mountain official nearby kindly explained. The falling treasure river truly does not have a known source or clear origin. However, it appears at various locations every few years. As for the specific locations, it seems to be deduced by the divination practitioners. He paused for a moment, his expression becoming serious, and continued, Li Daoyu, do not underestimate this river. The reason it is called the falling treasure is that it contains various opportunities or treasures. You should know that the spiritual energy in the Great Ye has dissipated, so there are no spiritual items produced, not even materials for refining tools. Li 15 nodded. Although there are no spiritual items, there are still cursed treasures. Those things are truly good stuff. It was at this moment that the 100-zhang wide starry river descended upon the vast lake, the river connecting with the water surface. A sight that truly deserves to be called extraordinary. At this moment, a young man dressed in an 8 trigrams Taoist robe with a Taoist crown on his head suddenly rose into the air, standing before thousands of people. His robe fluttering in the wind, exuding an unparalleled grace. He slightly tilted his head and said, My name is Tingzhu, and I come from the divination sect. This falling treasure river was deduced by my sect, and its location has been publicly announced. Everyone, my sect will take the lead and drop the first 10 rods. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, no one spoke, which was considered tacit approval. Tingzhu nodded slightly. Then, a silver-white line appeared between his fingers. He waved his arm, and it extended to 100 zhang in the wind, like a long whip, directly falling into the standing falling treasure river. TSK. This child must have an extraordinary identity in the divination sect. I wonder what good things he can bring out. I feel it should be a rare treasure, after all. In all these years, the divination sect has never come up empty-handed. In the world, voices gradually rose, slowly becoming noisy and lively, like a bustling street market. In midair, Tingzhu shook one arm, his gaze sharp, and with the might of a divine thunder drum, he shouted, Rise. However, as he continued to exert force and used his own magical power, the silver line in his hand remained motionless. Seeing this scene, the crowd instantly became noisy. Could it be that a treasure is truly about to emerge? Given the circumstances, it seems so. That treasure is reluctant to surface, definitely not ordinary. Time slowly passed, and Tingzhu showed no signs of impatience. Instead, the joy on his face became more and more evident. Meanwhile, those who had been holding back, the heads of various sects, were also stirred and stood up, revealing an eager expression. At a distant edge, Li 15 scratched his nose. No way. Could it be that a treasure has really been encountered by that diviner? Just then, Tingzhu formed a seal with both hands, and beneath his feet, a rotating 8 trigrams formation appeared, black and white in color, its power astonishing. Then, a majestic dharma form nearly 50 zhang tall, resembling Tingzhu, suddenly rose from the formation. Give it to me, rise. Tingzhu's roar was like thunder, and the dharma form behind him resembled a deity. Pulling that silver line into his hand, then suddenly yanking it back. In the next moment, the world fell silent. In the falling treasure river, a large fish with scales shining like stars and entirely golden in color slowly broke the surface of the water. There are actually living creatures in the falling treasure river? At this moment, the eyes of countless people gleamed with greed, their restless hearts nearly unable to contain themselves. However, unexpectedly, something surprising happened. The big fish suddenly flicked its tail, easily breaking free from the silver line, and after splashing a wave with its golden tail, it completely vanished from sight. TSK. Is this it? Lee 15 raised his hand, smiling with satisfaction. Not just him, nearly everyone present felt the same, smiles appearing on their faces, revealing satisfaction. Watching someone lose their catch was much more enjoyable and interesting than watching someone catch a big fish. Whether immortal or mortal, it was the same. Look, this divination sect kid didn't he come up empty-handed. What's that? A mouth? Ah, let me take a look. As a series of gazes fell, indeed. On the silver line in Ting Zhu's hand was a completely black bird's beak, or rather, it was simply a crow's beak. How absurd. Ting Zhu's face changed. And after glancing at the object in his hand and confirming that it was indeed just an ordinary bird's beak, he furiously threw it away, not knowing where it landed. On the other side, Lee 15 yawned, preparing to return to Jewel Town. But he didn't notice that a dark beak shadow was aiming at him, or perhaps at the nearby Zhongxian view. In a flash, it rushed toward him at lightning speed. Chapter 46. I have a divination. 8 characters do not match the night wind howled, causing the wild grass to sway and rustle. Above the vast lake, figures with smiling eyes seemed quite relaxed. TSK. One's own failure is indeed regrettable, but the success of others is what truly keeps one awake at night. It makes sense. The young friend from the divination sect caught that crow's beak, which should have been inadvertently swallowed by that treasure fish. It's just a pity that the fish escaped, leaving only the beak behind. At the edge, Lee 15 patted Fong Tang's shoulder. Let us go. The commotion here has nothing to do with us. It's really quite boring to patrol the streets day and night in Tang City for the past 5 days. Lee 15 planned to leave, eager to return to Jewel Town to investigate what that golden light was and why it allowed him to control the extra leg. But suddenly, he widened his eyes. No, don't come over. Go away, go away. A certain mountain official from the Great Ya, my master Qianyuanzi. Lee 15's expression turned panicked, for in his view, a palm-sized dark crow's beak, formed by 2 upper and lower beaks, was just hovering above his face, about a zhang away. Lee brother, what's wrong? 10-legged toad. What are you going crazy about again? Hearing the voices of those around him, Lee 15's throat moved, and he pointed. Can everyone see it? A crow's beak. It's not surprising he reacted this way. After experiencing the Zhongxian view, he truly felt uneasy about these inexplicable things. I can't see it. Fong Tang shook his head, frowning and saying, Lee brother, what on earth are you talking about? You can't see it? Lee 15 was taken aback, and indeed, in the next moment, that crow's beak directly fell into the Zhongxian view, stopping on a beam above his head, as if merging with it. It's over. Lee 15's vision darkened, and an anger surged within him. Damn it, just a broken beak. Is it going to follow me around? He brandished a chopping knife and swung it wildly. But unfortunately, it was futile. It seemed that all tangible things simply could not touch that beak. Seeing this, the mountain officials exchanged glances. In their minds, Lee 15 had always been the one with the lowest cultivation, the most trouble, also the most incomprehensible. On the other side, in midair, Ting Zhu focused his energy, and the silver line in his hand extended in the wind, once again descending into the falling treasure river. Here it comes. He narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly pulling back with one arm. It was at this moment that an untimely voice, quite abrupt, rang out in this world. 1 rod of opportunity is truly marvelous. 2 rods empty. How laughable. Instantly, all the cultivators present were taken aback, because as Ting Zhu retracted the silver line, it was indeed empty, not a single hair remaining. This divination sect can indeed predict, and they have never left anything empty. Just now, even hearing Candle Youth mention it. He also dangled a living treasure fish, but unfortunately, his strength was a bit lacking, which caused it to slip off the hook. It is indeed a bit strange. The crowd of cultivators debated amongst themselves, and then they all turned their gaze in unison towards one direction. Brotherly, why are you cursing someone? You can't provoke the divination sect. Lee 15, are you seeking death? The mountain officials were sweating profusely, as that curse was actually spoken by Lee 15. I didn't do it. Lee 15 also broke out in cold sweat, as he realized that ever since that crow's beak appeared, he seemed to be rooted to the spot and couldn't move at all. Even more bizarre was that the crow's beak spoke in his tone. so vividly that it was indistinguishable. In midair, Candle glanced coldly at him. Then, retracting his gaze, he pinched his fingers, and 2 silver threads appeared, dropping into the dazzling star river. 3 rods of misfortune cling to you. 4 rods of illness come with no cure. Li 15's voice rose again. As the 2 silver threads surfaced, one could see that at their ends were a mass of pitch-black energy and a mass of filthy energy. In an instant, the world fell silent. Then a cultivator came back to his senses and shouted, "Young friend of the divination sect, quickly avoid it. That is a mass of misfortune and a mass of illness. Touching it will bring bad luck and illness. In this falling treasure river, anything could appear, so one must not be careless." But the warning was futile. The 2 masses of energy almost instantly flowed along the silver threads and entered Candle's body. One could see that on his body, the black and filthy colors continuously alternated, extremely eerie, and his condition seemed particularly dire. Fire arise. It was at this moment that Candle suddenly formed hand seals, and an invisible flame surged forth from the 8 trigrams Taoist robe he wore, enveloping him completely. On the other side, the mountain officials all fell silent, stepping back in unison, tacitly leaving Li 15 alone. "Colleagues, quickly take me away. My legs are numb." And it really wasn't me who said it. It was that crow's beak. Li 15 spoke vaguely, his face showing a bitter expression. Sigh. Another sigh escaped him. He knew that today's matter was likely to be hard to clarify. At this moment, the flames on Candle's body gradually diminished, and the misfortune and illness had been burned away. He looked at Li 15, his fists clenched, his forehead creased, clearly on the verge of exploding. As for the cultivators present in Tang City, their eyes continuously switched between the 2 parties, wide-eyed, showing signs of shock. Who was this mountain official? A mere 9th level of chi refining, yet so monstrous? It's him, Li 15, who gambled with the lives of nearly 20,000 people against a demon. What? In my impression, wasn't he there a Taoist who had great love in his heart, sacrificing his life to save the common people? A female cultivator questioned, confused. In midair, Candle glared fiercely at Li 15, dropping 2 more silver threads into the falling treasure river. But Li 15's voice rose again. 5 rods of heavenly thunder strike 7 orifices. 6 rods of earth fire burn 3 jiaos. One could see that between heaven and earth, the thunder clouds suddenly gathered, and earth fire erupted violently, shooting into the sky. Candle was caught in the middle and was almost instantly submerged. No way. Is that mountain official really so against the heavens? Or is there a powerful cultivator behind him specifically targeting the divination sect? After all, they are more arrogant than the 2 major national religions. Under the 4 corners, a cacophony of noises erupted, with endless speculation. As for Li 15, he looked up blankly at the crow's beak, wondering how this thing seemed to have been conjured by Candle. But why was it residing in the seed immortal temple? And why was it so sinister? But in the next moment, his voice once again resonated through this world, exceptionally clear. 7 rods of techniques are all inverted. 8 rods of friends turn into knives. 9 rods of souls fall into the abyss. 10 rods of spirits are burned by demonic fire. As soon as these words were spoken, countless cultivators' faces twitched, feeling it was outrageous. Damn it, extremely outrageous. This brat, I must make him shut up. Everyone, let us beat him to death. He is just a chi refining mountain official. Otherwise, later when we fish for treasures, who would still care about the falling treasure river? Just then, Candle emerged from the thunder and fire, his entire body covered in flames, looking utterly miserable like charred coal. He pulled out an 8 trigrams compass. With a flick of his finger, he adjusted it. Then, speaking every word with gritted teeth, he said, Li 15, I have a divination. Your 8 characters do not match. Chapter 47, A Love Letter, What's Wrong? I, Li, am a fine man. Why do I need to match with your 8 characters? After Li 15 finished speaking, he suddenly froze. After that crow's beak finished 10 sentences, he bizarrely found he could move again. I'm done for. This time I've been terribly tricked. Behind him, Fong Tang hurriedly whispered, Brother Li, avoid his sharpness. At the same time, Candle and many cultivators had already revealed unfriendly expressions, stepping forward, inching closer. Brother Li, think of a way to avoid. Fong Tang urged again, but Candle had already approached, standing face to face with Li 15. Listen, let me explain. Not listening. Then what do you want? My master, Qian Yuanzi. Less nonsense. I won't kill you now, but you must go fish in the falling treasure river. Upon hearing this, the cultivators were confused. Young friend, Are you really going to let this kid fish in the falling treasure river? Isn't that too lenient? Candle shook his head and said, This Li 15 must be the one who appeared at the Great Yao meeting, that 10-legged mountain official. He must have attracted some kind of calamity. Just now, he cursed me 6 times, making me suffer greatly. Now, I must return the favor. Hearing this, Li 15 was somewhat surprised. After thinking for a moment, he simply didn't mention the crow's beak. He asked, What happens if I go? Candle replied, If what you fish up satisfies me, then I will withdraw the earlier divination about our 8 characters not matching. Li 15's face twitched. That can be withdrawn? Candle nodded. As for the divination's meaning, the interpretation rights belong to my divination sect. The cultivators. After Candle finished speaking, he took out a silver thread about the length of an arm and placed it in Li 15's hand. Then, with a wave of his hand, a mass of cumulus clouds appeared out of thin air, carrying him toward the banks of the falling treasure river. His cultivation indeed surpassed Li 15 by a lot. At the same time, Li 15 stepped on the cumulus clouds, arriving at the banks of the falling treasure river. He looked up at the crow's beak with some trepidation, saying, Mouth Lord, please don't cause trouble, I beg you. But Candle at the riverbank had already set up an offering table, taking out a long sword, vermilion sand, and a stack of yellow paper that spontaneously ignited without fire. He chanted, Burning talisman paper, burning vermilion sand, wandering souls and wild ghosts, come quickly. Young friend, what are you doing? A cultivator asked in confusion. Candle explained, Everyone has a mass of fortune fire above their heads. I'm calling upon ghostly beings to temporarily extinguish his fortune fire. Once a person loses their fortune, that's when bad luck strikes. At the banks of the falling treasure river, Li 15 hadn't started moving yet. He was just pondering the origins of that crow's beak, how it could enter the seed immortal temple. Did the two know each other? After all, why she hadn't discovered the existence of this bizarre Taoist temple back then. Li 15, Candle uttered a spell and began to urge him. What are you panicking about? Li 15 turned back and shot him a glance, unable to suppress a shiver. Strange, why is it so cold? Then, he casually tossed the silver thread from his hand. This line seems to be a kind of treasure, growing tall against the wind and indestructible. For those who love fishing, it is likely a priceless gem. Time passes slowly. Li 15 feels the surroundings growing colder, and faintly hears the voices of wandering souls. Not good. That fellow is probably trying to harm me. He thought it was bad. So he waved his arm and began to reel in the line. However, immediately, the crowd of cultivators erupted in an uproar. Look, something is really coming out. There are words. There are actually words. You don't know. The falling treasure river has no known source. Some say it comes from beyond the great hexagram. So the most precious thing within it is not the treasures, but some recorded words. Listening Candle was also confused. He glanced at the altar in front of him and thought, This is me extinguishing his fire of luck. How could something good really come out? Could it be that I recited the spell incorrectly when my master taught me? As Li 15 reeled in the silver line, a stack of white paper fell into his palm. The cultivators saw this and transformed into beams of light, rushing over. Soon, around Li 15, about 500 cultivators gathered, all of whom were notable figures within Tang City, known by name. Young friend, can we take a look at that object in your hand? Kid, stop hiding it. Hurry and take it out. The cultivators kept urging, and some were so worried that the content of the white paper was significant that they used their techniques to shield the 500 of them from being seen by outsiders. Seniors, do you really want to see? Li 15 hid the white paper behind him, his expression somewhat strange, as he had already taken a glance. What nonsense! Listening Candle snatched it away and tossed it into the air, revealing tiny ant-sized words clearly visible to everyone. A letter to you. Dear, are you well? Time passes quickly. What year is it now? In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years have passed. The cultivators read it line by line, their expressions increasingly strange. For the words expressed a woman's longing and affection for a man. In other words, it was a love letter. Ahem. The junior is unworthy and has submitted a love letter. Please don't laugh at me, Li 15 said with a hint of pride. However, his eyes darted around, constantly searching for a way to escape. One cultivator said, 100,000 years, but it's just this woman in a hurry. What level of cultivation does she have? Everyone, let us read through these 3 pages of the love letter first. However, as they read word by word, upon turning to the 3rd page of the love letter, a line of blood-red characters suddenly jumped into their view. A husband and wife should be united in body and soul, inseparable, don't you think? Almost instantly, The 500 cultivators present felt their souls tremble, as if some strange thoughts began to sprout in their minds, rapidly growing until they became indelible. Gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva began to ring out. Fellow Taoists, I think I'm hungry. Me too, extremely hungry. Am I sick? I suddenly feel my wife is very fragrant. It should taste good. No, you're not sick. The so-called Tao partners are meant to be eaten. The sounds of swallowing saliva, mixed with these light remarks, echoed among the 500 cultivators, creating an eerily chilling sensation that made their souls tremble. Fellow Taoists, is your Tao partner here? Yes, she is right here with me. Since that's the case, everyone, let us get the pot ready. Li 15 and Listening Candle were right among them. But the two had no trace of offense on their faces. They just thought it was reasonable. Almost half of the 500 cultivators transformed into streams of light and flew away. Father, where are you taking Mother? Husband, the falling treasure river is here. What are you doing? Dear, you're hurting me. On this night, in this expanse of heaven and earth, there were at least tens of thousands of cultivators, most of whom were the younger generation from various families. They witnessed these scenes and all looked puzzled, not understanding what was happening. But soon, they discovered that their elders were actually starting a fire, preparing a pot, even sharpening knives. Chapter 48. Nameless Tao Techniques. The night was dark, and the wind was high. Among the 500 cultivators, some found a flat area by the riverbank. A large cauldron was set up there. Flames roared beneath the cauldron, but it brought no warmth. Only a chilling sensation in the heart. Dear, why are you binding me? Husband, quickly untie all my acupoints. What are you doing? Why are you sharpening knives? Nearly 200 female cultivators, caught off guard, had their meridians sealed by their own Tao partners, tied up, and carelessly tossed into the weeds. As for the more than 500 male cultivators, they were using fire techniques to summon water, adding various spices to the cauldron, their roles very clearly defined. Listening Candle. Bring me some firewood. Meat cooked with firewood is the most fragrant. When Xian Yuanzi was around, I did this every day, Li 15 said with a smile. Sometimes, when I encountered dog poop by the roadside, I would secretly add it in for him to eat. Listening Candle heard this and indeed brought over firewood, stacking it neatly to the side. Dog poop? Didn't you eat it too? Hey, you don't understand what kind of life I lived back then. I didn't care about that. If my master found out, he would probably chop me up, and it might even be a form of relief. The flames flickered, casting a red glow on their faces. The two, who usually looked at each other unfavorably, were now extraordinarily harmonious. Brotherly, what are you doing? Fong Tang and the other mountain officials approached, frowning, their eyes filled with confusion. But as soon as they got close, they were swept away 100 zhong by a middle-aged cultivator waving his sleeve. With an unfriendly expression, he said, "We are hungry. Do you want to share in the feast?" Not just them. All the cultivators from various families who approached were driven away, not allowed to get close. Ho-ho-ho, the sound of sharpening knives was exceptionally piercing in the night, making one's scalp tingle. Seeing this behavior, who could guess what they were about to do? Were they going to slaughter their own Tao partners to eat? Father, you're crazy. That's Mother. Father, I beg you, don't do this. Don't do anything foolish. In an instant, cries of terror and pleas filled the air, fear spreading from the depths of everyone's hearts like a tidal wave. As for the falling treasure galaxy that descended from the starry sky, it had completely become a backdrop, with no one caring about it anymore. Li 15. Will you also look for a Tao partner in the future? Listening Candle suddenly asked. What for? Women will only slow me down in swinging my knife to chop my master, but they should taste good. Listening Candle nodded. That makes sense. I also really want to chop a few old men in my family. Have you done it before? Teach me. Hey, then my cultivation is quite deep now. Time passed slowly. That uncontrollable feeling of horror and fear was nearly swallowing all the cultivators who witnessed everything. In the large cauldron, water mixed with various spices was bubbling and boiling. A middle-aged cultivator stood up, unable to suppress his swallowing, his eyes already eager. He said, "Everyone, the water is boiling. The knife is sharp. So let us begin." As the words fell, 200 female cultivators were lined up and knelt on the ground, like death row inmates about to be executed in a bustling street. Cut! The middle-aged man shouted violently, and 200 long knives, glinting coldly, were raised high into the air. No, Mother! Heart-wrenching cries pierced the sky, filled with grief and anger, just as everyone thought that the tragic event was irreversible. A change occurred again. 200 long swords hovered in midair, being dragged by an unseen force. It was simply ridiculous. Then, an angry voice from a man echoed from the heavens. The crowd of cultivators hurriedly looked up and saw a man in a sky-blue Taoist robe, looking around 30 years old, descending slowly from above, landing before them. Upon seeing this person, the mountain officials from Tang City were momentarily stunned, and then quickly bowed down, saying, "We, the people of Dayo, pay our respects to Lord Xingguan." In an instant, the sound of bows and greetings filled the mountains and valleys, like a tidal wave, resounding endlessly. Within the Dayo territory, the sun, moon, and stars officials commanded such authority that no one dared to challenge them. This was an unwritten rule accepted over countless years. This man was, of course, Bai Shi. He glanced around and waved his hand, saying, "In the territory of Tang City, hundreds of great cultivators have gathered to feast on their wives. If this gets out, it would be a great joke." After a moment, Li 15 and the other 500 cultivators sat slumped on the ground, their faces showing confusion. But as they recalled what they had done earlier, their pupils instantly dilated, and terror filled their bodies. "Lord Bai Xingguan, you have returned?" Li 15 was taken aback, looking at the somewhat familiar figure before him, filled with surprise. However, he also felt that something was amiss. Bai Shi nodded and looked at him for a while before shifting his gaze, saying, "Others may have an excuse like killing their wives in the name of proving their Tao, but what about you? This is truly an impressive feat." A middle-aged man, bowing, showed a bitter expression. "Lord Xingguan, we did not know what happened. After reading the love letter, we couldn't control ourselves." Bai Shi nodded. "Let me see the love letter." "Oh, all right." Li 15 quickly began rummaging through his belongings. After a moment, Bai Shi's gaze was fixated. "Huh, what a love letter to consume one's wife. The woman who cast this spell surely has a wicked mind." "My lord, what exactly happened?" a cultivator asked with a puzzled expression. Bai Shi explained, "It seems there was a woman whose beloved had sought another partner, and then she sent this letter, casting a spell on it. I do not know the name of this spell, but you have already experienced it, so I need not say more." Bai Shi sighed and continued, "This letter has existed for countless years, yet it still possesses such power. Even I would find it difficult to unravel for you. As for the male protagonist in the letter, his fate is predictable. It cannot be described with just one word of tragedy." Bai Shi scanned the crowd. Where did it come from? Reporting to the Lord, it was Li 15 who fished it out from the falling treasure river. Reporting to the Lord, not just him. There was also that boy from the divination sect casting spells beside him, extinguishing the fortune fire above his head, which led to this situation. "Please, my lord, punish them severely." A male cultivator's eyes were filled with anger. He had almost turned his wife into livestock, consuming her flesh, committing an act of lifelong regret. These two brats were simply unforgivable. At this moment, a girl in a floral white dress emerged from behind the cultivators, peeking out with a small head. One hand held a pen of mischief, and the other held white paper. In Tang City, by the falling treasure river, hundreds of male cultivators, filled with lustful thoughts, cold-hearted and ungrateful, wanted to divorce their wives and seek new partners. At such a critical moment, our lordly 15 appeared, disregarding personal honor and disgrace, with his flesh and blood, diving into the falling treasure river to find an ancient love letter. The words in the letter were deeply affectionate, and every sentence was filled with love, ultimately moving hundreds of lecherous cultivators to reconcile with their wives. Love rekindled. When it was over, only our lordly 15 smiled calmly, his clothes untouched by dust. Chapter 49, Really or Fake? Beneath the pitch-black sky, there was a profound silence. Hundreds of lecherous cultivators? An ancient love letter? Li 15 was like the old man under the moon, saving our fates. The 500 great cultivators lowered their heads, pondering, as if they had yet to come to their senses. Meanwhile, Li 15, holding a half-arm-long machete, with sharp eyes, slightly bent one knee, his entire body brimming with strength, like an arrow loosed from its bow, rushed forward. "Demonis, I have no acquaintance with you. Why do you repeatedly write recklessly with your pen, ruining my reputation? If Qian Yuanzai has any spirit in the underworld, upon seeing that piece of paper in your hand, he would probably point at my nose and laugh to death." Seeing this scene, the cultivators were even more confused. Although this girl was scribbling, she portrayed a person whom everyone wanted to hit as a unique celestial being. Every word praised him, every sentence complimented him. Huh, are you not pleased? However, the girl in the floral white dress merely squinted her smiling eyes and raised the white paper in her hand toward Li 15. Then, with her pen of mischief, She lightly drew 2 horizontal and 2 vertical lines in the air, and a portal radiating a faint golden light appeared out of thin air. She then lightly jumped into it and completely vanished. Li 15, with your level of cultivation, do you really want to fight her? Why, she said. Lord Xingguan. Who is she? Li 15 stood frozen, realizing that with the girl's effortless display of skill, charging at her would only make him a laughingstock. The cultivator of the pen method. My lord, I know, but what I want to ask is, what is her cultivation level approximately? Why, she glanced at the spot where the girl had been and replied, if all the pen methods of Dayo are considered as a whole, she occupies 80% of it. However, how much she has integrated now I do not know. So, are you sure you still want to fight her? Upon hearing this, Li 15 lowered his head, silent. The divination sect's Li 15 was also momentarily stunned, his mind swirling with confusion, unsure of what to think. At this moment, the 500 great cultivators, and even the 200 partners who had nearly been eaten, all bowed to Bai Shi, their tone filled with sorrow. Please, Lord Xingguan, punish the 2 of them severely and restore justice for us. Tonight's absurdity has truly provoked everyone's anger. They could hardly imagine what chaos would have ensued if Bai Shi had not been present, or if he had arrived even a moment later. 500 cultivators gathering to kill their wives and cook their flesh. The historians recording the great history of Dayo would probably tremble in fear, not daring to write a word. Bai Shi nodded, staring at the 2. Li 15, I vaguely remember that you like Taoist robes stained with filth. Since that is the case, you 2 will enter Tang City and serve as mortal dung collectors for 3 months. Upon hearing this, the divination sect's Li 15 suddenly raised his head, filled with resistance in his eyes. My lord, I am from the divination sect. Shut up. If you are not happy, then call those old geezers from your divination sect here. If they have the ability, let them say it in front of this Xingguan. After Bai Shi finished speaking, he waved his Taoist robe's water sleeves and disappeared into the darkness. Fake, fake. Really. Suddenly, 2 voices echoed from Li 15, still in his tone, but very soft, wrapped in the howling night wind, making it hard to detect. Naturally, it was the crow's beak speaking. Fake, really? Li 15 furrowed his brows, looking up at the crow's beak on the beam of the immortal view, a growing sense of confusion in his eyes. What did this mean? Was it referring to Bai Shi? Gradually, the night wind in the wilderness grew more rampant, causing the Taoist robes to flutter, creating a rustling sound. The falling treasure river, which had fallen from the starry sky, also gradually dimmed, disappearing without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Everyone, let us go. Encountering these 2 brats tonight has truly been a disappointment. Don't blame me. The Xingguan has spoken. Do you dare to hit them? The crowd dispersed. The wilderness fell silent, and the noise faded away, becoming increasingly desolate. Ah, what a mess. Li Shiwu sighed, staring at the crow's beak, his face full of worry. He turned around and saw 2 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refining carrying a jade bed, passing right in front of him. The 2 old men lying on it were still so eccentric and eye-catching. Damn, this world is just so damn frustrating, utterly frustrating. The next day, in Tang City, the rain fell like cotton in the air, but the hustle and bustle didn't diminish. Pedestrians thronged the streets, and the sounds of vendors calling out were incessant. Li Shiwu and Ting Zhu were each pushing a dung cart, walking one in front of the other on the street. One wore a robe as dark as ink, while the other wore a divination robe as white as snow, attracting quite a bit of attention. Taoist, do you know if there's a match for marriage? My family has several acres of good land. Taoist, don't go. Take this handkerchief. A beautiful young woman followed behind, her eyes filled with affection. As for Li Shiwu, he didn't look back, not a trace of distraction in his eyes. Miss, don't think, don't ponder, don't worry. It's impossible. I'm also a man with boundaries. Li Shiwu stopped, scratched his head, and looked at the sky. Why did I have to use the word also? Shaking his head, he continued pushing the dung cart, whistling and swaggering away, leaving the young woman stamping her feet, rolling her eyes in frustration. Brother, you're so strong. A little girl, 2 or 3 years old, sat under a eaves, wearing a short dress, clapping her hands, and calling out with a soft, sweet voice that made one's heart melt. Seeing this, Li Shiwu just made a funny face at her. Humph, don't think that if you praise me, I'll buy you candy. I'm a bandit. A thief, raised by a madman, always taking in but never giving out, understand? After saying that, he pushed the dung cart away. Unintentionally, a few copper coins slipped from his clothes, rolling around on the bluestone pavement before stopping right at the little girl's feet. Meanwhile, Ting Zhu was surrounded by many women, appearing completely unlike his previous domineering self, instead looking flustered. I have a divination for you. Young master, you have a divination. A perfect match for this girl. Ting Zhu took a deep breath. I have a divination. You all, young master, you have a divination, and in 2 years, bear 3. Ting Zhu was so annoyed that he simply tossed aside the dung card. I'm tired. Who will help me? The women, seeing this, rushed forward. At midday, under a section of the city wall, Li Shiwu shook his head mockingly. Still a diviner, getting involved with women like this is not good. A cold glint flashed in Ting Zhu's eyes. It's fine. Since they are willing to help me push dung, let them be. After all, afterward, I will erase their memories of me. Li Shiwu coughed. Teach me? Haha no. Ting Zhu took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. Li Shiwu, that crow's beak I caught last night is on you, right? Upon hearing this, Li Shiwu's entire being was instantly filled with a chilling, murderous intent. It seems you know. Ting Zhu, what do you intend to do? Chapter 50. Huang Shiyu at this moment. Both of them had unsightly expressions, the tension palpable. That crow's beak, heh. It seems it can curse people. Hand it over. Ting Zhu's sword appeared in his hand, pointing diagonally. You think I want it? Li Shiwu glanced towards a certain location in the city. If you have the ability, come with me to the Star Official Mansion and let Bai Shi adjudicate. Ting Zhu stared for a long time before sheathed his sword. Then he said, crows themselves are neither good nor bad, but in the hearts of people, they distinguish between good and evil, black and white, inauspicious and auspicious. Li Shiwu, take care of yourself. Li Shiwu remained silent, simply pulling out a bamboo chair and sitting down casually. I ask you, what kind of cultivation level was that great cultivator you mentioned last night? Mostly golden core. None higher? Ting Zhu shook his head. You also cultivate evil qi. You naturally know it's not a good thing, but it's done out of necessity. The further one cultivates, not only does their temperament become severely eroded, but more importantly, it also brings irreversible changes to a cultivator's body. So those who can roam outside are mostly golden core and below. Li Shiwu nodded, I see. TSK, it seems your cultivation level isn't high either. Hearing this, Ting Zhu fell silent for a rare moment, and after a long while, he said, you don't understand, I'm different from you. If possible, I might be able to push my cultivation to a height you can't even imagine in a very short time. After all, everything in the future of the divination sect is tied to me. Ting Zhu looked up at the rain pouring down. Li Shiwu, do you know? In this world, aside from ascending to immortality, there is another path of cultivation. That path is as perilous as walking on the edge of an abyss. Brilliant like countless flowers in the sky, both beautiful and unpredictable. Ting Zhu sighed. Enchanting, truly enchanting. Li Shiwu was taken aback. The fire cult, right? Ting Zhu nodded. Yes. Don't ask me. My age is not much older than yours, and my knowledge is limited. You just need to know that the current hexagrams are full of strangeness. People like you and me are just one of the fish swimming in it, each trying to find a way to cross. Time flew by, and another month passed. The two young dung collectors worked diligently every day, contributing quite a bit to the vibrancy of Tang City. At the Star Official Mansion, Bai Shi sat quietly in front of the hall, his gaze indifferent. Below, many mountain officials were gathered. Ting Zhu, a spirit has appeared in a certain place, and the mountain official there has already perished. From now on, you will replace him. Star Official, you're not joking with me, are you? Ting Zhu said somewhat indignantly. You know I come from the divination sect. Bai Shi showed a look of annoyance. Shut up. At this moment, Li Shiwu was among a group of mountain officials, secretly glancing at Bai Shi, feeling something was off, but unable to pinpoint it. Cough, Star Official. The cultivation method you sent me. I am a mortal who has not ascended to immortality, just reached qi refining and buried the heavens. Bai Shi shot him a sideways glance. Li Shiwu, when did I send you this? Li Shiwu forced a smile. Hey, just a joke, just a joke. Moreover, the hexagram Emperor hexagram after. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Bai Shi's eyes. He lightly uttered a stopping word, and everyone in the hall became dazed, as if completely cut off from their senses, except for Li Shiwu, who appeared completely normal. Li Shiwu, what do you want to test me on? Bai Shi's tone was stern, oppressive like a mountain, but in the next moment, his gaze softened. You'd better not meddle in my affairs. You are not qualified to get involved now, and I am still Bai Shi. As for Li Shiwu, he felt a deep frustration. He really was just inquiring about the cultivation method. As for that name, he simply thought it was too plain before, so he added a bit of embellishment. The mention of the hexagram emperor was completely based on that crow's beak, spoken in its tone. Sigh, Star Official, I really didn't test you. Li Shiwu sighed, helplessly lowering his head. If the other party really had a problem, he was clearly testing like this. Wouldn't he that be stretching his neck out, being foolish and seeking death? Qian Yuanzizi would probably laugh himself silly. A moment later, 81 star officials gathered in front of the star official mansion. Ting Zhu's expression was grim as he took out a palm-sized wooden boat, raising it with one hand, and it expanded in the wind to 20 zhang. Cleverly divided into 2 layers. Come aboard. Let us resolve this spirit demon quickly so I can return to the divination sect. I'm too lazy to stay here with you all. For a moment, everyone stared at each other, feeling a bit displeased, yet still chose to board the ship and set sail. In the sky, high above, Li 15 gazed at the mountains and white clouds flowing beneath him. For a brief moment, he felt somewhat dazed. However, from his perspective, the earth had a certain color, which was the blackness stained by the black soil beneath his feet. What exactly is the immortal cultivation view? Li 15 murmured, and when he saw Ting Zhu approaching, he casually asked, Hey, do you know the name of that woman from the pen aspect? I always feel like she has some ulterior motives. It gives me an inexplicable chill. Ting Zhu looked straight ahead. Li 15, you really overestimate yourself. Do you know what it means for her to carry 80% of the source of the pen aspect? What level of cultivation does that imply? Ting Zhu thought for a moment. Well, I can't quite say, but her name seems to be Huang Shiyu. Huang Shiyu. Li 15 repeated, muttering continuously, Great Aunt, please keep that pen away from me. About 3 hours later, in the wild mountains and wastelands, an ancient theater stood before them like a small mountain. The building had 9 levels, and at first glance, it resembled a 9-story pagoda. However, looking around, the interior was empty of shadows. Yet, waves of sorrowful and weeping sounds echoed, making the listeners' scalps tingle, as if sitting on needles. For a moment, all the mountain officials present held their breath, falling silent. On the other side, in the space where the great Yao and Li 15 had their meeting, it still appeared eternally golden, majestic, grand, and solemn, making one feel as if the heavens were no different. At this moment, the Yao Emperor and Empress, still in their towering golden forms, sat at the top of the heavenly ladder, overlooking all beings. The 2 national masters of the 10-aspect sect and the Huanshe sect quietly waited nearby. Suddenly, a stern voice from a dignified man said, Masters, are there some matters you truly wish to avoid? The Huanshe sect master replied, Your Majesty, it is not that we are unwilling, but rather that we are powerless. The Yao Emperor nodded. In that case, masters, look, the great Yao immortal sect is filled with numerous factions. Is there anyone who has the qualifications to become the 3rd national teaching?